My name is Kim Moon-hyuk, a genius who never missed a calculation, never forgot a debt, and multiplied the family fortune while the others just spent it. I was untouchable, or at least I thought I was. Once, an executive took a massive loan from us and tried to pull a scam, fleeing the country by boat. I went after him alone and took down all his bodyguards. I told him, "You owe us, and nobody gets away without paying, at least not while they are alive." I tied him up and threw him into the sea a few times until he remembered where the money was. He paid. When I returned home by boat, I was thinking, my grandfather built this empire, but my uncles, the current owners, were only losing money. I was the only one in that room who actually solved problems. I did it all for my grandmother, who raised me when my parents died. I owed everything to her. But gratitude doesn't exist in this family. When my grandfather died, the war for inheritance began. One day they called me for an urgent job. It was a lie. They betrayed me and tied me up inside my car. They took me to the coast and pushed the car into the sea, as if it were natural for others to see me inside a car in the middle of the sea. As the car sank into the dark water, I thought this ending was completely unjust. After 30 years of loyalty and hard work, my own uncles killed me just so they wouldn't have to share the money. But fate had other plans. When I opened my eyes, I didn't see the bottom of the ocean. I was lying on the beach. It was 1990. I am a 17-year-old boy again, but with 40 years of experience, hatred, and knowledge of the future inside my head. But suddenly he was surprised by a guy looking for a fight. As he got up from the kick, he noticed something curious in front of him. There was a group of high school students exchanging punches among themselves, which made the hero think that even in paradise, it was total chaos. The fight was intense, with people taking kicks and others being thrown to the ground. The beach was a complete battlefield, and Moo-hyuk did not understand what was going on. When one of the delinquents came at him, Moo-hyuk easily landed a solid punch on the guy. He noticed his body felt lighter, as if he were young again. Right after that, 2 more thugs ran towards him, but with great speed and strength, Moo-hyuk managed to kick them away. None of them were a match for Moo-hyuk, who came out on top in every exchange. As if that was not enough, he took down the delinquents one by one with impressive ease. After that, Moo-hyuk gave the attackers a threatening look and told the bastards they had lost and should get out of there. Terrified, the delinquents ran away as fast as they could. Tired from the fight, Moo-hyuk sat down on the ground. One of his allies started taunting the losers, asking where they were going and saying he would give them a good beating next time. This same guy came over and asked if Moo-hyuk was okay, mentioning that he had gone to the beach to flirt with girls but only found guys. He offered him a cigarette, noticing that Moo-hyuk was sweating. This made the protagonist wonder if that guy was really a high school student. Seeing the name on the uniform, Moo-hyuk realized this was Lee Myung-soo, his best friend from elementary school. Soon after, another friend showed up saying that, as expected, Moo-hyuk was still the best at fighting because he had beaten everyone by himself. This was Park Hyun-sung, a close friend whose father was a police officer, which used to help them get out of trouble. Moo-hyuk then asked where they were, leaving his friends confused. They did not understand what he meant. They answered that they were in Gwangali and asked if Moo-hyuk had hit his head, since he had started using the Seoul dialect and was asking strange questions. After this discovery, Moo-hyuk asked what year and date it was. The answer was that it was September 21st, 1990. Now his friends were sure he had hit his head somewhere. Moo-hyuk looked at everything around him, trying to better understand the situation. Thinking about everything that had happened, he was certain that he had drowned in the sea and returned 30 years into the past. Meanwhile, his friends were already hungry and decided to look for a bowl of ramen to eat. Suddenly, something came to Moo-hyuk's mind when he remembered that date, and he took off running at full speed, leaving his confused friends behind. That was the day his grandmother had died from a heart attack. The doctors at the time said that if someone had found her earlier and called an ambulance, she would not have passed away. Already in front of his old house, Moo-hyuk was greeted by his grandmother, who asked if school had ended early. When he touched her hands, he could not hold it in and broke down in tears, remembering the memories they had together. She noticed her grandson was out of breath and asked if he had run home because he was hungry. Moo-hyuk could not hold back his tears, so his grandmother asked if something had happened, but he just replied that he had missed her so much. His grandmother was confused by his behavior, saying it was as if her Moo-hyuk was a child again. She commented that he was very handsome when he smiled, and even when he cried, and wondered when he had grown up so much. Quickly, Moo-hyuk wiped his tears and said they did not have time and needed to go to the hospital right away. The protagonist argued that his grandmother could pass out at any moment and that they should get it checked out, but she resisted, saying she was not sick. Desperate, Moo-hyuk insisted that she hurry up because she could die, but she still did not understand why. With a happy expression, she said she would only die after seeing him married and raising his children. Then she went inside the house, asking her grandson to go to his room while she prepared the food. A little later, they were gathered together eating. His grandmother commented that she knew he did not like Banshan that much, but he replied that he liked everything and would eat anything. Seeing the way Muhyuk was eating, his grandmother said that if anyone saw him like that, they would think he had not eaten in years. Then, she left the room, telling him to wait because she had also prepared his favorite corn juice. Alone, the protagonist broke down in tears again, saying that all he needed was his grandmother's homemade food, and wondering why he had spent his life being a lapdog for the Cheon family. Suddenly, he heard a noise in the other room, and when he got there, he found his grandmother on the floor unconscious. With despair taking over, the only solution Muhyuk could think of was to take her to the hospital. His grandmother was already resting in a room, still unconscious. In the doctor's office, the doctor said that if he had been a little later, she would have been in a very bad situation, and that they would need to run more tests. It was revealed that a surgery would be necessary, because if she were left like this, she would keep passing out all the time. Muhyuk was shocked when he saw the hospital bill, and realized he did not have a single penny in his pocket. He remembered that a short time ago he was used to dealing with hundreds of won. To his surprise, his friend offered to pay the bill, explaining that he had received his father's pension, who owned an adult entertainment venue. Muhyuk thanked him and said he would pay him back as soon as possible, but his friends told him off, saying that it was for his grandmother's expenses and that he should not worry about money, just take care of her. In the conversation with the doctor, it was revealed that the surgery would cost about 10 million won. He knew that 10 million was not a lot of money before he died, but now he only had a few coins with him. Standing at a payphone, Muhyuk came up with an idea to pay for the surgery fee. He called Pyeongchang-dong directly and said he wanted to speak with President Taesun because he had a message for him. The message was that the son of his only daughter, Cheon Misuk, wanted to see his grandfather. On the hospital rooftop, Muhyuk was thinking. He looked at the view and thought about how there were not many tall buildings in 1990, making the view exactly as he remembered it. Even though he was fascinated that he had really gone back in time, he also felt anxious that he could be murdered in 30 years. His main suspect was his uncle, Cheon Suman, because he believed he was the only person who could have ordered him killed. However, the reason was still a mystery, since Muhyuk was sure he was still useful to them. He even considered Cheon Suhan and Cheon Jiwon, but decided it did not matter right now. This was his big chance to finally destroy the Cheon family and take down Taesun Capital. Suddenly, a delinquent who was also on the rooftop started calling out to Muhyuk. Suspicious, Muhyuk wondered who it could be as the guy asked for his name. The protagonist, in turn, asked why he wanted to know and assumed he was a gangster. Not understanding Muhyuk's attitude, the delinquent accused him of trying to act tough, and they both questioned each other's lack of manners when talking to someone older. Boldly, Muhyuk replied that the bully should introduce himself first before asking for other people's names. Fed up, the delinquent introduced himself as Park Dong-soo and asked if Muhyuk had ever heard of him. The protagonist recognized the name right away. Park Dong-soo was the second in command of the Sasung gang, a legend who would become the heir to the organization in 2 years. However, in 1990, he was just a wanted criminal who would end up being found dead in a hotel at the age of 29. Because of this, the delinquent could not believe the protagonist did not recognize him. Muhyuk then ironically asked if he owned a comic book store. Losing his patience, the bully repeated that he had already said his name and demanded to know the protagonist's. When Muhyuk finally introduced himself, the troublemaker commented that he had a killer's name, which annoyed the protagonist, who thought he was a childish punk. The delinquent continued, saying there were rumors that the protagonist was the good kid from room 405, who took care of his grandmother and did everything she asked. Muhyuk replied that it was normal, since his grandmother was his only family, and the troublemaker agreed. The bully then assumed Muhyuk was a student at Dongsung Vocational School because of his uniform, which was confirmed. Muhyuk then asked directly if he was a gangster, but the tattooed man denied it and wanted to know why he thought that, since his stabbed condition suggested otherwise. The bully argued that it was normal for men to get stabbed once in a while, but that kids like the protagonist would not understand that until they grew up. He then asked if Muhyuk was not afraid of him, since he seemed very calm, but the protagonist replied that he saw no reason to be afraid. Muhyuk's attitude, always having the last word, was annoying the punk. Fed up, the protagonist asked if he was done talking because he wanted to leave. The man said yes, and as he left, he called Muhyuk by the killer's name and told him to take good care of his grandmother. As he headed to his grandmother's room, the protagonist thought that at this point, the Sasung gang was not a national-level organization, but it still was not small, and that maybe one day he could use that guy. However, when he got to the room, he came face to face with a mysterious figure wearing a suit. His grandmother explained that someone was waiting for him, and the man in the suit revealed himself to be Director Ha, who already knew the protagonist. The two stared at each other for a while until Moo-hyuk suggested they go talk outside. They went to a coffee shop, and there the man introduced himself as Ha Myung-hoon, who worked for Chairman Tae-san. The protagonist immediately recognized him as his grandfather's right-hand man, someone the boss trusted completely. In his previous life, Ha Myung-hoon had been the only one who told him about his grandfather during his grandmother's funeral. The man in the suit said he needed the protagonist to go with him to Seoul, but Moo-hyuk cut him off, asking why the chairman had not come in person. Seeing the young man's direct gaze, Director Ha was startled, realizing his posture was not appropriate for his age, but it seemed so natural that it could not be a bluff. Mr. Ha replied that the chairman was a busy man and did not have time, but Moo-hyuk revealed he was not talking about him, but about his mother, Kim Miseon, even though he knew she would not come. The protagonist imagined the man would say it was bold of him to ask for her visit, remembering that not even the chairman went to the columbarium after his own daughter's death. Because of this, Moo-hyuk stated that if the chairman wanted to meet him, he would have to visit his mother first. He remembered that in his past life he was forced to obey quietly, as he was nothing more than an orphan. Back then, at his grandmother's funeral, Mr. Ha took care of all the costs and took him to meet the chairman, who told him not to worry about survival as long as he did what he was told. Without his grandfather's help, he would have had to drop out of school, but Moo-hyuk knew that would not happen again, because now he was different and had information on them. Getting up from the table, the protagonist asked Mr. Ha to give the chairman a message. If he wanted a meeting, he would have to come in person. He said goodbye to Myung-hoon and wished him a safe trip back, leaving Mr. Ha nervous with the overwhelming presence he gave off. The report the director had described the protagonist as a troublemaker, but now he questioned if the information was wrong, thinking that Kim Miseon's son was definitely not an ordinary child. Back at the hospital, the protagonist's grandmother was surprised to find out that the chairman wanted her grandson in Seoul. Moo-hyuk explained to her that the chairman would have to visit his mother first, because even after 17 years since her death, he had never visited her grave. Horrified, his grandmother asked if he knew what kind of person his mother's father was, but he confirmed that he already knew, and that his business was in Seoul. The protagonist revealed that he used the phone number she was hiding to call them, and asked if that was the number she used to contact the family. His grandmother insisted that Moo-hyuk should be good to his grandfather, but he replied that he did not want to see him after being ignored for 17 years. Worried, she said he could not do that. However, the protagonist reassured her, saying she only needed to worry about her own health. He stated that if he had her by his side, he would not need anyone else, because she was the person who loved him the most in his life. He remembered how he had sent her away without warning in the past, but he promised himself that in this new life, he would make her happy. Meanwhile, at the mansion in Seoul, the chairman was confirming the protagonist's words with his servant. Mr. Ha stated that the meeting would only happen after he visited his daughter's grave. To the chairman, this was absurd, which made him think his grandson was either very brave or just clueless. In the end, the old man revealed that the kid had definitely caught his interest, and decided he would go to Busan to see what kind of boy he was. He thought that if his grandson was useful, he would shape him completely to become a slave for his family. Moo-hyuk walked back to class with his head down, but his best friend quickly called him over to sit together. The friend asked about his grandmother, and Moo-hyuk answered that she had already left the hospital. Realizing that Moo-hyuk had not been to school for a while, the friend suggested that they skip class to play pool. However, the main character refused the offer, saying that he needed to stay because he had missed too many classes. Then Moo-hyuk focused completely on the lesson writing in his notebook and telling his friend that they should prepare themselves. This sudden attitude scared everyone in the room. When they saw Moo-hyuk studying, they began to wonder what had happened to him. His best friend even started crying, saying that there were only 9 years left until the world ended, and the main character was reading a book, which to him was a sign that something was very wrong. Seeing this, Moo-hyuk remembered that in his past life, studying was his lowest priority in high school. He only started taking his studies seriously after meeting his grandfather, who constantly pressured him, expecting the best results possible. The only goal his grandfather set was for him to get into the Korea law school. Although the old loan shark did not see the slightest chance of his grandson achieving this, he would use it as a way to see if the boy was worth it or not. The grandfather guaranteed that he would not go hungry under his roof, but if he failed, he could say goodbye to his relationship with the Cheon family. Because of this, the main character sat and studied hard until he was accepted into the university, which allowed him to work for his grandfather. From that point on, however, he was used drastically by his family, like a blood servant. Now Moo-hyuk was willing to do things differently and would study to achieve his new goal. While the class was going on, several students were wandering around the hallway. Suddenly, one of the teachers appeared with a stick in his hand and started scolding them. He headed to the classroom, threw his notebook rudely on the desk, and ordered everyone to pay attention and bow before him. All the students lowered their heads in his presence, and the first thing the teacher did was call the main character to the front of the room. The teacher started to judge him, asking how many days he had missed, and if he thought the school was an amusement park to come and go as he pleased. Moo-hyuk tried to apologize, explaining that he needed to take care of his grandmother, but at the same instant he was slapped in the face. The teacher did not believe the story, calling him a troublemaking bastard, and stating that someone like him would never take care of his own grandmother and was probably drinking somewhere. He kept saying that he did not believe that lie. Meanwhile, Moo-hyuk remembered that teacher from his first year. He abused the students as if they were animals and continued to humiliate Moo-hyuk, saying that he was out of his mind for looking at him that way. The main character reflected that the teacher must have been in his early 30s, and he did not understand the reason for being treated like that. He remembered that this jerk shamelessly asked for bribe money when he visited his grandmother. Despising this act, Moo-hyuk made his grandmother stop giving the thousands of won she struggled so hard to earn, and that was why the scoundrel picked on him whenever he could. The teacher continued to mistreat him, making him lie on the floor while saying that he knew he was always looking for a fight. The abuser argued that children like the main character always became gangsters when they left school. Suddenly, the vice principal entered the room, which caused panic for the teacher. The vice principal was asking if there was a student named Moo-hyuk in that room, and the teacher went into shock, realizing that he had been caught in the act. Outside the school, an all-black car and the well-dressed Mr. Ha were waiting for the main character. The man asked Moo-hyuk to get into the vehicle, while everyone at the school watched the scene from the windows, confused to see an imported car. When the main character got into the car, he came face to face with his grandfather in person. Chairman Cheon Taesan was waiting for him and asked if he was the son of Misuk. Moo-hyuk reflected that they had finally met again, and that the last time he saw him was before he died 20 years ago. He then confirmed that his father was Kim Tae-soo and his mother was Cheon Misuk. With an air of superiority, the old man said that he was there in person, just as Moo-hyuk had requested. Soon after, the main character asked if his grandfather had stopped on the way to visit his mother's grave, and the old man confirmed it seriously. The main character then argued that he heard that his grandfather had never gone to see his mother a single time, so he thought it was more appropriate that he go there before speaking with him. He added that his grandmother, who raised him, was not in good health, and that was why he could not abandon her, and that he was not even looking to apologize for that. Observing Moo-hyuk's posture, the old man wondered if he was really just a child, because he was not even slightly intimidated in his presence. The man then asked if the main character really knew who he was. In his thoughts, Moo-hyuk knew that he was a legend in the lending industry, who came to the south as a day laborer. At that time, there was no business person, or politician who had not borrowed money from him. Even during the 90s, he ruled the entire country with trillions in cash. Despite this, Moo-hyuk replied that he only knew him a little, knowing only that he managed a business. The old man said that he managed a small lending business in Seoul, and asked if his grandson knew what that was, but Moo-hyuk knew that it was not a small business. Without beating around the bush, the man asked what the main character wanted. With great confidence, Moo-hyuk reflected that he only aimed for one thing: to take down the Cheon family and take their fortune. Moo-hyuk knew the best revenge he could get on the Cheon brothers was their money. After Cheon Taesan's death, they would receive a huge inheritance, and Moo-hyuk's plan was to take all that fortune for himself. To do that, however, he needed secret funds to fight against them without the Cheon family finding out. So, when the old man asked again why he had been called, Moo-hyuk answered directly that he needed a loan. Hearing the request, the old man thought that in the end, it all came down to money, finding the situation pathetic. He then asked how much Moo-hyuk wanted. The young man revealed that his grandmother, who had raised him for 17 years, needed heart surgery, and for that, he needed 10 million won. He also added that he would need 1 million won a month until his graduation to cover tuition and living costs. The old man replied that he could get that easily and questioned his grandson's sanity for calling him over mere pocket change. Moo-hyuk clarified that he was not asking for the money for free, but borrowing it for a while. The old man found the situation funny, since the boy had no way to pay even the interest, and still refused to accept the money as a gift. The old man explained that it was not hard for a moneylender to lend money, but that no one lent it for nothing. In an intimidating way, he demanded to know if Moo-hyuk had any collateral or credibility to pay back the debt. Without hesitating, the protagonist replied that his collateral was his own brain, leaving his grandfather surprised. Moo-hyuk detailed his proposal, stating that if he received the loan, he would get into Korea University and use that as collateral to pay off the debt. The chairman was stunned, because in the past he himself had asked this of his grandson, but now the offer was coming from the boy himself. Cheon Taesan had always had a great desire for academic achievements, since he did not have a proper education because he was poor, and this obsession extended to his children. Therefore, the idea of having his grandson at Korea University was an attractive proposal to erase his inferiority inferiority complex. The old man, however, thought that Moo-hyuk did not seem capable of getting into the university, as his grades were bad, and he thought maybe he was just bluffing. Faced with this, the old man asked how confident his grandson was and what he would do if he failed. Moo-hyuk thought to himself that although he had already succeeded once, there was no guarantee he could do it again, but he knew he needed to spark his grandfather's interest as much as possible. So, he replied that if he could not get in, he would give his head and his body as payment, and asked if that was enough. Hearing the offer, the old man agreed that it was enough. Right after that, Moo-hyuk said that if he passed, he would like to receive a congratulatory gift. The old man was astonished, asking if he still wanted something more. The protagonist stated that he would only reveal what it was after getting into the university, but he added that he planned to ask for a very big gift. The old man's reaction was to burst out laughing, saying he could not wait to see the gift. However, he reinforced that if his grandson failed, as promised, he would belong to his grandfather and would have to do anything he asked, things that even demons would be afraid to do. Without backing down, Moo-hyuk just confirmed that the deal was made. After the long conversation, the old man left in his car at high speed. Moo-hyuk thought the gray-haired old man was just trying to scare a child. He even liked the idea that his grandfather's business was feared even by demons. Determined, he exclaimed to himself that if he needed to become a demon, he would become the one to tear the Kaon family to pieces. While in traffic, the old man commented to his driver that Moo-hyuk was an interesting kid. The driver replied that he was shocked to see how different the young man was from the reports he had received. The old man then explained that he had met all kinds of people in his business, from people who did not pay and still asked for more, to those who brought gangsters to threaten him or who sold their own children for money. He argued that after so many deals, he could tell what kind of person someone was just by their body language, eyes, and tone of voice. However, he admitted that he could not get the slightest read on his grandson. Hearing this, the driver commented that it seemed the old man had taken a liking to the boy, but the old man changed the subject and ordered them to go to Dihang Hospital. Inside, Moo-hyuk was asking the doctors to take good care of his grandmother, and one of them reassured him, saying it was not a difficult surgery. As the surgery was happening and Moo-hyuk was leaving the place, the delinquent from the other day showed up and asked if he was going to school and eating properly. The big guy invited him to smoke on the rooftop, but Moo-hyuk questioned if he should be making that kind of invitation to a high school student. The delinquent asked why the protagonist studied so hard at such a young age, saying he should enjoy life more. Even so, the man said that if Moo-hyuk really needed to study, he would not get in the way. Instead, he handed him a piece of chewing gum to chew when he felt sleepy and said goodbye, telling him he would see him later. As he watched him leave, Moo-hyuk reflected that this man, Park Dong-soo, was actually a well-known gangster in charge of a gang with hundreds of members. He did not expect the guy to be so amusing, but he knew that soon, when the crime war began, Park Dong-soo would meet a terrible end. While thinking about this, Moo-hyuk noticed suspicious men arriving at the hospital door, carrying weapons. He knew that according to the original events, Park Dong-soo was not supposed to die that day. Realizing this, the protagonist understood that he might have an opportunity to bring him over to his side right at that moment. At the hospital reception, the suspicious men asked the attendant where Park Dong-soo's ward was. Scared, the woman asked what their relationship was with the patient, but the men rudely replied that they were just there to visit him. Suddenly, Moo-hyuk showed up, greeting the men and asking if they were looking for his brother, introducing himself as his younger brother. He then offered to guide them to the room, which left the guys confused. The protagonist was annoyed that this scum was causing a commotion in the same hospital where his grandmother was having surgery, so he decided to lead them outside. As they followed Moo-hyuk, the men realized what he was planning and asked where he was taking them. Without beating around the bush, Moo-hyuk asked if they were there to take out Park Dong-soo. In response, one of the men pulled out his knife and asked who the protagonist was. Moo-hyuk started stretching, getting ready for a fight, but suddenly, Park Dong-soo appeared behind them. He asked if the men were not ashamed of pointing a knife at a student. One of the goons reacted by rushing forward to punch the tough guy, but surprisingly, Park Dong-soo blocked the punch with his own head. While the guy cried out in pain from his hand, the tattooed man tripped him and landed a solid punch, making him bounce off the floor. The other members went on alert, and as Dong-soo took off his shirt, another one charged at him with a knife. However, he took down this other guy with just a few hits, and before the man could fall, Park threw him into another goon. With precision, he also threw his slipper at the same goon's face and finished by kicking them both away. The remaining man noticed the glass windows next to him and decided to try and use them to hit Park. The attempt did not work out at all, as Dong-soo punched through the window, hitting the goon and sending him flying. After the fight, the relentless man and the protagonist stared at each other for a few moments without saying a word. Later, inside the hospital, Park commented that it felt great to let loose after a while, and that he had fought those guys before over some territory. He knew they were looking for him while he was in the hospital, and was already keeping an eye on them, but Moo-hyuk acted first, and led them outside. The tough guy said that Moo-hyuk had guts, since he did not get scared when they pointed a knife at him. The protagonist replied that he only acted that way because he knew Park would come, and also because he noticed his subordinates watching the hospital. He implied that even if he had not stepped in, the result would have been the same, with Dong-soo taking them all down. Feeling like he owed the young man something, Park asked what his wish was, saying he would do anything, from getting money to women. Moo-hyuk reflected that the first tool for his plan would be Dong-soo, so he had to make him his property. Moo-hyuk told the tattooed man to take his closest subordinates and go into hiding for 3 months. The big guy quickly got annoyed, saying the protagonist could have asked for anything but was talking nonsense, and asked why he should hide. The protagonist then revealed that the president would declare a war on crime and arrest all criminal organizations, which left Park in complete shock. In October of 1990, the president issued a special decree to stop public criticism about various corruptions. Although there had already been a crackdown on the 5 major crimes the previous year, the announcement of the war on crime would be different, a large-scale operation to wipe out all criminal organizations. Moo-hyuk continued, telling him to keep his location a secret, even from other organizations, and warned him to be very careful of his boss, Lee Se-seong. The protagonist ended the conversation by stating that this was his only wish. He knew the decision was now up to Park, and that if he survived, he could be useful someday. 1 month later, what Moo-hyuk told Dong-soo came true. The news reported that the Constitution granted the president full authority to clean everything up. The newspaper said that even prosecutors and police officers were mobilized, and all the organizations in Busan were captured. Park Dong-soo heard the news from his colleagues, but he already knew everything. He ordered his companions to do nothing, and not go around causing trouble for no reason. Reading the newspaper, the tough guy was surprised, as everything happened exactly as the protagonist had said. He remembered when he heard the prediction, thinking it was nonsense and that the young man might as well have wished for reunification. In a flashback, Moo-hyuk replied with a smile that this wish would come true in Germany, but not for them. Back in the present, the gangster, now scared, wondered who the mysterious figure of Kim Moo-hyuk was. Back at home, Moo-hyuk was reassuring his grandmother, telling her that his grandfather had taken care of everything and that she no longer needed to worry. He explained that he had inherited an apartment and money from this grandfather, who had been away for 17 years, and insisted that she did not need to work anymore. The old woman could not accept the news calmly, but Moo-hyuk argued that she had already worked so hard to raise him alone and deserved much more. He assured her that she would live comfortably from now on, and asked her to only think about her own health. Suddenly, the door opened and Moo-hyuk's friends arrived, announcing they had bought ribs to celebrate. They congratulated his grandmother on being discharged from the hospital, all very excited and happy, and they planned to grill the meat to enjoy the rest of the day together. A while later at school, the boys commented that the weather was nice, but their mood was ruined because it was exam day. Moo-hyuk's friends were arguing about who was better at studying, with one of them bragging about being in the top 500 while the other was below rank 520. When they asked Moo-hyuk about the exam, he replied that he had only improved a little and needed to work harder. He reflected that it had been difficult to get back to studying after so long, but he felt he had managed to do a good job. As they approached the classroom, a classmate ran over to share the news. Moo-hyuk had gotten first place on the exam. His friends were completely surprised by the news, and the guy who brought the information said he had heard it in the teacher's lounge that morning. Right after that, a student announced that Moo-hyuk was being called to the teacher's lounge. His classmates assumed he would receive some kind of award and told him to get excited. Once inside the room, the teacher asked if Moo-hyuk knew why he had been called in. Moo-hyuk showed no reaction and remained silent, which made the teacher slap him across the face. Moo-hyuk's friends, who were watching anxiously through the window, saw the teacher ask again why he was there. Confidently, Moo-hyuk replied that he did not know, and for that, he got another slap across the face. The teacher began to question him about what he had done on the exam, accusing him of cheating, since it was impossible that he, one of the worst students last semester, was now in first place. Moo-hyuk knew the real reason for this attitude. A few days earlier, the teacher had seen him getting into his grandfather's car and questioned him about it. The man argued that since he had been Moo-hyuk's tutor since elementary school, it was only fair for his grandfather to greet him. This self-serving attitude disgusted Moo-hyuk, who thought that this teacher was the worst kind of trash, much more horrible than he remembered. On that occasion, Moo-hyuk simply replied that his grandfather lived in Seoul and that the teacher would have to go there if he wanted to see him. The teacher insisted, but Moo-hyuk cut him off, saying that if that was all, he was leaving because he had an exam to take, which made the teacher furious. Back in the present, the teacher, convinced of the cheating, asked if Moo-hyuk had acted alone or if he had help. The protagonist denied the accusation once more. The teacher then reminded him that he had already suspended him for other problems and accused him of causing trouble again, maliciously asking if he had learned that from his grandmother. Upon hearing his grandmother mentioned, Moo-hyuk thought that the teacher had crossed the line. The man, irritated by the student's glare, threatened to tear his eyes out. Extremely enraged, Moo-hyuk demanded that the teacher apologize, stating that his grandmother had nothing to do with the matter. In response, the teacher slapped him again, calling him crazy. Next, the teacher started tearing up all of Moo-hyuk's exam papers, declaring that they did not even need to be graded, as they would be voided with a 0 score for cheating. He announced that the protagonist was suspended indefinitely and added that if he could, he would expel him from the school. Far from giving up, Moo-hyuk proposed a bet. He offered to retake all the exams right there, in front of the teacher. If he could not get the same score, he would accept the expulsion from school without complaint. However, if he got the same score, he demanded that the teacher resign from his position. The proposal shocked everyone present. The furious teacher tried to hit him with a stick, but Moo-hyuk grabbed the object and asked if the man was not confident in his accusation. Then, the protagonist demanded that they bring the test papers. A while later, the situation remained tense, with everyone anxious for the result, as Moo-hyuk retook a large part of the exams. As the teacher graded the tests, it became clear that Moo-hyuk was getting a perfect score on all of them. Another teacher commented that he was finishing the English test, and if he got everything right, he would have aced every subject. To increase the pressure, Moo-hyuk announced that he was on the last question and reminded them that if he got it right, the teacher would have to leave the school forever. He also added that if the teacher did not keep his promise, he should not expect to be treated with respect. Everyone watching became even more tense. At that moment, Moo-hyuk made one last offer, saying that if the teacher apologized right then and there, he would stop answering the questions. The teacher did not like Moo-hyuk's tone at all, but suddenly the school principal arrived and told them both to stop, stating that this was enough. The principal declared that the protagonist had already proven he did not cheat and ordered the teacher to apologize to him, adding that he should actually be praising him for his grades. As everyone watched, the teacher apologized to Moo-hyuk, saying that he had gotten it all wrong, but he could not look him in the eye. Now that he was proven right, Moo-hyuk slammed his pen on the desk and said seriously that he was going back to class. As he walked away, all the students watching the scene from outside celebrated his victory. As the students anxiously watched the scoreboards, it was announced to everyone that Moo-hyuk had taken first place in the exams. His friends commented on how scared the teacher was after everything, but they still could not believe Moo-hyuk got first place. They wondered if he would really go to Korea University. Moo-hyuk seriously told Myung-soo to start studying for real and said he would help him. He also advised Hyun-sung to go back to practicing judo. Moo-hyuk thought about how Myung-soo had high grades for a high school student, but in the end he chose a vocational school to follow his passion. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung was a promising judo fighter, but he chose that school with no sports team just so he would not be separated from his friends. However, Moo-hyuk's friends did not seem excited about the ideas. One of them was thinking about working in factories while he was young, and the other was considering taking over his father's business. Noticing their hesitation, Moo-hyuk walked up to them and said seriously that in the near future, he would need to do important things in Seoul. Being realistic, he explained that it would be very difficult to do everything alone, and that he really hoped for their help. With that, his friends made up their minds and agreed they would work hard to go to Seoul together. Moo-hyuk then thought that his revenge was not guaranteed just by knowing the future. He concluded that he needed partners who would not betray him, and these comrades he could trust were his friends. As time went by, the protagonist stayed focused on his studies and easily took first place in the final exams. Myung-soo's grades were not the best, but he also started to improve, while Hyun-sung went back to practicing judo, and so all the pieces were falling into place. After a while, on a cold, snowy day, the protagonist was standing in front of the impenetrable fortress of the Cheon family. Along with Hanam-dong, Pyeongdo-cheong was one of the richest areas in the country, and that was where the Cheon family's base was located. The property was considered the most valuable for its ability to generate cash. During the regime when the Third Republic took power through a military coup, and also during the Fourth Republic, which took power with another coup, the great moneylender's fortress protected his wealth from all these threats. At that moment, the protagonist was having dinner with his grandfather inside the residence. He reflected that this scene did not happen in his past life, because he only met Cheon Taesan long after being accepted into into Korea University. This meant that his grandfather's opinion of him had changed. In that cold and mysterious room, their silence spoke louder than any words, until the grandfather commented that he heard his grandson had managed to get first place in the school rankings twice. The old man argued that, given the level of Moo-hyuk's school, it was not a big deal, but it seemed he was not just bragging last time. The moneylender was surprised and pleased with his grandson's intelligence. Because of this, he said that since he was keeping his promises, he wanted to give him a gift and asked what he would like. However, Moo-hyuk replied that, as he had mentioned before, he would only say what he wanted when he got into Korea University. The grandfather insisted, saying he knew about the promise, but he still wanted to know what his grandson wanted right then. Moo-hyuk noticed his grandfather was trying to be kind, so he figured he should ask for an allowance. Boldly, the protagonist asked his grandfather for some shares in his company. The old man was surprised by the request and asked if his grandson understood anything about the stock market. Moo-hyuk replied that he did not know much, so he asked for help, asking which companies would be good options for him to buy shares in. Moo-hyuk assumed that if he asked for shares instead of money, his grandfather would find it a cute request from his grandson. With that, the old man smiled and asked the director what their stake was in the Daeun Corporation, which was revealed to be 4%. To everyone's surprise, the grandfather ordered the entire percentage to be given to Moo-hyuk and asked them to ensure the taxes were paid correctly, as it was a gift. Moo-hyuk was shocked to learn he would receive shares in Daeun, which at the time was the company with the largest conglomerate, ranking first among the major corporations. However, the company had split up after the founder's death due to conflicts between the heirs, and its shares were more than just money. It was extremely difficult to get Daeun shares, even for those with resources. Moo-hyuk thanked his grandfather immensely, as he had honestly expected to receive only some allowance and was not counting on such a big gift. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the loan shark's sons arrived at the residence. People with a strong presence entered the place, among them Cheon Suman and Cheon Suhan. Cheon Suman asked if Moo-hyuk was Misuk's son. Now, Moo-hyuk was face to face with the people he had been looking for, the scoundrels who had ordered his death. The grandfather told his grandson to greet his uncles, but Moo-hyuk, knowing they were suspects, decided not to draw attention to himself. He introduced himself in a formal and friendly way, and his uncles commented that they heard he grew up with great difficulty, being raised only by his grandmother. Then, Suman came closer and said that if Moo-hyuk needed anything, he just had to ask, because they were still family. The conversation then changed topics, and one of the sons asked a girl if her mother-in-law was doing well in business, because he had heard the Samsung group was in a tough spot. The girl replied that everything was fine, and the media was just making up stories. She assured them her father-in-law would not let the company run into trouble. The grandfather agreed, saying that man was relentless and never shed tears or blood. He added that his daughter should make it clear that her father-in-law could always count on him, because through marriage, they were also family. Soon after, the old man questioned his other son about Mr. Kim, and the son replied that his father-in-law was doing well, actively participating in politics without any problems. Once again, the grandfather said that if they had difficulties, they could come to him to avoid losses, as he did not want to get involved in trouble over illegal deals. After all this conversation, the head of the family asked if any of his sons had sent money to President Lee Hak-soo. He argued that this was not the way to use money, because the person asking should come to him and beg before receiving anything. One of the sons got nervous and asked his father if he did not know who President Lee Hak-soo was, fearing he would break his promise. Another son was also terrified, saying that if his father did that, the Cheon-pung would not stand by. A great tension filled the air with all that talk. The old man became furious, and the weather outside grew even darker. Moo-hyuk was now inside his mother's old room, and as he looked through the shelves, he noticed the place was exactly the same as in his past life. When he picked up one of the books and started flipping through it, he came across a photograph of his grandfather with his mother. He thought about how that was the only picture of her he managed to find in his previous life, because his grandfather had not left any others behind. It was as if the old man wanted the whole world to forget about Moo-hyuk's mother. Suddenly, while he was still looking at the items, the bedroom door opened. He was surprised by Cheon Jiwon, who asked if he was Mizuki's son. Moo-hyuk immediately became suspicious of the man, as he suspected the bastard had ordered his death in his previous life, since he saw him as a stone in his path to the inheritance. Jiwon commented that he knew Moo-hyuk came from Busan, and asked what it was like coming all the way to Seoul, saying it must be hard to adjust to everything. Moo-hyuk simply asked who the man was. In response, Jiwon questioned why he was being so direct, since he was older, and asked if people from Busan did not know what manners were. Moo-hyuk just thought that the man was extremely childish, and was still the same as in his his last life, which was terrible luck. Already fed up, he silently put the book back on the shelf and approached Jiwon with hostility, saying it did not matter if he was older, because he was speaking informally at their first meeting and still demanded respect. The young man was shocked by the way Muhyuk spoke to him. Muhyuk knew he did not expect that kind of reaction, as it seemed to be the first time anyone had shown any hostility toward him. After all, his father was the eldest son of the Loan Shark King, and his mother was the eldest daughter of the Samsung Group's chairman, so no one would dare treat him with disrespect. With that in mind, Jiwon wondered why this nobody was so arrogant and told Muhyuk that this place was not for people like him. Then, the man boldly asked how much Muhyuk wanted to get out of there, offering 100 million and saying he could live very well with that. Muhyuk remembered that this fool had said the same thing in the past, but back then he could not say anything and acted like an idiot. Now, however, he replied with irony that his brother was very generous for giving him crumbs. Jiwon's confused reaction made Muhyuk explain that with that amount, they could barely eat sashimi at a mediocre shop. Annoyed, Jiwon rudely said that he now understood why Muhyuk had no parents, and that by looking at him, you could tell the state of the grandmother who raised him. Furious, Muhyuk punched the door, right in the direction where the young man was standing, and asked if he wanted to get beaten up by a country bumpkin who never learned anything because he had no parents. Scared, the jerk asked if Muhyuk thought he would get away with doing that to the eldest son of the Cheon family. He threatened to tell their grandfather everything, but was cut off by Muhyuk, who told him to stop. Muhyuk then revealed that he knew Jiwon, the grandson of the Samsung Group, loved drugs and was involved in smuggling, something that could make the news. Completely confused, the young man asked what he was trying to say. Muhyuk continued, commenting that he would also tell them about the other children in the family, the same ones who threw a party at a hotel that ended with a girl in the hospital. Jiwon could not understand how he knew all of that. Muhyuk then said that, on top of everything, he was just a kid and was confident enough to go downstairs and tell their grandfather everything. He knew about all the incidents Jiwon had caused in his past life, and that the future ones would be even worse. Confidently, Muhyuk stated that if Jiwon wanted to be treated like an older brother, he should act like one. This sentence left him completely in shock. Ready to go to bed, Muhyuk told his brother he should leave, as he was tired and wanted to rest. Still nervous, Jiwon warned him to never talk about it with anyone else, because if he did, one of them would die. He asked if Muhyuk understood what he was saying. With a sense of superiority, Muhyuk asked if that was a request or a threat. Afraid, his brother replied that it was just a request. Tired of the conversation, Muhyuk said he understood and would keep his mouth shut, telling him to get out of his room quickly. Jiwon left in a hurry, slamming the door. Alone, Muhyuk wondered if Jiwon was the person who killed him in his past life, and could not believe he was defeated by someone like him. The night passed, and the next day, while walking through the house, he ran into his grandfather, who asked if he was leaving. Muhyuk confirmed, bowing and saying goodbye. With his head still bowed, he said he would come back to visit more often. The grandfather said goodbye without another word, and Muhyuk finally left the house. Once on the street, he received 100 million won from the director. The man explained it was a gift from the chairman, who thought that just the hewn shares were not enough. The director also revealed that the device's password was Muhyuk's mother's birthday. Muhyuk wondered if this man, always so meticulous with his things, was the same one he was seeing now, and asked the director to thank him. However, the man insisted that Muhyuk should call him himself, as he was sure his grandfather was waiting. Time passed quickly, and Muhyuk was now in his second year of high school, transferred to a new classroom. Meanwhile, his friend Myung-soo continued to study hard, and the other was dedicated to the judo club. All of them were doing their best to keep their promise to go to university in Seoul. One day, while he was in his classroom, Muhyuk sensed that someone was coming. Soon after, the teacher entered the room, introducing a transfer student who came from Seoul. The mysterious young man introduced himself as Hong Jin-pyo, and Muhyuk knew right away that this type of person was a beast. In a restaurant, the new student was eating and smoking with other students when he asked who the boss of the school was. The guys were confused and explained there was not a boss, but the closest thing to one was Muhyuk. Interested, the newcomer wanted to know more, and the students told him that Muhyuk was without a doubt the strongest in the second year. They remembered an incident from the beginning of the previous semester, when the upperclassmen went to call the most promising freshman for a talk. When they got to Muhyuk's desk, the upperclassmen found him fast asleep, so he could not hear anything they were saying. Boldly, one of them smacked Muhyuk on the head to wake him up. Even though he was still sleepy, he stood up and understood the situation right away. The protagonist gave the upperclassman a threatening look and threw him to the ground with all his strength. In the blink of an eye, he had already defeated all the others. After that, he simply went back to his chair, announced he was going back to sleep, and said that no one should wake him up. The students finished the story by saying that after that day, no upperclassman dared to touch him again. However, they mentioned that Muhyuk was now only focused on his studies. The newcomer did not accept accept this, thinking it was arrogant for the strongest guy to live just for studying, and he declared that he wanted to mess with him. The other students advised him not to start a fight for no reason, as Muhyuk was on a whole different level. Dismissively, the guy replied that fighting well does not always guarantee a win, and said that the others followed him not because he was a good fighter, but because his father was the chief prosecutor. Then, he asked what Muhyuk's father did, and the students told him that he had no parents and lived with his grandmother. Hearing this, the newcomer was surprised and became full of himself. Back at school, Muhyuk was talking with his friend Myung-soo about Hyun-sung, who had returned to the sports club determined to get into a physical education college. Soon after, Myung-soo asked if he had heard about the new student, Jin-pyo, the transfer from Seoul who was an annoying guy. Muhyuk remembered him, the chief prosecutor's son who used his father's influence to control the school as he pleased. His friend commented that with the upperclassmen away on a field trip, Jin-pyo was creating his own crew and turning the school into his personal playground. At that moment, they spotted Jin-pyo himself walking past them, and the two of them stared intently at each other. Seriously, Muhyuk told Myung-soo to never get involved with those guys. Myung-soo replied that he was worrying for nothing, but the protagonist insisted. Seeing his friend's concern, Muhyuk remembered the past when something bad had happened to Myung-soo, who had his leg badly injured during a fight and could not walk anymore. Furious at the memory, he thought that it was all that transfer student's fault. Back then, he had felt frustrated, but ignored the situation to focus on his studies, a regret he carried to this day. Now, however, he was determined to never again give up on the things that were precious to him. Later, in the classroom, Jin-pyo and his goons approached Myung-soo while he was studying. The newcomer asked if he was close to Muhyuk, saying he had heard that he was a good fighter. Myung-soo quickly replied that Muhyuk was only focused on his studies and had nothing to do with the situation. Surprised, Jin-pyo asked if Muhyuk did not care about him taking over the school, and Myung-soo confirmed that he could do whatever he wanted. But Jin-pyo just said that the protagonist really annoyed him, which made Myung-soo ask why he insisted on bothering someone who just wanted to study. Then, Jin-pyo spelled it out, saying he hated it when people thought some bastard was better than him. He used his goons as an example, saying they seemed more afraid of Muhyuk than of him. Myung-soo insisted that he leave the protagonist in peace, but one of the bullies did not like his tone and called him a loser. Before the goon could do anything, Jin-pyo stopped him and said that the point was that he always got what he wanted. Not understanding, Myung-soo asked if he was retarded, and immediately one of the bullies slammed his head against the desk with all his strength. Jin-pyo then said that was because of his closeness to Muhyuk, that he should not take it personally, and ordered them to let him go. While Muhyuk was studying, a classmate ran up to him and told him there was a big problem. He said that Myung-soo had been taken by Jin-pyo, who sent a message for Muhyuk to go to the band room. Without thinking twice, Muhyuk ran out to save his friend, thinking that no matter how hard he tried to avoid it, this was happening again. On the way, Muhyuk ran into his partner, Hyun-sung, who wanted to know what it meant that Myung-soo had been taken by Jin-pyo. Muhyuk tried to calm him down, assuring him that he would take care of everything, but Hyun-sung refused to stand by while some bastard took their friend. Muhyuk then thought that after a year of training, Myung-soo had become a promising talent in Busan, and getting involved in school violence could force him to give up on his dreams. Seriously? Muhyuk asked Hyun-sung to calm down, reminding him that he was an athlete and that trouble at school could hurt his college admission. Hyun-sung, however, shot back that he did not care about college at that moment, and that if something happened to Myung-soo, he would take care of the person responsible himself. Losing his patience, Muhyuk raised his voice, explaining that he had plans for the future and would need his friend's help, pleading with him to let him handle the situation. Then, Muhyuk got ready for the fight, grabbing a broom handle. He told Hyun-sung to focus on not letting anyone get past, not even a teacher. Surprised, his partner asked if he was really going to take care of everything by himself. Muhyuk replied that he had probably forgotten who he was, Kim Muhyuk. When he got to the room, Muhyuk came face to face with several students ready for a fight, with Jin-pyo in the center, surrounding Myung-soo. Seeing Muhyuk arrive, Jin-pyo commented that they were not kidding when they said Muhyuk would show up if they messed with his friend. He added that if Muhyuk had not come, he would have broken Myung-soo's ankle. Not believing the situation, Myung-soo asked what Muhyuk was doing there. Muhyuk then told Jin-pyo that if the problem was with him, he should have come after him directly instead of getting his friends involved. The bully started to laugh and said he did all this simply because he thought it was fun. Getting more and more angry, Muhyuk demanded that he let Myung-soo go immediately, promising that he would then play with Jin-pyo himself to make things more fun. Disgusted by Muhyuk's words, Jin-pyo ironically asked if they were shooting a movie about the loyalty of Busan boys. After that, Jin-pyo called for his goons to attack. but they seemed very hesitant. Losing his patience with their disobedience, he shouted, asking if they knew who his father was. Jinpyo threatened that if his father lifted a finger, he would make them all spend their entire lives in prison. With that threat, the order to attack Muhyuk was finally given. The first bully who came at Muhyuk got a blow to the windpipe that instantly staggered him. Next, 2 more delinquents attacked him, but he defended himself and took care of them easily, kicking one of them away. However, he was caught by surprise with a blow to his back, but he quickly fought back with the broom handle, hitting the attacker in the face. As the other students grew more and more scared, Jinpyo impatiently shouted for them to bring Muhyuk to him. The fight continued, with blood everywhere, and ended with Muhyuk defeating everyone there. With everyone defeated, Jinpyo went into a state of shock. Quickly, he grabbed a box cutter and pointed it at Myung-soo's neck, threatening to stick the blade in him if Muhyuk came any closer. Muhyuk, however, did not fall for the threat, and, with a very fast move, he landed a solid punch on Jinpyo's face, sending him flying. Even on the ground, Jinpyo did not let go of his arrogance and shouted that Muhyuk would not get away with this because his father was the chief prosecutor. He explained that his father had the power to make anyone rot in prison for the rest of their life. Muhyuk did not care and replied that a prosecutor was no good when his fists were closer than the law. Then, he started punching him repeatedly, saying it was for kidnapping Myung-soo and interrupting his precious study time. Finally, Muhyuk got ready to break Jinpyo's ankle as revenge for what he had threatened to do to his friend. The bully begged him not to do it, but Muhyuk was already out of his mind and kept his promise. Muhyuk was now locked up in a police station when his friend's uncle showed up looking for him. The man, who was a police officer, explained that Ryung-soo had told him Muhyuk got arrested while saving Myung-soo and confirmed that the boy was not hurt. However, he warned that they had a big problem because Muhyuk had fought the wrong person, a prosecutor's son. Because of this, even though he was a police officer, he could not do much. Faced with the situation, Muhyuk asked for just one favor, a quick phone call, and the officer agreed. Night had already fallen when a furious man walked into the police station, asking where Muhyuk was. When he found him, the man revealed he was the prosecutor and Jinpyo's father, and immediately asked if he was the one who had broken his son's leg. Without being intimidated, Muhyuk replied that it happened during a fight where he was alone against more than 10 people. Then he asked why he was the only one who got arrested, but the prosecutor was not satisfied with the explanation at all. Immediately, the prosecutor ordered them to take Muhyuk for interrogation, but the officers in the room refused, explaining that he was still a minor. Annoyed, the man insisted they take him anyway, stating that he would handle things himself. He seemed confident that he knew exactly how to deal with delinquents like Muhyuk. In a private room, the prosecutor commented that Muhyuk was famous that day. He revealed that the boy's teacher had told him everything, describing him as someone no different from a gang member who caused a lot of trouble. Hearing this, Muhyuk felt immense hatred for his teacher. He tried to explain himself, saying he did not mean to hurt anyone and was only defending himself, but the prosecutor, already furious, did not accept the answer. He asked once more why Muhyuk had done it, and the young man explained that he heard his classmate had been dragged away by Jinpyo and that the gang attacked him when he went to look for him, leaving him no choice but to fight back. Still not satisfied with the explanation, the prosecutor took off his belt, saying that it was not enough and that he was determined to teach Muhyuk a lesson. He ordered the 2 men with him to hold Muhyuk. With the young man held down, the prosecutor started to beat him, repeatedly asking why he had done it. Despite the assault, Muhyuk stood firm, insisting it was all in self-defense. The prosecutor commented that there was some fire inside that punk, and that with the next punch he would put that fire out. Then, he beat Muhyuk once more, without any mercy, while his men just watched the situation, distressed. After the beating, both of them were tired, and Muhyuk's face was in a horrible state. Even so, the prosecutor, still not content, asked again why he had done it. With difficulty speaking, Muhyuk repeated that it was in self-defense. The prosecutor insisted, saying that the more Muhyuk resisted, the worse it would be for him, and decided to ask one last time. He then accused Muhyuk of attacking his son with a weapon first, but the young man corrected him, stating that his son was the one carrying a knife. With even more fury, the prosecutor said that this reminded him of the old days and ordered them to tie Muhyuk up. His men hesitated for a moment, but ended up obeying under their boss's pressure. Soon after, Muhyuk was tied to a chair, with his hands stretched out on the table. The prosecutor prosecutor stated that the young man had dug his own grave and that he should not be ashamed of it. In an act of extreme cowardice, he prepared to stick a pin under Muhyuk's fingernail. The man seemed eager to do it, but before he could, Muhyuk started to laugh out loud, leaving the prosecutor in a state of shock. The prosecutor wondered why Muhyuk was laughing and assumed he had gone crazy with fear. However, Muhyuk said that Jinpyo and his father were very much alike, like father, like son. He completed the taunt by stating that they both liked to show off their stupid little tools. The prosecutor did not like Muhyuk's attitude at all and ordered his men to hold him again so he could attack him. To everyone's surprise, the door opened and a man appeared, looking for the prosecutor. Still angry, Jinpyo's father complained that the man was interrupting him. Right after, a second man, tall and with a serious expression, entered the room. He was identified as Yoon Chang-ho, the chief prosecutor of the Busan district. The abusive prosecutor was confused, wondering why Mr. Yoon was there. Without wasting any time, the chief prosecutor slapped the other man's face, calling him a bastard and asking what he was doing with a minor. He continued, saying that if the man wanted to die, he should do it alone, without causing problems that could affect other people's futures. Still confused, Jinpyo's father asked why the chief prosecutor was acting that way. The tall man with the chief prosecutor then asked if the other prosecutor knew who the arrested boy's grandfather was, stating that if he knew, he would not be doing this. Then, he revealed that the boy's grandfather was Chairman Cheon of Pyeongnong Changdong. Connecting the dots, the prosecutor realized it was Chairman Cheon Taesan. The chief prosecutor confirmed it, pointing at Muhyuk and saying that the student was the chairman's grandson. Anxiously, the cowardly prosecutor looked at Muhyuk's face, saw his mocking expression, and finally understood the gravity of the situation, becoming completely terrified. After all the confusion, Muhyuk found himself at his grandfather's house. The two of them were having a serious conversation. The grandfather asked how all of that had happened, and Muhyuk explained that he asked for his help because the prosecutor was conducting an unfair investigation and abusing his power. His grandfather seriously asked if Muhyuk could have avoided the situation. Muhyuk then exclaimed that he couldn't let it slide because they involved people close to him. That's why he crushed them so they wouldn't bother him again. He finished by saying that he didn't want the people around him to suffer because of him. His desire was to protect all his friends and family, and that was his way of living his life. His grandfather just watched him, thinking to himself without saying a word. Muhyuk continued, saying that he was already in great debt to him, but he would do anything to protect the people close to him. Still scowling, the grandfather asked what Muhyuk would have done if he hadn't helped him, stating that his grandson's life could have ended right there. Muhyuk replied that in that case, their relationship couldn't go any further. The statement surprised his grandfather, but Muhyuk continued with a stern face. He said that if his grandfather hadn't helped him when he could, he would no longer see a place for himself in the family. With that last sentence, the old man started bursting out laughing. Right after, he said that Muhyuk was right, saying that a man should never back down and should use every method he could. Muhyuk reflected that although he was being serious, he had learned that this was his grandfather's philosophy of life in his past life. The grandfather then taught his grandson that in cases you can't avoid, he must crush everyone so they don't come back, because a half victory would only give them excuses to attack him again. He finished by saying that if Muhyuk wanted to make someone his ally, he should embrace them fully and free them from any difficulty. After that, the grandfather called Director Ha and asked how things were in Busan. Director Ha reported that Prosecutor Hong was under an internal investigation for his involvement with torture and manipulation, while Prosecutor Yoon was waiting for the grandfather's decision. Next, the grandfather wanted to know about the situation at school. The director revealed that the prosecutor's son was expelled and that all the students involved had left. He added that Muhyuk's abusive teacher had also been expelled. With all these reports, the grandfather asked if his grandson was satisfied, but Muhyuk said he had one more favor to ask. He revealed that he wanted to personally take care of Prosecutor Yoon's case, which left his grandfather confused. Later, Director Ha and Prosecutor Yoon met at a restaurant. Inside, Director Ha asked what the prosecutor planned to do about Prosecutor Hong. Still frightened, Yoon replied that Hong was being investigated and would be punished to serve as an example. The director then stressed that young Master Muhyuk's name should never come up during the process. After that, he said someone else was interested in talking to the prosecutor. He opened the door to the room and revealed Muhyuk's presence. The two of them sat in silence, facing each other, until the prosecutor started to apologize for what happened. He stated that it was all his fault and that it would never happen again. Without showing much reaction, Muhyuk asked him to speak casually and said he understood the prosecutor's limitations. Yoon was still afraid that Muhyuk's grandfather held a grudge, but Muhyuk revealed that he himself had asked for the meeting. He knew the prosecutor was in a difficult situation because of him, and for that, he apologized. The prosecutor became flustered, saying that Muhyuk didn't need to apologize. He said everything was his fault from the beginning for not dealing with his subordinates. coordinates correctly. Moo-hyuk then said he would pass on the prosecutor's apology to his grandfather. Wanting to change the subject, Moo-hyuk asked if the prosecutor could guarantee him a favor for another day, with no strings attached. He explained it wasn't something to harm him, but rather something that only the prosecutor, in his position, could do. Still nervous, Prosecutor Yoon agreed to the idea and said he would be happy to help. With that, Moo-hyuk stated he would take his apology to his grandfather and told the prosecutor not to take responsibility for the case anymore. Now calmer, the prosecutor thanked him, saying he felt lighter. Moo-hyuk commented that he hoped to meet him under better circumstances and that he had heard about his promotion to Seoul. Then, as he was getting up, Moo-hyuk said he needed to go to class because he had missed many days. The prosecutor, who had forgotten that Moo-hyuk was just a student, said he hoped to meet him in the future. Finally, Moo-hyuk left the room, and the prosecutor reflected on how skilled he was at dealing with people, even though he was just a high school student. After everything that happened, Moo-hyuk's student life went on without any problems. He kept studying as usual, and his friends also worked hard to secure a better future. Time passed, marked by news of war, the holding of the Olympics, and the election for a new political office. Finally, the university entrance exam arrived, and Moo-hyuk successfully took the academic proficiency test. At the mansion, Director Ha went to report something to Moo-hyuk's grandfather. He said he had checked his grandson's admission report through a university professor, which sparked the grandfather's curiosity. As soon as he took the report, he was surprised by what he saw. The scene changes to a large crowd of reporters around Moo-hyuk, announcing that he passed the admission test in first place with a perfect score. They asked how he achieved the feat of 340 points, a new record in the region. The reporters asked what his secret technique was, and if he had private lessons, but Moo-hyuk revealed that he never had tutors and only studied with books. One of the people there asked him to give a few words of encouragement to the next students who would take the exam. Formally, Moo-hyuk replied that studying was the easiest thing in the world. Back at the mansion, his grandfather was incredibly happy with the result. One night, the boys were celebrating their achievements and friendship at a nightclub. The main character, Moo-hyuk, was bothered by the shouting of his friend, who argued that they deserved some fun after studying for 3 years. Myung-sun, the son of the owner, promised he would take care of the drinks and the table reservation. Moo-hyuk, remembering his past life where he drank the best whiskeys, decided to join them. It had been a long time since he had a drink, and he was looking forward to it, but upon tasting the drink, he realized the whiskey was fake. Meanwhile, Myung-sun was already drunk, commenting on the burning sensation in his body and wondering how that stuff did not kill them. Moo-hyuk just said it was not bad, and that it tasted like water, thinking that he should act normal because they were at the establishment of his friend father. Suddenly, a young man approached and introduced a very beautiful woman to Myung-sun, saying she was the most beautiful of their clients and asking them to take good care of her. Soon, Moo-hyuk's friends were already blushing while the women sat with them to chat. One of the girls asked Moo-hyuk how old he was, stating that she was 21. Myung-sun, excited, answered that they were 20 years old and had been accepted into college a few days ago. When the girl asked which university, Moo-hyuk interrupted him, saying they were going to a small college in Seoul. At that moment, a group of men arrived at the table asking what they were doing there. One of them wondered why the women had not returned from the restroom and found them leaving with the younger boys. The woman complained that the place was horrible and said the man should have realized she did not like his fat pig face. The man was furious, and Moo-hyuk, realizing that trouble was coming, decided it would be best to leave quickly. He stood up, apologized, and said they were already leaving. However, when he looked at his friend Myung-soo for him to stand up too, he noticed that something was wrong. Suddenly, the boy lost it and started screaming that he did not care about anything anymore, which angered the group of men even more. Moo-hyuk was worried about his drunk friend, who did not see a problem with his actions since they were just there to drink. Myung-soo even said he would ruin his father's business, but Moo-hyuk insisted that it was enough and they needed to leave. While the boys were trying to leave, a glass was thrown on the floor. The fat man who threw it asked where they thought they were going. An employee tried to calm him down, explaining that the young men were the son and friends of the owner of the place celebrating their graduation. Without listening, the man threw the employee on the floor, calling him a bastard, and started kicking him while the other customers ran away. The men accompanying him tried to stop him, reminding him that they had taken control of Napadong and that they dealt with things with that young man who supplied whiskey to them. At that moment, Moo-hyuk understood who was selling the fake drink. The father of Myung-soo, the owner of the place, arrived and apologized, saying that his son was immature and that he would take care of everything. He ordered the boys to leave and told his son to wait for him at home. While Moo-hyuk walked with his head down, guiding his friends to the exit, the fat man kept yelling, but the owner said to leave them out of it and solve the problem between them. Suddenly, the group heard the sound of a very loud slap. The obese man, now identified as Mr. Byung, asked if Mr. Lee was mocking him, stating that the roles had been reversed. Then he started kicking the bar owner, saying that he should have treated him better before. Enraged to see his father being beaten, Myung-soo went after the attacker but was easily pinned and thrown to the ground. The man grabbed the boy by the hair, saying he would teach him a lesson about messing with people he does not know. On his knees, the owner of the place begged for Mr. Byung to stop and let his son go. With irony, the man said that the father love touched him, so he let go of Myung-soo and turned to slap the owner. However, his arm was stopped in midair. Moo-hyuk finally intervened, saying that it was enough and that he was going too far. The big guy did not understand how his arm had been immobilized. Moo-hyuk stated that no matter how angry he was, he should never hit a father in front of his son. Frustrated, the man wondered if kids today were not afraid anymore and tried to punch Moo-hyuk, who dodged with ease. The attacker friends got ready to strike, but suddenly one of them went flying. Before the fat man could understand what was happening, he took a big slap to the face that knocked him to the ground. Stunned, Moo-hyuk looked up and saw a mysterious figure waving at him. To his surprise, it was Park Dong-soo, the pickpocket he had met at the hospital, who asked if he had had fun while he was away. Facing the punk, Park wondered how that idiot had not been captured yet, concluding that he must be such a sneaky crook that not even the police could find him. In response, the fat man declared that this was his territory now. Dong-soo approached him and shot back that Nampo Dong did not belong to him before, and antagonizing his opponent, he stated that he was here now. Seriously, he told the man to get lost before he smashed his face in, which made him break out in a cold sweat. Soon after, he turned to greet Moo-hyuk, asking how he had been and saying it was good to see him again. Happy with his friend's presence, Park invited him for a glass of soju. Alone in a room, Dong-soo mentioned that he saw the news about Moo-hyuk ranking first in the country, admitting he did not expect that from him. Moo-hyuk then asked when he had come back, and Park replied that it had been a while, but he was keeping a low profile to get his old territories back. The protagonist wanted to know if he managed the area, and Park confirmed that all those areas belonged to them, although he did not face big fights to retake them, since his last gang was wiped out. Then, Park added that if Moo-hyuk had not warned him, he would have spent long years in prison, and he thanked him for that. Suddenly, he asked what the protagonist wanted from him now, explaining that Moo-hyuk saved his life and he needed to pay back this debt, as he could not live with being in debt. Moo-hyuk gave a gentle smile, showing he understood the situation, and asked how long Dong-soo thought it would take to take control of the entire Busan area. Dong-soo was confused, questioning why Moo-hyuk was worrying about someone else's business when he had asked what he wanted in return. However, the protagonist replied seriously that this was exactly what he wanted. Park calculated that it would take around half a year or a year at most, since with everyone in prison, only small-time people were left. Moo-hyuk then instructed him to take control of Busan as quickly as possible, making sure to bribe the police and prosecutors to handle things carefully. He also warned him not to get involved with drugs, because there would soon be an unprecedented crackdown, and it would be hard to escape even with his connections. With that, the protagonist told him to get ready for the transition from the shadows into the daylight. Dong-soo laughed at that last phrase, finding it ironic, and argued that people like them could never appear in the light, because they would always find someone like him coming out of the shadows to start a new war. Moo-hyuk replied that this was unfortunate, and asked what the point of being a gangster was if he was going to obey all the laws. Park then mentioned that Seo's gangs had already started the process of becoming a corporation, and that Busan needed to hurry up, or else the Seoul gangs would take over. Following this line of thought, Moo-hyuk instructed him to hire competent lawyers, start his own corporation, and after taking control of Busan, move on to Seoul. Dong-soo was stunned to hear the mention of Seo, and argued excitedly that it was not that easy, as that place was a battlefield where people from all over the country went to fight. Calmly, the protagonist told him not to worry, because he would help him and that he should trust him, as he would make the preparations. Now calmer, Dong-soo admitted that it sounded ridiculous, but he still felt very convinced by the speech. More excited, the gangster agreed that the idea did not sound bad and that he would try to take control of Seoul. To seal the deal, they served themselves once more, filling their glasses with expensive whiskey. At that moment, Moo-hyuk said there was one condition for all of this to happen. He revealed that, during the entire process, his name and identity should never be revealed, and his connection with Park Dong-soo could not be discovered under any circumstances. Soon after, he drank some of his whiskey and reflected that no one could know who he was, not until he fought against the Cheon family inside his grandfather's mansion. Meanwhile, at the president's house, the old man was reading an article in the newspaper about the Protagonist, which said that studying was the easiest thing, and he burst out laughing, happy for his grandson. The director by his side asked if he was happy, and the old man confirmed, because not only had a family member entered Korea University, but he was also among the top ranked in the country. The moneylender commented that he felt refreshed after talking to the old man from the Samsung group that morning, as he knew they used to look down on his family, thinking they were nothing but ignorant people with money who always bragged about their children. The director agreed, stating that these same people who criticized them also came to borrow money from the president. The old man confirmed that this was right because they looked down on him behind his back, but when they needed something, they came begging for hours. He said that he did not finish elementary school because he needed to work, and that his children were not good students either, and without his money, they would not have even made it to college. The director then mentioned Jisoo, the president's second daughter, who managed to get into Korea University last year, which made the president give her 1% of Samsung Electronics shares as a gift. The grandfather agreed, saying that Jisoo was a smart child, and finished by saying that he really liked Muhyuk and wondered how great he would be if he were not his grandson, but a direct descendant with the Cheon surname. Next, the old man asked what the news said about the new president-elect. The director replied that he was focused on selecting the committee members and that the president had already secured a piece of 2 positions, although he did not fully understand. The director explained that since it is a civilian government, asking for too much would be strange, but the old man understood and told him not to continue. The president then asked which positions the director thought were better, and he replied that putting someone in the position of head of economic and political affairs would be good. The moneylender asked him to explain more about the political affairs, and the director detailed that this position would manipulate the police and the prosecution, which would be very useful. Given this, the president decided they would do it, as they would go straight to the Blue House, and the director agreed. Changing the subject, the old man asked what Suhan and Suman had been up to these days. The director revealed that the second boss was preparing a new venture, but there was a problem. The new business was connected to gangsters. Upon hearing this, the old man freaked out because he hated gangsters. Terrified, he asked if most of the gangs had not been arrested in the war on crime, but the man in black explained that it was a gang that was growing in secret. The old man recognized the gang's name, the Blue Wind Society, and questioned what the hell they were doing getting involved with them. The director explained that they were involved in the slot machine business. The great moneylender became furious, asking if gambling was the best they could come up with. The director revealed that Congressman Kim had been bribed and that his father-in-law was leading the licensing process, getting a lot of funds from it. Still disgusted, the moneylender complained that he must be running errands for his damn in-laws, even after being warned not to get involved with that society. Seriously, the director asked how they should handle the situation, but the old man said that for now, it would be good to just keep an eye on them so they did not cause trouble. Finally, the white-haired man reflected that he should have never borrowed power from the Blue Wind Society in his youth. He was clearly scared by this fact, but also relieved, thinking that all of this was the fruit of his own karma, and assuring himself that before he died, he would break this chain of bad fate. The weather was pleasant at the loan shark's mansion, with the sun shining in the sky. At the entrance, a young man with good posture was calling for his grandfather. It was Muhyuk, who was back. His grandfather welcomed him with a smile, saying it was good to have him back and that he had been waiting for him. A little later, the two of them sat down in the main room, where the old man asked if Muhyuk had already found a place to live in Seoul. The loan shark offered to get him an apartment near the university and hire a maid so his grandson could focus only on his studies. However, Muhyuk replied that if it was not a bother, he would like to stay at his grandfather's house. He explained that ever since the first time he visited the place, he had always wanted to live there. He also argued that he would feel closer to his mother, who also lived there when she was young, and that he would like to see his grandfather more often. The old man was very happy to hear that, commenting that his grandson was good at saying things that pleased him and allowing him to do as he wished. In his past life, Muhyuk only went to that house when he was called and never took part in the meetings, always being treated like a stranger. But now, the situation was different. He had been accepted into the law school of the best university, becoming a source of pride for his grandfather, and naturally, being treated differently. While drinking his tea, the old man, curious, remembered that Muhyuk had kept his promise from 3 years ago to get into the law school at Korea University. Because of that, he wanted to know what his grandson would like to get as a gift. With a confident smile, knowing he had his grandfather in his hands, Muhyuk commented that he must be very curious, since he had called him right after graduation. The old man agreed, saying that his grandson's achievements were not something you could get just by wanting it, and that it was impossible not to be curious. Faced with this, the protagonist finally revealed his wish. He wanted to learn more about his grandfather's work. The revelation left the old man and the director completely stunned and speechless. Still in disbelief, the grandfather asked if that was really what he wanted, to learn how he worked, and Moo-hyuk confirmed that it was. The white-haired man then asked if his grandson was saying that knowing the kind of work he did, explaining that private loans were not just about lending and collecting money. Confidently, Moo-hyuk replied that he did not know much about the subject, but he was sure that his grandfather's work was not something ordinary, and that was exactly why he wanted to learn more. While the old man remained confused and thoughtful, Moo-hyuk thought about what he needed to take his grandfather's fortune and get revenge on the rest of the family. He considered asking for money, people, or property, but he realized that with his knowledge of the future, making money would not be a problem. The real challenge was that if he built up wealth that way, he would end up being exposed and his uncles would try to control him. At that moment, he still did not have the strength or power to protect himself, and the funds needed for the fight were hidden by his uncles. Therefore, his plan was to pretend to be interested, learn the business from his grandfather to win his trust, and then manipulate him as he wished. The great loan shark wanted to confirm one more time if his grandson really wanted to learn about his business. He asked if Moo-hyuk considered that a fair reward for a 3-year bet, since he could ask for something much bigger. In response, the protagonist argued that learning how to fish instead of being given the fish would be better for him. The old man lowered his head, thinking seriously for a moment, and then asked the director what he thought. The man in black said that it was too early, and that they should wait for Moo-hyuk to graduate from university. Impatiently, Moo-hyuk stepped in, saying that he did not have a great attachment to academic life, and that he would like to start right away. In a serious tone, the grandfather reminded him that Moo-hyuk was going to Korea University, and asked if he did not plan to become a judge or a lawyer. Moo-hyuk then revealed that getting into the university was just a way to prove his ability to his grandfather. His real wish, he said, was to become someone with great power, just like him. Hearing this made the great loan shark thoughtful. Still serious, Moo-hyuk added that if his grandfather wanted him to become a lawyer, he would follow that path, as he was ready to take the bar exam whenever he needed to. The grandfather commented that his grandson made it sound like passing the exam would be very easy. Seeing this, Director Ha thought that the young man was truly unpredictable and wondered if his ability was much greater than he had imagined. Finally, the great loan shark made up his mind and told the protagonist to go ahead and try, ordering the director to teach Moo-hyuk his business. Sometime later, inside a closed room, the director and the protagonist were sitting at a table. The director began by explaining that the chairman was involved in a private loan business, or loan sharking, but that they operated within the law. Because of this, he told Moo-hyuk to study the legislation completely, as they needed foolproof collateral. This collateral could be real estate, various types of bonds, and even stocks, but only those that could affect the control of the company. He revealed that the chairman dealt personally with large conglomerates, helping with funds that banks could not handle and moving tens of billions per day. Moo-hyuk thought that, at that time, the big banks had not yet developed, and Myeongdong and his grandfather were practically the center of the financial business. The director instructed Moo-hyuk to learn the negotiation process with the conglomerates, and to do that, he had to read several books on the subject. A huge pile of books and documents was placed in front of the protagonist, who was a little startled. The man in the suit explained that those were the books, contracts, and legal materials about the collateral they currently had. Moo-hyuk's task was to read everything in 3 days and then send a summary. The protagonist felt a little awkward, since he already knew all of that, but he needed to pretend he was learning. A week later, at the mansion, the old man asked the director what he thought of the protagonist after the training. The director revealed that Moo-hyuk was able to see the flow of money and find hidden patterns in the documents, skills that would normally require a lot of experience, but that the young man developed as if he already knew everything. The old man tried not to show any reaction, but he was convinced of his grandson's great talent. The director continued, saying that they met with corporate representatives and Moo-hyuk was not intimidated at all, acting naturally and without needing any help. These words were like honey to the old man's ears. Given this, the director concluded that the protagonist could learn all the tasks he could teach in just a few days. Suddenly, the great loan shark asked if he could put Moo-hyuk in charge of the Myeongdong operations. The director was startled, asking if it was not a bit too early, and if the Myeongdong bosses would recognize him. Confidently, the grandfather argued that he had entrusted his business to his grandson and did not need their recognition. The director countered, recalling that even Chairman Cheon Suman and Suhan had a hard time dealing with those people, and he doubted the young master would be able to. The chairman then stated that they would have to face them eventually, so it would be better to do it sooner rather than later, and he asked the director to collect all the Myeongdong bank books. The old man was very eager to see what his grandson was capable of. Meanwhile, in a luxurious corporate building, one of his other sons received a call informing him that the protagonist was going to Myeongdong. He hung up the phone in silence with a doubtful expression and began to look thoughtfully at the city from the top of his building, thinking about his father's true intentions with that young man. In the city of Seoul, with traffic flowing and the sun shining pleasantly, the protagonist and the director were driving in a car. Moo-hyuk asked what kind of business his grandfather had in Myeongdong, and the director explained that the country's 5 main banks were concentrated in that area. Because of this, a large loan market had formed there, led by the chairman of the biggest conglomerates, while Cheong-Su-man and Suhan handled smaller areas. The director continued, mentioning that besides those two, there were 4 individuals known as the 4 bosses of Myeongdong. These men were the biggest private loan sharks in the region, moving tens and even hundreds of millions daily. The chairman trusted them with his money as an investor, and Moo-hyuk's task was to check if the funds were being managed properly. In a more serious tone, Mr. Ha warned that those men had been in the business for a long time and would not be easy to deal with. Even so, the protagonist answered confidently, saying it was no problem, since he would have to face them one day, and it was better to do it soon to learn. The answer surprised the director, who remained silent. At that time, the loan industry was full of cruel people that even gangsters feared, and the 4 bosses of Myeongdong were perfect examples of this. They had held their positions for decades and earned the trust of the great loan shark Cheong, which made them formidable individuals. However, the protagonist had also grown up in that environment in his past life and died because of it. When they arrived at their destination, the two were greeted by one of the 4 bosses, who welcomed them in a friendly way. The man said he was looking forward to their visit and asked if the chairman was well, to which the director replied that he was. Then, the director introduced Moo-hyuk as the chairman's grandson. The young man nodded and introduced himself, and the boss extended his hand, introducing himself as Kim Ho-shik. He commented that he knew Moo-hyuk had gotten into Korea University, mentioning that he had also graduated from there. Keeping up appearances, the protagonist said he was looking forward to working with him, and then immediately sat down and asked to see the ledger. Surprised by his haste, Kim Ho-shik asked if he was going to start already, and suggested they have some tea first. Unfazed, Moo-hyuk refused, saying he was not used to that, and since it might take a while, he preferred to start with the ledger right away. The man then handed over the book, and the protagonist began to read it carefully without rushing. While he analyzed it, the boss offered him coffee and commented confidently that there would be no mistakes, as he had a degree in business administration. Moo-hyuk, however, was a little shaken when he realized that, although the book was impeccably organized, something seemed wrong, because the Kim Ho-shik he knew from his past life was not meticulous at all. With that in mind, Moo-hyuk praised the book's organization and asked to see the bank statements. Kim Ho-shik gave a discreet signal to one of his subordinates, who brought the documents. After analyzing the statements, the protagonist confirmed that 12 of them were correct. The boss commented that those were the most important ones and that they could not lose any of them. It was then that Moo-hyuk thanked Kim Ho-shik for his effort and announced that he would take all the books with him, which made the man furious. The protagonist explained that the chairman had instructed him to retrieve all the bank books he managed. Kim Ho-shik, who was now sweating coldly, could not believe it and questioned if it was really an order from the chairman, saying that Moo-hyuk could not just take them like that. In a serious tone, Moo-hyuk replied that he had no reason to lie, and that if he had any doubts, he could call Pyeongchang-dong right then. Then, he asked if there was any reason the books could not be retrieved, and if there was, he should say so now. Awkwardly, Ho-shik replied that there was no problem. He was just surprised by the sudden request. Taking the opportunity, Moo-hyuk said he needed to talk to him in private. Hearing the request, Kim Ho-shik's men approached with stern faces, trying to intimidate the protagonist. Immediately, Director Ha shouted, telling them to obey the order and get out of the room. The men hesitated, looking worried, while Moo-hyuk and the director watched the scene. Suddenly, Kim Ho-shik stood up and slapped one of his men, scolding them for their attitude in front of the young master, and furiously ordering them to get lost. With everyone outside, the boss apologized for his ignorant men, and, lighting a cigarette, asked why Moo-hyuk was so serious about a private conversation. Ignoring the question, Moo-hyuk stood up with an intimidating look, and said that since Kim Ho-shik was a servant, he should act like one. He continued, saying the man did not know how to read the room and was so stupid he could not tell things apart. Stunned, Kim Ho-shik stood up furiously, shouting that the protagonist was a little bastard who was a nobody. But Moo-hyuk raised his voice even louder, shouting for him to sit down. Outside, the men heard the shouting and became anxious. Moments earlier in the car, Moo-hyuk had asked Director Ha that no matter what he heard when they were alone, he should not enter the room. The director had expressed his concern, but Moo-hyuk replied that if he could not handle someone like Kim Ho-shik, he would never be able to face the chairman of the big corporations in the future. Because of this, the director was following the order and just listening from outside. hide. Back in the room, Muhyuk told Hoshik to stop acting tough, stating that he already knew he cooked the books to make a living. To a certain extent, he could overlook it. The man's expression was one of complete despair, but the protagonist continued furiously, saying that what he could not do was mess with the chairman's secret account. Outraged, Muhyuk questioned why that cretin had not brought the secret account's book. Sweating coldly, the boss wondered how he knew about that account, which was a secret only between him and the chairman. At that moment, the protagonist was sure he had cornered Kim Hoshik. Kim Hoshik was still anxious in front of the protagonist, who demanded his grandfather's secret account books. Muhyuk was sure that Hoshik was managing those books and did not back down from his request. Each of the 4 main bosses in Myeongdong was given an account book with 1 trillion won, all of them under names that did not even exist, totaling 4 trillion won. The protagonist found this out while looking for the hidden money after his grandfather passed away. However, when the real name law was put in place, the 4 trillion won had already disappeared, and Kim Hoshik was happily using that money to pay his bills. Muhyuk then asked the boss why he was so shocked, assuming he thought the matter would not come up. Completely distressed, Hoshik thought that only he and the chairman knew about that account book, and wondered if the chairman had told the protagonist. Losing his patience, Muhyuk hurried the man to bring what he asked for right away. Under pressure, the boss asked for a little time, stumbling over his words, but Muhyuk stayed serious and said this was not something that needed time. Confident, the protagonist sat down in his chair and gave an ultimatum. If Hoshik did not bring the account books in 10 minutes, he would have no choice but to report everything to the chairman. Still in shock, Kim begged Muhyuk to wait at least 1 month, asking it as a favor. Hearing the word favor, Muhyuk thought for a moment and replied that this was not how you should ask for one. Kim Hoshik could no longer hide his desperate expression, so he got up from his chair and bowed before the protagonist, begging for more time. Having made up his mind, Muhyuk said he had 2 weeks to get everything ready and that not a single one should be missing. With a superior attitude, he asked if the boss understood. Hoshik, looking up at the protagonist from below, felt relieved. Before leaving, Muhyuk warned him to keep that day's business between them and to be careful so the other bosses would not find out about anything. He asked once more if he was understood, and with a trembling voice, Kim said yes. Adopting a friendlier tone, Muhyuk said he had no problem with the ledger or the bank statements and that he would come back in 2 weeks to get what was missing. Outside, he came face to face with 3 men waiting for him. They were the boss's servants and did not look happy about the situation. Seeing the scene, however, Director Ha shouted for them to make way. The men, who were trying to intimidate Muhyuk, trembled in fear at the shout, and so the 2 continued on their way out of the building. The 3 men quickly ran into the room to see how their boss was doing. There he was, filled with fear, wondering how that boy, who was supposed to be just a regular kid, was completely different from what they said. The next day, at the great moneylender's mansion, the old man asked how the meeting went. Director Ha reported that the protagonist received the ledger and all 12 bank statements with fake names, and that he would also receive reports every 2 weeks. The old man asked if there were any other problems between Muhyuk and Hoshik. The director replied that at first Kim treated the protagonist like a subordinate, but after their talk, the young master left the room very confidently. These reports made the great moneylender thoughtful. With that, he asked who was next, and Mr. Ha said they planned to visit No Ixion. The old man thanked the director for his work, told him to take a break, and he followed the order. Soon after, the chairman picked up his phone to make a call to Kim Hoshik. He started by asking how the meeting had been and how the protagonist was. Hoshik, however, stumbled over his words and took a moment to give his answer. This led the old man to ask again, questioning the reason for the silence. The report Kim gave was that, compared to Presidents Sumin and Suhan, the protagonist was very much like the old man himself. The great Cheon asked him to confirm if that was really what he thought. After that, the chairman asked what they talked about in private, and once again Kim Hoshik let silence take over. Already stressed, the old man said he did not like to ask twice and insisted on the matter. Finally, Kim revealed that Muhyuk mentioned the secret bank accounts that were entrusted to him. The chairman was startled, his eyes widening as he wondered how Muhyuk had found that out. After a long silence, the old man asked if there was anything else. Hoshik reported that he agreed to hand everything over in 2 weeks and asked if he should really do it. The chairman agreed, telling him to hand it over, but added that there was a catch. Hoshik, scared in his office, waited for the old man's response and got a lecture from the chairman for raising his voice at his grandson. The man said he was very sorry and promised it would never happen again. The great Cheon made it clear that he was just a servant who got rich and that this did not mean he could sit at the same table as the boss. Now calmer, the chairman told him not to forget who helped him get to that position. Sweating writing coldly. Hoshik replied that he would keep that in mind. After that, the chairman hung up the phone in silence. He thought about how the protagonist found out about the secret books he entrusted to the Myeongdong bosses. He also did not understand why he asked for them to be handed over. The old man thought that not even Suman and Suhan knew about the accounts. On top of that, he wondered how Muhyuk had convinced Hoshik to hand them over. Then he remembered Kim's words, saying that the protagonist was very much like him, and with this information, he became very pleased. Another night passed at the great moneylender's mansion, and Muhyuk was thinking about the situation. He knew Kim Hoshik's weakness, and wondered if the other Myeongdong bosses had also messed with the same bank book. His main concern was the 400 billion in the borrowed name account, which would disappear after the real name financial transaction system was implemented. Feeling restless, Muhyuk wanted to get his hands on that money without anyone finding out, as it would be a strong support for his fight against the Cheon brothers. However, he soon concluded that there was no way to get that cash before the real name system was announced. The next day, in one of the boss's offices, the current accounts and other documents were laid out on the table. After checking them, Muhyuk said everything was in order, and announced that he would be checking the accounts every 2 weeks, and also taking the bank books. With that, he asked the boss, No Insok, if he agreed, and the man agreed with the young master. Without wasting time, the protagonist asked if the man had any other bank books that belonged to the president. The boss tried to play dumb, but seeing Inseok's reaction, Muhyuk figured that Kim Hoshik had not told him anything. So Muhyuk asked again if the boss had a bank book that the president had secretly given him, explaining that the president himself had asked him to get it. Sweating nervously, the boss said that only he and the president knew about that, and he would need to confirm with him first. The protagonist tried to sweeten his words, saying that Inseok could trust him, and that the simple fact he knew about the bank book meant the president wanted it handed over. Judging by the reactions of the two bosses, Muhyuk thought that the money did not disappear when the new system was implemented, and wondered if they still had the amount. Reflecting that all the bosses had huge loan companies in Myeongdong thanks to his grandfather, and yet they betrayed him, Muhyuk asked the man if he needed more time. Still scared, the boss promised to hand it over in 2 weeks, but then quickly reduced the deadline to just 1 week. Hearing this, Muhyuk felt relieved and even sighed a little. Full of himself, he said he would wait for 1 week and would not report anything to his grandfather. He knew his grandfather had done a lot for those men, but messing with the bank book was going too far. In a mocking tone, Muhyuk reminded him that his grandfather was still very healthy and told the man to be careful, arguing that when a dog bites its owner, you cannot just let it go. Later that day, the protagonist went to see another boss named Shin Sungal. He was a wrestling champion whom his grandfather had supported since childhood, and for that reason, he was the most loyal boss to the old moneylender. Muhyuk read the bank records carefully, but he was still suspicious. After he finished checking the bank books and the ledgers completely, he asked Sungal to give him the president's secret bank book. To Muhyuk's surprise, the wrestler did not even blink and immediately went to get the records. He walked over to a portrait of the president, and by moving it, revealed a hidden safe in the wall. The big wrestler handed over the secret bank book gently and without any fuss, which made the protagonist think that he had not stolen any money, as expected, because there was a reason his grandfather trusted him so much. Outside the building, they said their goodbyes in front of the vehicle. The giant said he was looking forward to their next meetings and bowed to the young master. The protagonist replied that next time they would meet in a more comfortable place. With that, they sped off down the road. The last boss they had to find was Mr. Yu Jigang, who was the most experienced of the four. Unlike the others who learned from the protagonist's grandfather and became independent, he was a moneylender who competed with the great Cheon in the loan market during the 1970s. While they were on their way, Director Ha asked if Muhyuk knew Mr. Yu Jigang's nickname. The protagonist replied that of course he knew, as he was a man who single-handedly defeated the gangsters who tried to take over the Myeongdong loan market. He was known as the Hammer, Chairman Yu Jigang. Once inside his office, they found him completely focused on his tasks with a serious look. After noticing the two of them, Jigang asked them to wait just a minute and offered them a seat. Director Ha did not like this attitude, finding it disrespectful, and made a move to confront him, but the protagonist remained cool and stopped Director Ha before he could do anything. Muhyuk sat down to wait while the last boss did not look away from his paperwork. Time passed and the hours in that room dragged on. Finally, Jigang got up from his chair, which made the protagonist and the director anxious for what was to come. come. He walked over to the two of them, apologizing for making them wait so long. He explained that with the ledger he needed to report to the chairman, he had to get ahead and clean it up properly, and that is why it took some time. Mockingly, he asked if the young master was not upset. With few words, the protagonist just said he would take a look at the documents. Adopting an offensive tone, Jigang said that Director Ha must be working very hard lately. He continued, saying that changing diapers while taking care of the child was complicated, but the protagonist showed no reaction. Without letting up, the boss said that the chairman was being too hard on the director, as he was not really suited for the job, and it must be difficult for him. Being even bolder, Jigang said that if the director could not train the protagonist, he should send him over whenever he wanted, as he would train him from A to Z. Staying firm, the director just told Jigang to watch his words, because that was the chairman's grandson. But unshaken, this figure said he did not understand why he had to be careful with a child, as just calling him young master should be enough. Trying to offend them, he said that old-fashioned role-playing like that was more suitable for loyal people like the director, and asked them not to try to force it on him, as he had been in the business for years. Now, trying to insult the protagonist directly, he asked if Muhyuk even knew what he was looking at in his hands, and why he did not just pass it to the director so they could stop wasting time. Muhyuk thought that this way of provoking him was very childish, but he just replied that he was almost done. There was nothing wrong with the accounting books, which in itself could be strange, but anyway, that did not matter at the moment. The protagonist then stated that there was nothing wrong with the ledger and asked Jigang to hand over the secret bank book. The boss did not understand why he would do that, and Muhyuk explained that the chairman had asked him to come get it. Proving his bad manners once again, Jigang blew all the smoke from his cigarette in the protagonist's face and exclaimed that the chairman should come there himself. He argued that this was the right thing to do, because the chairman had entrusted it to him personally, so he should not return it unless it was in person too. After that, he asked if the protagonist did not agree with his argument. A tense atmosphere settled in the room. The director, already furious, said that Chairman Yu was going too far with his jokes. In response, Yu Jigang said he never joked when it came to work, and that he was just teaching the young master. He argued that in business, formalities should be precise, and asked if the director had not taught such things to Muhyuk. More offensively, the man with the scar questioned if the director was not taking things a little too easy lately. The director did not like hearing that at all, and was about to get violent. However, Muhyuk calmed him down, asking him to wait outside for a moment. Confidently, the protagonist asked Ha to get some air. The director agreed and said it was all right, leaving Muhyuk and the man with the scar alone in the completely silent room. Fed up with the delay, Muhyuk demanded that he hand over the secret bank book. Jigang was surprised. He said he could not believe they had told Muhyuk about that, and that the chairman was planning to trust him a lot. Even so, he did not care and kept insisting that the chairman come personally to get the book. To everyone's surprise, Muhyuk shouted Yu Jigang's name with all his might. The man, who hated being shouted at, asked how Muhyuk dared to do such a thing. At that moment, Jigang snapped. He shouted that since before the protagonist was born, he was the one who protected the chairman, walking around Myeongdong and cleaning up his messes. He stated that a brat like him could not raise his head and talk back to him. He continued, saying that the only person who could give him orders was the chairman himself, and that none of the sons could boss him around. Still extremely furious, Jigang declared that just because Muhyuk shared the same blood as the chairman, it did not put him on the same level. In response to all this, Muhyuk stood up, shouting Yu Jigang's name once more. Jigang's reaction was to put his hands on his hammer. He bragged, saying he had saved the chairman countless times with that tool, and that many thugs who broke into the office had their heads smashed by it. That hammer was the history of Myeongdong, and the living proof of the loan shark market, so he advised Muhyuk not to mess with him. Muhyuk understood that Jigang wanted to go all the way with this. Ridiculing the young man, Jigang said he would not even know what the end of that business looked like, and that he knew nothing about that world. The protagonist reflected that Jigang was trying to assert his dominance, but way too much, and wondered where this confidence came from. Muhyuk was sure that Yu Jigang was in no position to rebel against his grandfather, which left him with a new doubt hammering in his head about something he did not know. Continuing, Muhyuk argued that he would give Jigang one day to prepare all the bank statements, and that if he kept on like this, he would not let it slide. With that said, he walked towards the door to leave the room. But as he was about to leave, he heard Jigang call out to him. There he was, right behind him, about to strike his head with the hammer. The protagonist had no reaction at all, and just waited for the worst to happen. However, the blow never came. came. Ji-gang had stopped the hammer even before it hit him. Now he had a surprised smile on his face, with the tool still pointed at Muhyuk. A little distressed, he said that the protagonist's blood still had some of the chairman's courage in it, and admitted he thought Muhyuk would piss himself in fear. Muhyuk then insulted him, asking why he was swinging that hammer if he did not even have the guts to hit someone. He continued, arguing that the moment he attacked him, he would also die, and asked if Ji-gang thought that bluff would scare him. Relentless and full of confidence, the protagonist told Yu Ji-gang to get all the passbooks ready by the next day if he wanted to live. Leaving through the door, Muhyuk warned that if he tried that one more time, he should be prepared to have his head smashed. Ji-gang was furious, with his nerves on edge, but he said nothing. Sometime later, inside the car, the protagonist and the director were already on their way back from the trip. The director asked what had happened, as he thought there had been some trouble earlier. Muhyuk, way too calm, replied that it was nothing serious, and that it was just Ji-gang trying to smash his head with the hammer. The car slammed on its brakes in the middle of the road. The director could not accept his words and, unable to believe what had happened, asked if the protagonist was okay. A line of cars started to form behind them, and Muhyuk just replied that they were in the middle of the road, holding everyone else up. At that moment, they had already arrived at the great mansion of the Loan Shark King. The old man demanded the reports from the meeting with Yu Ji-gang. The director reported that he demanded the chairman come personally to get the passbooks. The boss knew there was more to that conversation and asked what happened next. Ha informed him that they also tried to hit the young master's head with the hammer, but added that the protagonist was fine. The old man wondered why Ji-gang had acted that way. The director also did not understand the reason, because ever since he arrived in Myeongdong, Ji-gang had competed with the great loan shark, but he had never acted like this, and seemed very strange that day. The director argued that it was as if he were trying to provoke them on purpose. Cheon said that Director Ha could take care of this matter personally, and that he should decide how to solve it to make sure there were no problems. The director understood, and said he would do his best. Meanwhile, Yu Ji-gang was in his car, talking on the phone, saying it was no big deal. He added that the protagonist was just a kid, and that he only tried to give him a little scare. Ji-gang said that the young man was not as impressive as he thought, and that the chairman's judgment seemed to be slipping. Suddenly, a speeding truck was about to hit the back of his car, and the worst happened, with Ji-gang getting into an accident. Sometime later, in an underground room, Ji-gang was tied up and gagged, not understanding anything. In front of him, there was the shadow of a man with a murderous aura, who revealed himself to be Director Ha. Ji-gang now began to tremble with fear, unable to say a word. He then noticed that the director was carrying a hammer in his hand, which made him despair even more. Swinging the hammer, the large man said that they should have a little talk. Tied up, the president struggled in despair, kicking his feet. The director pointed the hammer at him, silently intimidating him, and calmly removed the cloth covering Yu's mouth. Immediately, the president started shouting that the director could never get away with this. Unfazed, the large man just asked if he had tried to hurt the young master with that hammer. Then he raised the weapon towards the president's face, but stopped the blow just 1 centimeter from his head, insisting on knowing why the hell he had done that. Now, President Yu blurted out that he was just testing the protagonist to see if he was worthy of the job and that he was not really going to hit him. He continued to argue in desperation that he would never hit the chairman's grandson and begged the director to believe him, even promising to hand over all his bank passbooks. In this moment of fear, there was a crash of metal things falling to the floor. It was 2 of the director's men carrying a metal can. Keeping a serious face, the intimidating Ha asked who told Yu to do that. Terrified, the scoundrel replied that he did not know what he was talking about and repeated that he was just testing Muhyuk. Without saying a word, the director in the suit gestured to his servants. The 2 men placed a table over the tied-up president and began to untie his hands. Yu did not understand what was happening, which made him despair even more. One of the servants forced his hand onto the table, and while the other tried to do the same, the president struggled to give in. Maintaining his posture, the director warned that the next answers had better be more satisfying, and asked once more who had sent him. Still terrified, the long-haired man insisted that nobody told him to do anything. With a sudden move, the director hit one of the president's finger joints with the hammer, who screamed in pain as his finger bled. Once again, the director asked who had sent him. Struggling to speak through the pain, he repeated the same answer. Without wasting time, the director hit another of his fingers, making him beg for help. Again, the same question was asked about who told him to do it. Still conscious, the long-haired president said the director was a lunatic and that there was no one. These answers did not please the director, who hit him once more and continued to strike his fingers repeatedly. After some time of this suffering, the table was already soaked in blood. The director then asked President Yu Ji-gang for the last time, advising him to keep the fingers of his right hand intact. He asked again who gave the orders, but the president remained silent, just looking down. Without mercy, the director in the suit told them to hold him down. Faced with this threat, the the scoundrel finally decided to talk, saying he would tell them everything if they stopped. He revealed that he was ordered by Cheon Suman. The story then goes back to 1 week earlier, in a large, luxurious house where 4 presidents were gathered in a business room. A very important person was arriving, with many men bowing to him. Upon arriving, Cheon Suman greeted everyone, saying it had been a long time. The 4 presidents greeted him, bowing respectfully, and soon everyone was gathered in the room to start the conversation. One of the presidents asked why they were called there, and what the reason was for the 4 of them to be gathered. So Cheon Suman mentioned that everyone had heard about the new kid at his father's house. The fighter president asked if he was referring to the chairman's grandson, the son of the late Mrs. Misuk. Suman confirmed, saying the young man was learning to work with his grandfather and the director. One of the presidents commented that the young man appeared suddenly and was very attached to the old man, which could spread strange rumors. Suman replied that they were all like family members, and that, although the Myeongdong Foundations continued the chairman's work, there were now rumors of another heir. A moment of silence filled the room, as all the presidents already knew what was coming next. Suman said he did not know how long his father would live, and that they should pay attention to this now, so as not to let some bastard from the streets come in and interfere with the chairman's judgment. The fighter president warned him to be careful with his words, as the great moneylender was still healthy. The man with the cracked mouth admitted he said something wrong, but quickly added that, for the chairman's sake, they should get rid of anyone who was messing with his judgment. Once again, silence fell over the room. One of them argued that, since he was the chairman's grandson, it was a family matter and they had no justification to interfere. Suman countered that it was not a family fight. He asked if they thought he was afraid of the young man, but revealed he was just worried about his father's decision, since they did not know how politics could change and how that would influence the business. Everyone stared at each other for a moment in silence. Then Suman revealed that Director Ha would soon visit all of them with the young master. He said he was not making a difficult request. He just wanted them to test and see what kind of guy the protagonist was. After another moment of thought, the first to agree was President Yu, who slammed his glass on the table. He was determined to test him to see if he was useful or not, stating that Muhyuk was just a 20-year-old kid who knew nothing about their work and that he himself would teach the protagonist a lesson. Suman was filled with joy, saying that, as always, President Yu was the quickest to understand. He concluded by asking all the presidents to think carefully, as his father's time would not last forever, and left his dear nephew in their hands. The president was now aware that Suman was behind everything. A director reported that they tried to test the young master, and that, among them, President Jigang stepped forward, saying he would do it himself. The president then asked what had happened to Jigang, and the man in black replied that he was taken to the hospital for surgery and could no longer use his left hand. Hearing this, the president commented that the man had worked hard by his side for 30 years and ordered them to let him live so he could retire. Next, the director asked what the old man would do with the 2 Cheon presidents, and if that warning would be enough. But the old man, annoyed, said he would take care of them himself. Meanwhile, the Cheon presidents were discussing what happened to Jigang. One of them, scared, reported that Jigang's hands were crushed by a hammer, and now they both feared that the old man had found out everything. Suddenly, the phone next to them started to ring. The more malicious president answered furiously, but soon began to apologize. On the other end of the line, a voice said that the decision belonged to the chairman, who already knew Suman was with him. The man confirmed this. The great moneylender asked directly if Suman had asked the Myeongdong bosses to test Muhyuk. Suman stumbled over his words, trying to say he only ordered them to take care of him. But the president, hearing the excuse, remained silent for a moment. Soon after, he exploded, saying that Suman should have matured a little by now, and wondered if his son had done all that because he felt threatened by a boy who just turned 20. The old man said that with Suman's actions, he now questioned whether he should really make Muhyuk his heir. Frustrated, Suman tried to apologize, but his father did not want to listen. The great moneylender cut him off and said he did not want to hear another word about him messing with his grandson. He gave a final warning. If it happened again, he would throw him out of the family without a penny. Hearing the threat, Suman flinched, wondering if his father would really do that. The other man next to him was curious to know what the father said, but the call ended and Suman, furious, threw the phone with all his strength against the wall, blaming the protagonist for getting between him and his father. Elsewhere, at the old man's house, there was a commotion. A director was reporting that President-elect Kim Man-san was reorganizing the Hao Council. He explained that the new president would reorganize the army as soon as he took office and was firing all the council members, probably as a reaction to them not meeting frequently. The old man commented that maybe the president was planning to get rid of the council from the beginning because even though they helped overthrow the military regime, they would not get far in the future. The old man then wondered if the military would just let that happen, since the country was theirs. In response, the director said that some were worried about the possibility of a coup. At that moment, the moneylender thought about this possibility and turned to Muhyuk, who was quietly reading a newspaper on the sofa, and asked what he thought about it. Muhyuk argued that the military would not resist at all, because the president had already replaced the cabinet and the security commander, who are the core of the military, taking only 4 hours for the reorganization. Continuing, Muhyuk said that even if he dealt with the ruling forces, they were a conservative regime, and besides the council, there were no other military members who would conform. He concluded by saying that the most important thing was that the people would not tolerate the military carrying out a coup to form a new regime. Hearing the analysis, the old man was very happy that Muhyuk was also interested in politics. Muhyuk then explained that politics was the biggest variable in his work, so he made sure to stay updated on all the small news, even though he already knew what would happen in the next 30 years. The president asked if there was another matter besides the council and what other plans the president-elect was promoting. The director reported that apparently no one knew what he was thinking, and not even the secretaries they had planted knew what the VIP was planning. Continuing, the man in black informed that the topic of the next main conference would be the war on corruption. Because of this, they would recommend the disclosure of assets of high-ranking officials, which would face great opposition considering the president's personality. The big money lender said he was already expecting this, but it was still a very big and sudden change, so he asked about the real name financial system. The bearded director answered that this was not mentioned at all, and that the economic sectors and large corporations could not get any information. Hearing this, the old man asked for the director's opinion. Mr. Ha explained that the expected reaction was that the side effects of a real-name financial system would take up to a year to show up, so it would probably only be implemented at the end of the president's term. He argued that after getting rid of the council and disclosing the officials' assets, implementing this financial system would only put an unnecessary burden on the president. Hearing this, the president turned around and asked for Muhyuk's opinion. He firmly stated that the real-name financial system would be implemented that same year, at any cost. Uneasy, the president asked what the reason for this prediction was. Muhyuk explained that the matter had been discussed since the 70s, but the political protests always failed. However, with the current president's personality, he was probably planning to finish the preparations in secret and announce it all as a surprise. At that moment, the president laughed out loud, saying that Muhyuk was smart, but did not understand how politicians thought. He stated that their fate was to be tied to political funds, and the moment the system was implemented, all their funds would be revealed. They would have no way to deal with it, and they could not get rid of the evidence in such a short time. Muhyuk agreed on that point, but he pointed out that they needed to prepare for the funds held in third-party and anonymous accounts. Noticing Muhyuk's genuine concern, the president reassured him, telling him not to worry because he had already divided and stored the money with trustworthy people. Seriously, Muhyuk told his grandfather that human greed has no end. He explained that with the seals and checkbooks, the borrowed names were not a problem now, but when the system was implemented, the president would no longer be able to access that money, which would create a big problem. The truth was that because of the real-name financial system, Muhyuk's grandfather had lost almost 1/4 of his wealth in borrowed and anonymous accounts in the past. The protagonist knew that the system would be implemented in August, and that without proper care, the president could lose huge amounts of money. As the old president remained thoughtful, he asked if Muhyuk really thought the system would be implemented that same year, and if it was just a guess. Muhyuk confirmed, saying that was what his intuition told him. He admitted it could be delayed until the beginning of the president's term, but it would not go past that summer. Suddenly, the president changed the subject and asked if Muhyuk had also found out about the bank books given to the chiefs of Myeongdong through his intuition. He pointed out that he never told anyone about those books and wanted to know how his grandson found out. Muhyuk was waiting for this question. He explained that when he took over the bank books, he noticed from the expressions on everyone's faces that something was strange. Continuing, he said that in a private space, he asked them directly, and it seemed like they were hiding something until they told him the truth themselves. His grandfather asked if all of this was also just his intuition, and Muhyuk confirmed that it was. At that moment, the old man called out to Muhyuk to tell him something serious. The president decided to entrust his grandson with 400 billion from his secret accounts, asking him to protect and use the money as he saw fit. The old man warned him that if he wasted this money, it would be the last he would ever receive, and then asked if he understood clearly. Lowering his head, Muhyuk assured him he would not make any mistakes. Convinced, Muhyuk reflected that he had been expecting this, but he was surprised that Cheon Taisan would entrust him with everything, including the 400 billion from Myeongdong. He then realized that he could push forward his plan to fight against the Cheon brothers in the future, and exclaimed to himself that all the trust he had built with his grandfather was worth it. Sometime later, at the mansion, Muhyuk was no longer there. The old man ordered the director to combine all the accounts with borrowed and fake names and to make sure they were ready by July. The director agreed to do as the president ordered. Alone, the white-haired man reflected on Moo-hyuk's words, that the real name system would be implemented by August. He thought that if that really happened, Moo-hyuk would prove to be a son born with a heavenly intuition for fortune. In February 1993, the president's inauguration ceremony took place. For the first time, he was a civilian instead of a military leader, starting what was called the civilian government. As soon as he took office, the president started several reforms, like dissolving the council and disclosing the assets of public officials. He was also preparing to launch the real name system. During that same time, at the Korea University admission ceremony, Moo-hyuk was on stage receiving an award from one of the institution's important figures, to the applause of everyone present. After the ceremony, Moo-hyuk was already outside with his friend Myung-soo, who found the whole event unbearably boring. Myung-soo asked what Moo-hyuk would do now, since classes only started the next day. Moo-hyuk replied that he was going to check out the library. This made his friend think it was strange and call him weird for wanting to study on the very first day. The protagonist just argued that since they were in college, they should at least get to know the library, but Myung-soo kept giving him a weird look. Surprised, Myung-soo commented that Moo-hyuk's accent was already very natural, even though he had not arrived in Seoul long ago. He asked if Moo-hyuk was trying to charm some girl. Myung-soo's plan was to visit one of the richest districts in the area to drink and celebrate their admission, but Moo-hyuk was not in the mood at all. Myung-soo admitted he made a mistake the last time they drank and promised not to do it again. But Moo-hyuk asked if he only thought about having fun instead of preparing for the exam. Confident, Myung-soo said he would pass the first phase and just wanted to have fun that day. He kept begging for them to go drinking. Finally convinced, Moo-hyuk agreed, but warned that they would only have a few drinks and then head back. That night, the two were already at a very crowded club with loud music playing. Myung-soo was trying to get close to the girls who were dancing, saying that this was the smell of youth, but they seemed very uncomfortable with him. He explained to Moo-hyuk that the place was a rock cafe and that there was nothing like it in Busan. He said you did not reserve tables there, it was just about having fun. Moo-hyuk, however, was not in the mood to talk and just stayed in his corner drinking. Then, suddenly, a young woman approached and recognized him. She and her friend commented that they knew he was the top student at Korea University. They said they thought he was a model student who only studied, but they saw he also went to places like this. The young women introduced themselves as second-year students and mentioned they heard he got a perfect score on the exam. Flirting, one of them said that Moo-hyuk was even more handsome up close. She said she could not believe the country's top student had a face like that, so they asked to join him. A little unenthusiastic, Moo-hyuk said he did not mind, but warned that he planned to leave right after finishing his drink. Suddenly, Myung-soo interrupted, saying it was all fine and that they should have a lot of fun that night. With the music playing and the nice atmosphere, everyone gathered at the same table and started talking. The young women asked if they had been friends for a long time, and Myung-soo replied that they had been friends since they were kids. One of the girls noticed that Myung-soo was not from Seoul, and he confirmed he was from Busan. He asked if they had ever been to Gwangali Beach. The girl thought his accent was cute. The other one, who was near Moo-hyuk, asked why he was so quiet, but she quickly concluded that it made sense, because since he was handsome, he must be serious, and just looking at him made her feel good. At that moment, a man in a suit called out to Moo-hyuk, surprised to find him there. Moo-hyuk recognized the familiar voice and saw Ji-won. The young woman at the table also recognized him and asked if he knew Moo-hyuk. The protagonist wondered where that guy had come from and decided it was best to avoid him. So, Moo-hyuk announced he was leaving and told Myung-soo to come with him, but his friend wanted to have a few more drinks. Seriously, Moo-hyuk told him to have just one more glass of beer and then leave. Then he turned to Ji-won and told him not to mind them and to enjoy the night, but he warned him not to overdo it and not to cause trouble again. The young woman who was interested in Moo-hyuk complained, asking where he was going. When she tried to go after him, she was stopped by Ji-won. He held her back and asked why she was hanging out with low-class guys like Moo-hyuk. The young woman did not like his attitude at all and said it did not matter who she hung out with, especially to him. Watching the scene, Moo-hyuk reflected that he always ended up getting into trouble when he drank. Seeing that the young woman was asking Ji-won to let her go and he was not listening, the protagonist decided to act. He told that jerk to stop bothering her. Ji-won did not like the attitude and told that bastard to let him go, saying he should not dare to touch him. Moo-hyuk thought about how Ji-won had always caused trouble since he was young, actions that obviously always bothered their grandfather. Very close to the scoundrel's ear, Moo-hyuk said he did not want to show that he knew him because it was embarrassing. He warned him to stop causing trouble because their grandfather would have to deal with everything. The words affected Ji-won, who became distressed. But right after, he decided he wanted to take down Moo-hyuk right there and called his men. 3 henchmen arrived, saying they were having fun when they got the call. Moo-hyuk thought it was obvious that scoundrel had people to back him up. Ji-won said a cockroach had gotten into his house and ordered them to step on the protagonist. He told them not to worry, because it was not the first time. Ready for the fight, Moo-hyuk told Myung-soo to get the senior students out of there. Scared, his friend asked if things would be okay. Moo-hyuk replied by asking if he had forgotten who he was. To Moo-hyuk's surprise, Myung-soo was referring to the enemies, wondering if they would be okay. Before Myung-soo could finish his sentence, Moo-hyuk was already being attacked, but he managed to dodge it by luck. He fought back instantly with a punch that knocked down his opponent, feeling the same joy from his youth when he fought bullies. A while later, the music was still playing in the club, but the place was empty and a complete mess. Ji-won could not hide the look of fear on his face as he saw all his henchmen defeated and unconscious on the floor. Suddenly, Moo-hyuk appeared in front of him to finish what he started. Moo-hyuk told him to stop hanging out with those guys and acting like a thug because their grandfather already knew everything. The protagonist could not believe that someone like Ji-won was the eldest son of the family. Because of this, Moo-hyuk warned that if it happened one more time, he would not let it slide, no matter that Ji-won was his cousin. Ji-won lowered his head and said he understood perfectly. As he left the place, Moo-hyuk told him to take care of the rest and make sure no one was bothered because of the mess. He finished by warning that if it happened again, they would have to meet again. This left the scoundrel with a look of dread and despair. On a sunny day with a clear sky, classes at Hagu University were going on as usual. A professor asked the students if any of them knew what article one of the country's constitution said. Immediately, a young man raised his hand and answered that the Republic of Korea was a democratic republic. The professor confirmed that the answer was correct and followed up with a question about Section 2 of the same article, but this time, none of the students knew the answer. Faced with the silence, the professor explained that the sovereignty of the Republic of Korea resides in the people, and all state authority comes from them. He concluded by saying that those who became prosecutors, lawyers, or judges should always keep these two sections in their hearts, because a professional who forgets these pillars is not a true professional of the law. As he left the room, Moo-hyuk was called over by Myung-jin. Moo-hyuk asked about the plans with Hyung-sung for that night, but his friend replied that Hyung-sung was also busy with training. Suddenly, a voice behind them called out to Moo-hyuk. It was a beautiful woman, who asked if he was who she thought he was. Myung-jin was stunned by the girl's beauty and wanted to know who she was. The young woman introduced herself as Cheon Jisoo and said that Moo-hyuk would know who she was. Moo-hyuk thought that even though it was the first time he had met her in this life, the expression on her face was familiar. He knew she was the daughter of his uncle Cheon Suman and the president's granddaughter. Moo-hyuk clearly remembered her eyes and how she treated him like an insect in his past life. Breaking the silence, Jisoo asked if he had some free time because she needed to talk. Moo-hyuk was quiet for a moment, thinking about what to say. A short time later, inside a car, she apologized for taking so long to introduce herself, explaining that it had been a long time since she had visited her grandfather. She mentioned that she heard he got a perfect score on the entrance exam and graduated at the top of his class, revealing that she also studied business administration there. With no patience for small talk, Moo-hyuk asked directly why she was there, saying he had plans to meet a friend. Hearing his reaction, the president's granddaughter commented that he was a bit cold after all. It was the first meeting between the two cousins. Moo-hyuk argued that his uncles gave him a hard time with a strict upbringing, and since she was their daughter, he could not help but be cautious. The young woman revealed that she already knew Moo-hyuk had taken over all the bosses in Myeongdong, and that she had come to see him precisely because of that. Getting straight to the point, she proposed an alliance. With her hand outstretched, she continued, saying there was no need for them to oppose each other, since she had no interest in her grandfather's business and did not care if Moo-hyuk learned from him or not. Her only interest, she revealed, was in the Samsung group. With this revelation, Moo-hyuk began to understand what she really wanted. Jisoo explained that if he helped her, she would help him become his grandfather's successor. She said that before Moo-hyuk's arrival, Cheon Ji-won was destined to be the successor, but now things could change. The young woman described the situation as a fight between Moo-hyuk and her brother, and if they formed an alliance, she would provide him with useful data so he could win. Moo-hyuk did not believe Cheon Ji-won could do anything, and said that she was overestimating her brother. However, Jisoo warned him not to underestimate him because he was the eldest grandson, and no matter how much their grandfather liked Moo-hyuk, he was still an outsider. She concluded that if Ji-won received support from the Samsung group, anything could happen, so Moo-hyuk should be careful. Hearing this, Moo-hyuk asked what she wanted in return, because in an alliance there are always trade-offs. Jisoo revealed her condition. If Moo-hyuk inherited his grandfather's position, he would have to support her with the Samsung shares he would own. Moo-hyuk found it strange because to him, if Ji-won became the successor, he would support her anyway, since they were blood relatives. Hearing this, the woman started to laugh ironically. arguing that if Ji-won took over the business, he would probably try to swallow Samsung whole because he was too ambitious. Still suspicious, Moo-hyuk asked if she could really take over the Samsung group with his support, since the group had a clear succession plan. Jisoo clarified that she was not aiming to take over the whole group, as she was not reckless. She revealed that she wanted to get at least half, which she considered her mother's right as the eldest daughter of Samsung. Moo-hyuk recalled that in his previous life, Jisoo entered the succession war after the president passed away, and after a fierce battle, she managed to secure 1/3 of Samsung, but by then the group was already irreparably damaged. He knew that this woman should not be underestimated, as she would stab him in the back at any moment to achieve her goals. With this in mind, Moo-hyuk concluded that it was very strange for her to be proposing a deal at that moment. He said out loud that she had everything to lose with that deal, which left her confused. He explained that she was siding with the losing side, receiving only a promise. If he did not become the successor, she would gain nothing, and even if he took over, she would be in trouble if he betrayed her. Jisoo thought about it and agreed that he was right, and that she was at a disadvantage. However, she confessed that she could not stand the idea of her brother taking over all the assets, saying that Scoundrel had gotten everything since he was young, and that she would like to see someone else take what he was about to win. Moo-hyuk was pleased with these words and said he would think about it. Anxiously, the woman asked for an answer as soon as possible, revealing that if he said no, she would have to find another way to achieve her goals. Soon after, Moo-hyuk got out of the car and the girl drove away. Myung-jin reappeared, looking for his friend. He asked who that slender girl was and got upset, complaining that only Moo-hyuk got the beautiful women. Moo-hyuk explained that she was just his cousin, whom he had just met. Hearing this, his friend could not hide his smile, already clinging to the idea that Moo-hyuk would be his brother-in-law. Meanwhile, Moo-hyuk remained thoughtful, remembering that in his past life, she did not even treat him like a human being. But now she was proposing an alliance that was extremely favorable to him. He wondered if this was an opportunity or a very dangerous trap. Back at the mansion of the big boss Cheon, his grandfather asked if Moo-hyuk had fun in his first class. Moo-hyuk replied that his cousin came to meet him, and his grandfather commented that since he had no siblings, he should at least get along with his cousins. To reassure him, Moo-hyuk said he decided to keep in frequent contact with her, although it was all part of his plan to get Samsung's assets. Then the big boss asked why his grandson asked to see him as soon as he got home. Faced with the question, Moo-hyuk got straight to the point. He talked about the 400 billion won in the secret account entrusted to him and revealed that he wanted to move all the money abroad. He argued that since there was no immediate need for that amount, he decided to invest it outside the country. His grandfather assumed he was confident, but reminded him of what was said when the account was handed over. He said it was the last money Moo-hyuk would receive. Because of this, the old man suggested it was not a bad idea to keep it in the country to preserve the current situation and questioned why he insisted so much on transferring it. Moo-hyuk knew it was not easy to move money out of the country, especially with the new system being implemented, but his grandfather's influence made it possible. He then argued that, in his opinion, the current administration was starting to create unfavorable policies for his grandfather. Even if he was not the direct target, Moo-hyuk believed that the underground economy his grandfather controlled would suffer more. For this reason, he thought it was necessary to transfer the money, suggesting it would be easy to send the 400 billion using the branches of the big companies they had borrowed. His grandfather agreed it was not difficult to transfer the money, but he still did not see a valid reason for it. He questioned if it was not a bit hasty to take such an action because of policies that had not even been implemented yet. Insistently, Moo-hyuk said that since the money was entrusted to him, he earnestly asked for his grandfather's support. In his mind, he knew the approach seemed bold, but it was the best option, as he could not use all his knowledge of the future to persuade him. Suddenly, the big boss started to laugh out loud. He compared Moo-hyuk to his uncles, who could barely speak without stuttering in front of him, and said he did not know if his grandson was not afraid or if he was just full of spirit. The grandfather revealed that, thanks to Moo-hyuk, he had been laughing a lot in recent days, and for that reason, he agreed to transfer the funds. Taking the opportunity, Moo-hyuk asked him to transfer the entire amount of 400 billion and pleaded that for the next 7 years, he not be questioned about the money. The old man was surprised by his grandson's boldness, but Moo-hyuk confidently assured him that there was no chance at all of them losing the money. Faced with this, the big boss told him to do as he wished, and that he would ask the director to transfer everything discreetly to the United States. However, he warned one more time that if he lost the money, he would not get a second chance. Moo-hyuk stated that he understood perfectly. In his thoughts, he knew he needed the funds out of the country so that his uncles could not interfere in the future. However, he also knew that managing all that money alone would be a hassle, so he needed someone to do it on his behalf. It was then that he remembered the super ant, a true hunting dog for foreign investment firms. news. In the late 1990s, this man shook up the Korean stock market. During this time, he was an individual investor who faced numerous failures and accidents, but managed to make hundreds of billions in just 10 years. His name was Han Kyung-dung. Time passes, and Moo-hyuk finds himself at the Moonsun Motel. Director Ha had informed him that this person had a lot of loan debt, so it was not difficult to find him. But first, he asked why Moo-hyuk wanted to find a man like that. Once inside the motel, Moo-hyuk went to the front desk and told the attendant he was looking for someone named Han Kyung-young. Startled, the lady asked if he was from the police and stated that no one filled out registers in a place like that, so she did not know anyone's name. Moo-hyuk then asked if there was a man in his 20s who had been there for a long time. Seeing the woman's hesitation, he offered a good amount of money to refresh her memory. Suddenly, she remembered everything. She said she did not know his name, but confirmed that there was a young man staying there and that she would go check. To everyone's surprise, the man they were talking about appeared at that moment, yawning. The lady quickly pointed at him, saying that was the guy. In the same instant, the young man got scared and bolted for the stairs. Moo-hyuk went after him, calling his name and asking him to wait because he just wanted to talk. The long chase led them to the building's rooftop, where the guy was in an act of desperation, trying to jump from up there. Moo-hyuk asked him not to do that, as he was not there to collect money. The man started to listen to him, still very much in shock and distressed, while Moo-hyuk asked once more for them to just talk. Frightened, the great genius asked if he was not a loan shark. This question made Moo-hyuk stop and think because, technically, he was one too. Moo-hyuk and the great genius arrived at the Mi-kyung real estate agency. In front of the door, Moo-hyuk asked if this was the right place. But a frightened Han asked if he was sure, because the people inside were very scary. Moo-hyuk told him not to be afraid, since they were there to pay back their debt. When they entered the room, they saw two men having a meal. The men were startled by the visit and clearly did not like seeing Han Kyung-young. One of the guys, who had a big belly, walked up to Kyung-young and asked if he had come there to die. However, as soon as the man tried to grab Four Eyes, Moo-hyuk stopped him by firmly grabbing his arm. Without wasting any time, Moo-hyuk restrained the attacker, twisting his arm behind his back. Furious, the man shouted, asking who Moo-hyuk was and demanding to be let go. Confidently, Moo-hyuk replied that they were there to pay the debt, so he should stop making a scene and call his boss. Just then, the boss came through the door, asking what all the noise was about. When he saw Han Kyung-young, he was surprised. He commented that they had missed him while they were looking for him, and then immediately asked about the money. Moo-hyuk stepped in, stating he would pay the guy's debt, and asked for the total amount. The loan shark started to explain that 6 months ago, Han had borrowed $5 million with a 30% interest up front, plus a monthly fee of 22% and a late fee of 12%. As he spoke, Moo-hyuk lost his patience. He told the man to stop messing with the book and just say the total amount he was charging. Hearing this, the loan shark commented that Moo-hyuk seemed experienced because he understood things quickly. He then revealed the debt was a measly 50 million won and that he wanted to settle everything cleanly for that amount. Four Eyes freaked out. He said that just a few days ago they told him he owed 25 million and asked how the amount could have multiplied by 10 in a year. The loan shark replied that it was all in the contract and that the client was shameless for not reading it. He justified the amount by explaining there were late fees, 17 million spent to track him down, and another 8 million for emotional damages, totaling 50 million. Moo-hyuk already knew that in that world, the magic of turning 5 million into 50 million was perfectly possible, while Han was shaking with anger at the scam. Moo-hyuk reflected that the essence of loan sharking was to squeeze desperate people to the bone. Seeing Han's reaction, the loan shark threatened him. He said Han should not be so arrogant after running away from his debt, and that he should tear off his flesh and pickle it. While Four Eyes trembled with fear, Moo-hyuk simply confirmed if 50 million would solve everything. The loan shark guaranteed that if he brought the money, he would tear up the documents right in front of him. Hearing that, Moo-hyuk asked to make a phone call, and the loan shark allowed it. He quickly called Director Ha, asking him to prepare 50 million won and bring it to his current address. After the call, Moo-hyuk announced that the money would arrive in 15 minutes. This surprised the loan shark, who was taken aback by how casually the young man acted. Curious, the loan shark asked why he was paying such a large debt for someone he barely knew, and if they had some kind of relationship. Moo-hyuk explained that they had just met that day, but he had business with Han, and that was why he was paying on his behalf. Impressed, the loan shark offered him a job at his office, but Moo-hyuk refused, saying he was just a student. Even with the refusal, the loan shark insisted that Moo-hyuk should look him up after graduating, promising good pay. Moo-hyuk, in turn, reflected that he did not remember this man, which meant he would probably disappear with the new real name system. So Moo-hyuk replied that he was not interested in the job and asked how much he could earn in that shoebox of an office, surprising the loan shark. The subordinates got angry at his words, but Moo-hyuk continued. He said that even a loan shark should have limits and not threaten debtors with thugs. The boss replied that he enjoyed doing that and asked if Moo-hyuk had any manners. Firing back, Moo-hyuk said it was a joke for an unethical loan shark to talk about education. This infuriated the boss, who ordered his men to grab Moo-hyuk and teach him a lesson in respect. Meanwhile, Four Eyes watched everything, more scared than Moo-hyuk himself, who did not even seem worried. He just looked at his watch, knowing it was time. Suddenly, the door opened. Moo-hyuk, who already knew who it was, commented that the arrival was perfectly timed. Director Ha walked in and asked if something was wrong. The loan shark's two subordinates tried to intimidate him, asking who he was. The fatter man walked up, asking how he dared to barge in and if he wanted to die. He continued to harass the director, asking if he was with the other two, and warning him that he would get beaten up too. The loan shark boss, however, recognized the director and shouted for his men to stop the show. In an instant, he was bowing his head in front of Ha as a sign of respect. One of the subordinates asked if the boss knew him. He replied that everyone in the business in Myeongdong knew the director, who worked for Chairman Cheon Tae-san. Afraid, the loan shark asked what brought the director to such a humble place. Ignoring the question, Director Ha simply handed the briefcase with the 50 million to Moo-hyuk, calling him young master. Hearing these words, the loan shark froze. He realized with terror that this young man was the grandson of Chairman Cheon Tae-san. The director asked what was going on. Moo-hyuk explained that it was nothing special. He was just paying off a debt for an acquaintance. Then, he mocked the loan shark, saying that the boss here was more interested in family education than in money. The loan shark dropped to his knees, begging Moo-hyuk for forgiveness and saying he had made a huge mistake by not recognizing him. Since his men did not understand anything, he ordered them to kneel as well, because this was Chairman Cheon's grandson. Soon, all three of them were on the floor, apologizing. Han watched the scene, unable to believe what he was seeing. Finally, Moo-hyuk simply left the briefcase of money on the table. He confidently told the loan shark that he could take his money. Moo-hyuk ordered the loan shark to check if all the money was there. After checking the briefcase, the man confirmed it had 50 million, so Moo-hyuk demanded that he return the contract. Scared, the loan shark quickly handed over the envelope. Without saying anything, Moo-hyuk passed the envelope to Han, telling him to check it too. With trembling hands and still in shock, Han looked at the document for a moment and suddenly started tearing up all the paperwork in front of everyone until there was nothing left of the now worthless contract. Everyone watched the scene, stunned. Moo-hyuk asked the loan shark if Han's debt was finally settled, and the man confirmed that yes, it was all paid. Then, Moo-hyuk proposed they do some more calculations, which left the loan shark confused. Moo-hyuk argued that as compensation for the mental shock he suffered from the threats, he would take back 10 million won from the briefcase. The loan shark, who was scared before, now did not understand Moo-hyuk's attitude. The young man continued, saying he would take another 15 million for the trouble of having to find Han, and another 10 million for bothering the director. Realizing he was losing control, the loan shark asked what he was doing. Moo-hyuk answered firmly that he was just settling the debts the same way the loan shark did. To finish, he said he would take a compensation of 15 million for having his time wasted, totaling 50 million won. With the calculation finished, he asked if he could take the briefcase of money with him. The loan shark protested, saying he was going too far, but Moo-hyuk shot back, stating he was just following his way of doing things and that he was not wrong. With nothing to say, the loan shark was speechless, while Director Ha, trusting Moo-hyuk, just watched everything without interfering. Moo-hyuk then declared that everything was settled and that they were leaving. Before going, he turned to the director and told him to make sure those men never entered Myeongdong again. The director understood the order and assured him he would carry it out. As soon as Moo-hyuk and Han left the room, the director prepared to act against the loan sharks. He sat down calmly in a chair and asked who they worked for. The loan shark replied that it was for President Seok Kang-ho, but at that point no one there knew what was coming, and they only felt fear. Later, on a nearby street, Moo-hyuk and Han were sitting at a food stall. Han was drinking a glass of vodka, visibly happy to have gotten that weight off his shoulders. Moo-hyuk asked if he felt better now that the debt was settled. Instead of answering, Han asked who Moo-hyuk really was, arguing that he was young, got 50 million out of nowhere, and even made the gangsters tremble with fear. Moo-hyuk calmly replied that he was just a student and showed his identification card. Han did not believe him and told him to stop joking and tell the truth, asking if the director and Moo-hyuk's grandfather, Cheon Tae-san, were some kind of bosses in the loan shark business. Moo-hyuk said that that did not matter, and that he was there because he needed Han to do something for him. Still discouraged, Han said that Moo-hyuk already had everything and questioned what he could possibly want from a failed stockbroker like him. Being direct, Moo-hyuk replied that he wanted him to do what he did best: trade stocks. Han was hesitant, remembering that he lost all his money and racked up debts doing exactly that. Then, Moo-hyuk asked if he had ever thought about what he could do if he had a lot of money, enough funds to crush any market manipulation. Faced with the question, Han stated with certainty that if he had money, he could easily manipulate the market, but the problem was that he never had any. At that moment, Moo-hyuk handed him an envelope and told him to open it. He explained that Han should use the contents to heat up the stock market the next day, and that it did not matter if he lost it all. Anxious, Han opened the envelope and found a check for 100 million won. Moo-hyuk explained that it was a contract deposit for them to start doing business, and that now Han had to show his skills. However, there was one condition. Moo-hyuk would choose a specific stock and Han had to do exactly what he said, without question. Confused, Han asked why he was doing this since he did not even know him, and what would happen if he just ran away to another country with all that money. Without showing any concern, Moo-hyuk said he did not care if he ran away, because he knew Han would invest in stocks anyway, even in another country. Caught off guard, Han, whose name was Kyung-san, was embarrassed. Moo-hyuk continued, saying that just as Han did not need to know his identity, he also did not care what kind of person Han was. He was just giving him a chance with that money and needed him to show his skills. Surprised by his attitude, Han was speechless. Moo-hyuk thought about what he had read in Han's biography. If Korea had given him a chance, and if the stock market were a fair place, he would have never become a hunting dog. Now, Moo-hyuk was willing to give Kyung-san the chance he needed to show his worth. In return, however, he had to become his own hunting dog and act for him. Moo-hyuk reflected that if Kyung-young moved according to his plan, he would get enough capital to fight against his brothers. However, he knew that one piece was still missing to establish his kingdom, a physical force willing to fight for him. With that in mind, he wondered how Park Dong-soo, the great delinquent, was doing in Busan. On a regular night, the protagonist's mafia enemies were gathered in a nightclub. One of them, a fat man named Byun, disagreed with the plan to simply deal with Dong-soo and divide the territory. According to him, Dong-soo could have taken over all of Busan, but now he lacked good subordinates since all his top guys were arrested. Because of this, Byun believed that no one would fight for Park Dong-soo, and that a quick attack was all it would take to eliminate him. However, a bald member of the group asked if they really had orders for that, arguing that they needed a good reason, or the situation would turn into an all-out war that would ruin them. Even so, Byun assured them there was no reason to worry, as he himself received orders to keep an eye on Dong-soo, and was determined to take over Busan. Meanwhile, in Busan prison, Park Dong-soo was talking to an older inmate, promising to manage everything very well until he was released. The prisoner, however, revealed that he planned to retire as soon as he got out because he was too old, and he told Dong-soo to take care of the business as if it were his own. The conversation was interrupted by a guard who announced that their time was up. As they said goodbye, the inmate said it was good to see Park after so long and advised him to work hard, but not to visit him often. With a sad look, he asked Dong-soo to be careful, a message Dong-soo seemed to understand, remaining silent as they said their goodbyes respectfully. Later, inside a luxurious and well-protected car, Dong-soo's lawyer asked if the visit went well. Dong-soo replied that the man had gotten very old and that he did not feel good about it. A young man beside him commented that the two seemed very close, which led Dong-soo to tell his story. He explained that he was raised by his grandfather after being abandoned by his parents, and that when his grandfather passed away, he could not even go to the funeral. It was Young Nim, the inmate he visited, who took him in. Dong-soo revealed that he wanted to drop out of school to work for him, but Young Nim gave him 3 million to finish his studies first. After graduating, Dong-soo went back and received another 10 million to think about it for one more month. Exactly 1 month later, Dong-soo returned with all the money and stated that working for Hyung Nim made more sense than any amount of money. Hearing this, Hyung Nim thought the kid was crazy and accepted him as his employee, admitting later that he expected him to spend the money and run away. Dong-soo reflected with regret that he should have told Hyung Nim about the betrayal 3 years ago, which could have prevented his imprisonment. The young man beside him then asked if he was talking about the time he was saved, thanks to a student who told him everything that was going to happen. Remembering Moo-hyuk, Park Dong-soo cheered up, saying that kid was no joke and that he was looking forward to meeting him again, knowing that he was coming to Busan. Heading to the Sasyeong market, Dong-soo finally met Moo-hyuk again. They greeted each other and Dong-soo commented that Moo-hyuk had grown a lot, joking that all the milk he drank really worked. After the formalities, with one asking if the other was doing well, Dong-soo introduced his lawyer to Moo-hyuk, who was seeing him for the first time. Getting back to business, Park informed him that turning the organization into a corporation was not a problem, and that he hired the lawyer just as Moo-hyuk had instructed. Getting straight to the point, Moo-hyuk asked how much of Busan he had already taken over and how much he thought was left to finish. Dong-soo replied that once they took over the Hyundai area, they would be almost done. They just needed trustworthy people to manage everything. He then questioned why Moo-hyuk was in such a hurry, since the deadline was 6 months. Moo-hyuk explained that with the war on crime in Seoul, large areas were in a power vacuum, but the organizations were already starting to regain control. The conversation, however, was abruptly interrupted when the door burst open and a man announced that they were under attack. He reported that the groups from Seomyeon, Yeonsandong, Bosudong, and Hadan had joined forces. Terrified, Dong-soo ran to the entrance and came face to face with the gangsters from the nightclub entering the place. They had already spotted him and were ready to attack. Park Dong-soo was stunned to realize he was being betrayed by his own allies. Confident, the gangsters asked how he had been, while Dong-soo, full of hatred and worry, prepared for the confrontation. The fight was about to start with all the gangsters gathered. The fat gangster, Sung-ho, quickly noticed that Moo-hyuk was also at the fight, but he did not care. He thought the situation would be more fun and felt very lucky. Meanwhile, Moo-hyuk thought about what was happening, as he believed that Park Dong-soo had already taken over all of Busan. In disbelief, Park could not believe that Sung-ho had betrayed him, and asked who had ordered it. Byun Sung-ho replied that he did not take orders from anyone, and that Dong-soo himself had caused this situation. This was true for everyone there who could no longer stand his tyranny. One of the traitors, a man with a mustache, said he was sorry for his actions, but still asked for understanding. Moo-hyuk thought that Dong-soo had been too kind to his subordinates, while Dong-soo himself wondered why they were doing this to him. They argued that they could not stand seeing him take over the entire Busan area, and said they also needed to make a living. The gangster felt terrible about the betrayal from his men, especially after all the kindness he had shown them. Suddenly, Dong-soo's lawyer shouted that he had called for backup and that they would take 10 minutes to arrive. Realizing the urgency, Sung-ho charged forward with a knife, saying he would end this quickly. Moo-hyuk remained calm and asked if Park wanted his help, but Dong-soo did not see the point and jumped into the fight. He landed a series of punches on one of the thugs holding a knife. When another one tried to surprise him with a club, Dong-soo took him down with a quick punch to the ribs, making him fall to the ground in pain and drop the weapon. The men still loyal to Park also jumped into action, punching their enemies. One of the traitors went after the lawyer with a pipe, but the lawyer's quick eyes caught him. With that, the lawyer stabbed the attacker's wrist and followed up with another cut on his leg, making blood spurt out. Still, Park and his lawyer were surrounded by the men who betrayed them. Dong-soo commented that his lawyer was very good with a knife, and jokingly asked if he had spent time cutting sashimi. In response, the lawyer said he would not have been hired if he was just someone who scribbled with a pen. Amused, Park asked if he should pay him for this extra service, and the young man replied that he would not turn it down. Annoyed by their conversation, the fat gangster ordered his men to attack. Dong-soo then hurried, saying he would talk to his lawyer after it was all over, and went back to the fight. At that moment, he landed a solid kick on one of the guys, sending him flying, while the lawyer kept cutting everyone with his knife. Dong-soo was devastating with his fists, punching his enemies, but suddenly he was caught from behind and hit with a bat. With his face bleeding, he was about to take the final blow from one of his former subordinates. However, he managed to get up again and landed a solid punch right in his face. The man flew backward, dropping the bat, and when he tried to get up, Park was already there to stomp on him without showing any emotion. One of Dong-soo's allies worried about the wound on his head, but soon they were surrounded again. That is when the fat gangster finally attacked Park directly and stabbed him in the stomach, taking them both to the ground. Luckily, Dong-soo managed to stop the knife from going too deep, but a lot of blood was still coming out. The fat man told Dong-soo not to feel wronged if he killed him, because he had been humiliated in front of all those people. While he was giving his speech blaming Park, he got hit with a hard punch to the back of the neck and was thrown aside. It was Moo-hyuk, who walked up to his ally and asked if he was okay. Dong-soo just replied that this whole thing was humiliating. Without giving up, the fat gangster filled with rage and got up again, holding his knife and heading toward Moo-hyuk. However, Moo-hyuk dodged easily. Furious, the man tried a series of attacks, saying that all of this was Moo-hyuk's fault too. Finally, he tried to stab Moo-hyuk one more time, but was easily stopped. Moo-hyuk landed a solid punch on his face, then twisted his wrist and finished him off with a kick right between his legs. In complete pain after failing all his attacks, he said that Moo-hyuk would not get away with this and that he would find him, no matter where he went. Moo-hyuk just grabbed him by the shirt and asked who he was, with a serious look on his face. The question made the fat gangster think about his own insignificant existence and Moo-hyuk's arrogance. Finally, Moo-hyuk finished the scoundrel off with a solid punch to the mouth, leaving him unconscious on the floor. One of Park's subordinates held him in his arms, asking if he was okay, but it was clear that Dong-soo was losing a lot of blood. Suddenly, the building was swarmed by several of Dong-soo's men, who quickly got the order to attack the invaders. The main group celebrated the arrival of the crew, saying it looked like everyone had shown up. In the end, Moo-hyuk's group came out victorious, leaving the mafia bosses kneeling before them. Dong-soo then asked the traitors why they had gone so far, reminding them that he had trusted them to manage the area so they could take care of their families. Despite that, they stabbed him in the back. The men's silence irritated Park, who demanded they speak up and explain why. One of the men, the one with the mustache, said with a smug look that he was sorry. Dong-soo ignored him and asked who was behind all of this and who gave the order to take him down, but he was met with total silence again. So Park turned his attention to Byun, warning him that he would be the first to talk. Byun, however, remained defiant and told Dong-soo to shut up. Determined, Park asked one of his subordinates for a knife. Then, Park slammed Byun's head against the floor and held down his arms. He grabbed the man's ankle, saying that Byun had brought this on himself and shouldn't blame him. Byun panicked and asked him to wait, but it was too late. Park sliced a part of his ankle, making a lot of blood gush out. The other bosses watched the scene in terror, but Byun, even though he was injured, remained defiant and called Dong-soo a bastard. Unfazed, Dong-soo asked once more who had given the order. With a mocking smile, Byun ironically replied that it was Park's mother. Keeping his cool, Dong-soo warned him that he might regret this for the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Suddenly, Sung-ho decided to speak up and ask them to wait. He said that everything was ordered by Samsung-hyung, explaining that he was the one who asked them to do it when he arrived. Park couldn't believe what he was hearing, wondering why Dong-soo's older brother would do something like that. In desperation, another one of the traitors confirmed the story, saying that Sa-seong came to them and ordered them to work under his command. Park was stunned, unable to accept the truth. The man then revealed the reason. Hyung was suspicious of Dong-soo because everyone else had been caught by the police except for him, which made him suspect that Dong-soo had sold them out. Furious at the revelation, Park sliced Byun's other ankle the same way he did the first one. A while later, when things had calmed down, Moo-hyuk sat down with Dong-soo in a room for a drink. Shortly after, the lawyer came in quietly and reported that all the injured people had been sent to the hospital and that the leaders would be monitored separately. Looking very dejected, Dong-soo asked if Moo-hyuk really thought his brother tried to betray him. He didn't understand why, since he was taking care of everything so there would be no problems, including his sister-in-law and their families. Moo-hyuk, however, already knew everything because of his memories from the future, where Sa-seong killed Dong-soo and framed him for his crimes. That's why he stated that if they left Sa-seong alone, this kind of thing would happen again. He explained that Dong-soo's gentle approach was what allowed the henchmen to act that way. He said Dong-soo needed to figure out who was on his side and get rid of the others, making sure they couldn't come back. Dong-soo was lost in thought, so Moo-hyuk suggested they organize the move first. Dong-soo took offense, saying that Moo-hyuk didn't know Sa-seong, whom he considered a father. Moo-hyuk replied coldly that no father would order his own son to be killed. He went on to say that the gangsters of that era didn't care about loyalty, and that Dong-soo was the last one clinging to an outdated romanticism. Moo-hyuk finished by saying it was obvious Sa-seong had sent him away, and that Dong-soo needed to wake up from that dream. Furious at Moo-hyuk's words, Dong-soo tried to get up, but he was too injured for any sudden movements. Fed up with the situation, Moo-hyuk also stood up and told Dong-soo to deal with his brother, otherwise the deal between them would be off. As Moo-hyuk was leaving the room, Dong-soo asked him to sit down, and asked what would happen if he kept on like this. Coldly, Moo-hyuk asked if he still looked like the student he met on the hospital rooftop. He reminded Dong-soo that he gave him a chance to work together on a plan that involved their destinies, and that if Dong-soo hesitated, he would have to reconsider everything. Confidently, Moo-hyuk gave him an ultimatum. If they didn't resolve the Busan situation by October, it would be the end for everyone. With that said, he left and slammed the door shut. Dong-soo was left behind, ashamed. The lawyer commented that Moo-hyuk was definitely not an ordinary person for someone who was only 20 years old, wondering what kind of life the boy had lived. Dong-soo agreed, feeling proud to know him and saying he wasn't kidding about him. Dong-soo knew that Moo-hyuk was right, and that relying only on a gangster's strength wouldn't sustain him, because without money, everything was nonsense. He sighed that the world was only run by money, and the lawyer asked how he would handle things. With his head held high, Dong-soo declared that they would clean everything up and finally go to Seoul. At a hotel, room service staff knocked on the door, saying the guest had checked out 4 hours ago. Following orders, the maid opened the door, and when they went inside, they found a mobster with a mustache hanging and already dead, which caused the team to panic. At the same time, in a parking lot, another man was complaining about a badly parked car with no contact number, when suddenly a blood-covered mobster fell on top of the vehicle. In a butcher shop, an employee went to get ice from the freezer, but found the brown-haired mobster dead and stuck inside. Meanwhile, the big guy Byun was escaping in his wheelchair, managing to lose Park's men for a moment. He cursed at Dong-soo, calling him a bastard who not only broke his leg but was now trying to kill him. In his desperation, he promised revenge, shouting that he would not die easily, but he ended up hitting his wheelchair on a rock. The impact threw him straight into the sea, and he could not do anything to save himself. Days later, at Busan prison, Park's lawyer went to meet Dong-soo's brother. He explained that he was there on behalf of Park, and revealed that Dong-soo had been attacked a few days earlier by members of the Sejong gang. The lawyer handed a cigarette to the inmate, who thought about the attack. The lawyer reassured him, saying that Dong-soo was safe, and the brother replied that he was happy to hear that, although he did not seem happy. It was then that the lawyer revealed the accusation. They said it was the brother himself who ordered the attack. The man became furious when he heard this nonsense, denying all the accusations and asking if Dong-soo really believed that. He was shaking so much that he could barely hold the cigarette, which he threw on the floor in anger. He asked again if Dong-soo believed the story, saying that if that was the case, Dong-soo should go there and ask him in person. In response, the lawyer simply placed a voice recorder on the table and told him to listen. On the recording, Dong-soo apologized for not being able to go in person and said he understood his brother's suspicion, since Dong-soo had managed to hide and escape safely. Dong-soo explained that he had been working hard to prepare everything so that when his brother finished his sentence, he could live comfortably. He reported that he was attacked recently and that they said his own brother had ordered it, but that he did not believe it. Still, Dong-soo admitted that he started to have some doubts. Because of this, he promised he would take care of his family and his sister-in-law, but he coldly asked his brother to disappear. Dong-soo argued that if his brother stayed alive, the monster inside Dong-soo would grow even bigger and more blood would be spilled. He said that refusing would only make things harder for both of them and asked him to make his decision. Completely dejected, the young man asked the lawyer if Dong-soo had really said all that. Without showing any emotion, the lawyer confirmed it was exactly as he had heard. Dong-soo's brother thought about Park's words and asked what Park planned to do after taking over Busan by himself. The lawyer revealed that after Busan was under control, Park would leave to expand into Seoul. Hearing this, the young man could not believe it and suddenly started laughing very loudly, saying proudly that his brother was the real boss. He stood up, asked the lawyer to tell Dong-soo he was sorry, and with a blank look on his face, asked Dong-soo to take care of himself and also take care of his family. On a rainy day, Dong-soo was thoughtful in his office when his lawyer arrived with the news that his brother had died the day before. Dong-soo's sadness was noticeable, but he did not let it show and remained strong. Soon after, in a nightclub and in another building, Dong-soo's men surrounded their enemies to eliminate them. The enemies who were ready for a fight said that the bastard was already there. Their leader, an older man, shouted that Saseong died because of Park and that he still wanted to take over Hyundai. Dong-soo did not care and replied that the man talked too much for his age and told them to get on with the fight. The fight began with the old man calling Park an ungrateful dog that bites its own master, while Dong-soo's men went straight to the attack. A short time later, everything was over, according to plan. Dong-soo was in front of the sea, taking his shots, when his lawyer arrived to report that the cleanup in Hyundai was complete. He congratulated his men on a job well done and poured a glass for his lawyer, seeming relieved that things were falling into place again. At that moment, with a sad look in his eyes, he called the lawyer by his name and asked if he would be embarrassed in front of Moo-hyuk again. At the great moneylender's mansion, the grandfather asked Moo-hyuk if he had predicted the government's recent strange moves. Tae-san explained that dozens of high-ranking officials in finance and economics had suddenly disappeared, supposedly taking vacations or on trips, but none of them had actually left the country. He added that he suspected they were doing something in secret, since not even the head of economic affairs he had infiltrated knew what was going on. Moo-hyuk, on the other hand, was already aware of the situation and knew that a real-name financial system would finally be implemented. Moo-hyuk also knew that some chaebols and financial companies noticed the strange atmosphere, but without the economic officials, they had no way to find out the details. When his grandfather asked, he replied that it must be a new real-name financial system and that they were preparing everything in secret. Worried, Tae-san agreed it was possible, since a policy like that would have to be prepared secretly. He then asked what Moo-hyuk thought and expressed his opinion that the announcement would be made in the next New Year's speech. Moo-hyuk, however, disagreed, stating that with the president's personality, there was a high chance he would push the measure through by August. Surprised, Tae-san questioned if that was not too soon, since August was the following month. Muhyuk explained that the timing of the announcement was the most important part of the new financial system, so it had to be announced when it was least expected. These words left the old moneylender thoughtful. Still, he insisted it was too early, as this was one of the presidential election promises, and it would not be easy to get it approved in the assembly. Muhyuk guessed that the other chaebols probably reached the same conclusion as his grandfather, and that is why they would all be caught by surprise when the new system was implemented. Muhyuk predicted that in less than a week after the announcement, the measure would pass the National Assembly without a vote, with unanimous support from the parties. Realizing this, he asked if they should not get ready by sorting out the third-party and anonymous accounts. The grandfather replied that, as he had advised last time, the anonymous accounts were almost ready, but the third-party ones would take more time because of their large scale. Muhyuk knew he could not convince his grandfather completely, but with just the anonymous accounts, he would save a significant fortune, avoiding a loss as big as in his past life. Taesan then confirmed that the 400 billion won were sent to America and that the director laundered the money without any problems, making Muhyuk thank him deeply for everything. At that moment, the grandfather asked if Muhyuk had forgotten about the plans he had for that day. He reminded his grandson that if he was going to deal with chaebols in the future, he needed to understand how they thought. For that reason, he would meet the person who was the living history of Korean chaebols and should go and learn as much as he could from him. Later inside the car, Muhyuk told director Ha that at the end of that year, he would send Han Kyung-young to America and that the director should transfer all the money from the United States account to him. The director asked if this person was trustworthy, as the full 400 billion won was a lot of money. Muhyuk then revealed that he was going to create an investment company, hold a large part of the shares, and make sure Han Kyung-young was rewarded for his role. Director Ha understood and said he would transfer the money as soon as the order was given. A question, however, was on Muhyuk's mind, and he asked who exactly Director Ha was. Not understanding the question, the director remained silent. Muhyuk explained that Ha was like a wild card who could do anything, perfectly executing everything Tyson asked. He added that he knew the director was behind the disappearance of President Yu Jigang from Myeongdong. Coldly, the man replied that when the chairman gives an order, he does not ask why and just obeys, as that was his oath. Muhyuk noticed that the man had absolute obedience. Still curious, he asked if the director would carry out a meaningless order, giving the example of an order that could get him killed. Without a second thought, the director said that if he were ordered to, he would obey without any problem. Not satisfied, the protagonist asked what he would do if his grandfather ordered him to kill his own grandson. Remaining cold and calculating, Ha replied that if he were ordered to, he would have to obey. At that moment, Muhyuk understood what kind of person the director was, remembering that even in his previous life, he had been loyal to his grandfather, and after his death, disappeared without a trace. With this understanding, Muhyuk said he had a favor to ask. When the director allowed him to ask, Muhyuk asked him to introduce him to someone like himself. He explained that he wanted someone who would follow whatever his orders were without question, a person he could count on and trust. The director got the message and said he would arrange things for him. A little later, they arrived at the mansion of the great chaebol, Chairman Song. The man received them with a pleased look, saying he was curious to see what the smart grandson the chairman could not stop bragging about was like. He added that he could not refuse the meeting, but he was not sure if he could teach him anything more. Gently, the protagonist replied that just hearing his life story was valuable, as he was the living history of Korean chaebols and the economy itself. Hearing that, Song seemed embarrassed and commented that if he had to choose a man he could trust, it would be Cheon Taesan, the young man's grandfather. He then recalled the time when Taesan seemed invincible until the moment he stumbled in 1972, when the government, through an emergency decree, froze and demanded the repayment of private loans. This measure was devastating for the loan sharks and marked one of the worst periods for the economy. The policy, which forced creditors to disclose the origin of their funds, was so drastic that it could only have been implemented under a military regime. Song Yongju noted that the young man was well informed and agreed that such a measure had only been possible in that context. He added that this was the reason for the creation of the large business families, which would later be known as chaebols. At that time, during the Cold War, there were many capital-intensive development projects. To finance production, these companies borrowed money from loan sharks and also accepted government contracts to run their businesses. The young man observed that the government had put an end to this practice, justifying the action as a way to protect debtors. The president agreed, explaining that because of this, it was difficult to find private loan sharks nowadays. Given this, the young man asked how his grandfather had managed to survive that situation. Song began to explain that Cheon Tae-san had resorted to extreme measures. He doused himself in gasoline in front of the debtors and, with a lighter in hand, demanded they accept his proposal. The order was clear. They were to return his money, or he would burn the factory to the ground. He used this tactic on any company that failed to pay, threatening not only to burn down their facilities, but also to eliminate the entire family of those responsible. Cheon was willing to do anything to ensure the debt was paid. As a result, companies began to prioritize paying their debts to Cheon, even if it meant leaving other creditors unpaid. All the businessmen of that era feared him. With the competition diminished, his business prospered enormously, and he ended up dominating the loan shark market. The president concluded the story by stating that unfavorable policies and crises could turn into great opportunities, depending on how a person deals with them. The conversation then changed course when the young man asked for Song's opinion on the real name financial system. The young man argued that it was an inevitable policy, as the country could not depend on the underground economy forever. The president, however, disagreed with the timing. He believed the country still needed to grow more, and that development doesn't always happen with clean money. Sometimes even dirty capital is necessary. Although he acknowledged that the system would eventually need to be implemented, he predicted that when it happened, it would create immense chaos. In his view, not even a military regime would be able to impose such a measure, and it was likely that the country's president would hesitate a great deal before making that decision. The protagonist then asked if an event like that would lead South Korea to bankruptcy, and if, amidst such a scenario, there would be an opportunity for him to make a fortune. He pondered that, even if such a situation caused suffering for many, it could allow others to prosper. The old man, in turn, asked if he was referring to a national collapse and bankruptcy, to which the young man replied that it was just a hypothesis, but that it wouldn't be many years before something like that could happen. President Song expressed his conviction that South Korea would not collapse. However, he admitted that if an opportunity like that arose, he would seize it, because if he didn't, someone else would surely make a lot of money. He explained that the economy worked that way. While one person loses, another profits predatorily, because in capitalism, no one ever wins equally. Hearing this eased the uncomfortable feeling the protagonist had, although the idea of a national bankruptcy was something he had never considered before. President Song then asked him why he was so concerned. The young man explained that even if it didn't happen to South Korea, financial crises occurred in other countries from time to time, which made him reflect on the consequences of a potential Korean bankruptcy. The old man laughed and commented that he was right to think about the future and plan ahead, stating that was how you made money and that he resembled his grandfather. However, he advised him not to be greedy, no matter how big the opportunity. He warned that the economy was like a living organism, and that if he fed his greed, it could turn into an unimaginable monster and devour him. The scene shifted to Uido, the financial center of South Korea, a fact that hadn't changed in the last 10 or 20 years. There, Kim Min-jun arrived at the office of Seidin, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Seidin greeted him cheerfully, commenting that he was looking great. Min-jun replied that it was all thanks to him, as he had advised him to invest in biotech stocks, which had earned him good money. He then asked why Seidin had called him so suddenly, to which the man replied that he was just having a little fun. Seidin recalled the previous day, when the biotech stock just kept rising. He said that just before the market closed, he bet everything on it, and the next morning, when the market opened, the stock hit its price limit. In just one day, he had turned 50 million won into 80 million. He commented that was why people said stock junkies couldn't quit their addiction. Min-jun agreed it was a terrible addiction and asked how much money Seidin had in his account, and was told it was about 20 million won. Given this, Min-jun advised him to sell everything starting next Monday. Seidin, however, disagreed, arguing that biotech stocks were doing very well and that it was not time to sell, as it was a bull market and he should hold firm and invest everything. Contrary to Seidin's optimism, Kim Min-jun stated that on August 18th, a major American brokerage firm would declare bankruptcy. Seidin, who had heard miraculous predictions about the stock market before, considered it just a pipe dream. Min-jun then asked if he could at least give him some advice. Seidin accepted, and they decided to make a bet. Min-jun would win if the stock price plummeted after August 18th. If the stocks remained stable or rose, Seidin would be the winner. Seidin then questioned whether the collapse predicted for 2 weeks from then was based on some secret information or just a forecast, and asked if Min-jun would go bankrupt if he lost the bet. Min-jun then asked if Seidin was scared, reminding him he could win a lot of money, and asked what the terms of the bet were. He stipulated that if he won, he would take all the money in Seidin's account. The young man was shocked, as the sum of 120 million won was substantial. In return, Min-jun stated that if Seiden won, he would pay him 500 million won as compensation. Given the stakes, Seiden accepted the deal. Min-jun confidently declared that he didn't lose bets, to which Seiden replied that he was the last person he'd want to see lose. Min-jun then asked if the young man had gotten his American citizenship. Seiden confirmed and asked how he knew. Min-jun explained that this was the second reason for his call, clarifying that as an American citizen, his stock account would be less likely to be investigated in Korea. This would be useful if his personal information were exposed, and the authorities suspected a data leak while investigating the account in detail. Seiden asked if Min-jun had discovered something about him. Min-jun replied that he intended to use Seiden's discretionary account and instructed him to go to the United States, open an investment firm, and form a team. Seiden found the idea strange, commenting that it seemed like the world would end on August 18th and arguing that if everything happened as predicted, it would be faster to open the company in Korea. However, Min-jun informed him that he couldn't move to the country, to which Seiden replied that it didn't matter, as he would go with him. Min-jun then revealed that as soon as he won the bet, about 400 billion won would be deposited into the new company's account. Seiden was completely shocked by the figure. Min-jun explained that this was why he had to manage the funds in the United States, where he would have the freedom to handle the rest of the money. Seiden pointed out that American taxes would be absurd and that it would be difficult to transfer the money to Korea. Min-jun agreed it would be dangerous and stated that Seiden's mission would be precisely to transfer the funds safely, but that they would find another solution if the plan failed. Seiden reminded him that he couldn't stay in the United States forever and again questioned how Min-jun was so sure about the collapse. Without giving details, Min-jun told him to drink his coffee calmly, because on the 18th, all that worry would be as trivial as the price of a can of coffee, calling himself the next generation stock genius. The prediction came true when a television announcement stated that the Korean government was freezing all deposits and assets from financial institutions. The sudden decision caught everyone by surprise. The president appeared to announce severe measures to contain the crisis, stating that foreign currency transactions would be suspended. Experts described the event as a completely unforeseeable shock to the financial market. Amid the chaos, questions arose about the central bank's plans, as the institution seemed to have been caught by surprise. The head of economic affairs claimed to have found out about the news on television, along with the rest of the population. It was not revealed who else in the upper echelons had approved the decision. Elsewhere, it was confirmed that all main and reserve accounts, totaling over 100 billion won in the name of foreign shell corporations, had been frozen. The head of the central bank declared that no one could be trusted and wondered how the plan could have been executed without their knowledge, calling in the National Tax Service and the financial police to investigate. While the financial group leader kept his cool but insisted on the need for action, Min-jun was explaining to a superior that he had no inside information and that everything had been based on a prediction. He explained that his analysis was based on market trends and the finance minister's personality. He even claimed that anyone could have guessed it, as the measure was part of the administration's platform from the presidential election. The man he was speaking to argued that it was impossible to predict the exact timing of the announcement, but Min-jun replied that was where his hunch had made the difference. He revealed that he had read the minister's book of policy proposals, which made it obvious that the announcement would happen around that week. The man agreed that Min-jun was right, recalling that the minister was known for his haste. He expressed concern about the impact on the global market, but Min-jun simply advised him to take care of his health, as the tide of the world had turned. The boss then authorized Min-jun to take control of operations from the next day, with the strategy of not making large investments while the market remained unstable. It was revealed that although many shell companies had been blocked, Min-jun had managed to transfer and save a considerable portion of the funds. Thanks to this money, saved with the help of Min-jun and the American authorities, they obtained the necessary collateral to open a new large-scale investment firm. Kim Min-jun asked if the plan was to use the funds and accounts in the United States to make investments. His boss confirmed that it would be inevitable, as it would give them more influence in the international market. He believed the chaos wouldn't last long, predicting that as soon as the situation stabilized, the American government and major economies would intervene. From that moment on, the flow of capital would change direction, creating great opportunities for them. Given this, the boss announced his decision to transfer all the accounts to Kim Min-jun. The young man was shocked by the immense amount of funds he would now control. His superior promised that he would manage everything, explaining that the measure went beyond what they had agreed upon because Min-jun had proven himself worthy of complete trust. From that moment on, he would have complete autonomy to act, which represented an unbelievable game changer for the organization. Kim Min-jun processed the information, still in a state of shock. His boss had indeed transferred the accounts to his company, granting him full control over the management of all the subsidiaries' funds in the country. It wasn't just about a huge amount of money, but also the associated control structures. All of it had been obtained from a single, precise calculation he had made. Now, the power that dictated the course of major companies was in his hands, a fact that left him with an almost manic expression. The scene changes to the facade of a luxurious building at night. Inside an office, a man in a suit stands before another, who is seated in an armchair. The man in the armchair, the chairman, demanded answers, asking where the missing individual had gone and if the financial crisis wouldn't be disclosed to the market the next day. The subordinate, identified as Lee Seong-min from the JS Group's strategic planning team, replied that he was very sorry and that he never imagined the person would disappear like that. The chairman questioned how the billions were being handled, aware that they would find a way to cover up the situation anyway. Lee Seong-min reported that there had been no contact from the fugitive. Leaning forward, the chairman yelled, questioning if that was all his subordinate could do, and stating that he was too old to be given a scolding. He couldn't understand how they had let themselves be fooled by a brat. Lee Seong-min simply said he was sorry and had no excuses. He then reported that about 300 billion in funds had disappeared. He explained that they had managed to act in time to trace them to the initial bank accounts, but lost the trail when the money was moved to anonymous accounts. The chairman ordered that if there was anything they could get from those accounts, they should do it. At the same time, he gave the order to find Cheil's grandson. The subordinate revealed that the computer used for the embezzlement had vanished. He described the action as a surgical strike, indicating that the person responsible knew the company's secrets. The chairman despaired upon realizing they had been exposed. Lee Seong-min added that the hard drive was the only thing left of the destroyed computer. Lee Seong-min explained that the skill demonstrated on the computer was not of an ordinary level. There was a possibility that the perpetrator already knew about the company's slush funds and had intentionally withdrawn them from the direct accounts. Shocked, the chairman wondered how that could have happened, surprised by the fact that the kid had known everything all along. He concluded that Kwon Do-ryan knew everything and had deceived them, ordering his underlings to find him immediately. In another office, two allies were talking. The man with glasses was impressed by his friend's predictions, mentioning that the intellectual power of a low-level artificial intelligence was incredible, and that this had been the reason for selling all the stocks. Kim confirmed that terrible things would happen in the financial market the next day. His friend Se-din asked how he knew that, to which Kim replied it was just a hunch. The man with glasses found the answer absurd, recalling that this hunch had made him remove 150 accounts. He questioned if that was really just the power of a low-level AI. His friend replied that a brilliant mind doesn't forget what it sees, but assured him that he had erased all traces and that they could rest easy. He predicted that after the market plummeted the next day, the JS Group's stocks would fall. The stock market and prices in general would collapse in the morning, bankrupting the small companies that depended on the JS Group. The man with glasses asked if they would gain a lot from the situation, and his friend confirmed they would, as long as they bet on the fall of the stocks that would plummet in the morning. The man with glasses confessed he hadn't imagined his friend was planning to risk everything they had for this new opportunity. Kim then instructed his friend to open a stock account in his own name the next morning. He was to use that account to invest in the stocks that were going to fall. His friend, surprised, asked if he was doing it on purpose, and if he had any idea what 10 billion won represented in common stocks. Kim stated that the stocks would start to plummet from the next day on. The strategy was to sell all the high-performing tech stocks at the limit price. As soon as the price dropped to its lowest, he was to buy everything back. He stressed that his friend should not talk about any other stocks and just sell everything as he had instructed. Se-din warned that if they did that, the entire market would be turned upside down. Manipulating the situation, Kim replied that it was just a hunch and that no one would have proof against them. He instructed his companion to buy a little at a time, splitting the transactions to avoid drawing attention, and then buy back as much as he could. He told him not to worry about the consequences and to simply spend all his money on those stocks. After a toast, in which Kim assured him that his friend would buy everything, the latter began to reflect. He had used a virtual weapon against the JS Group, and soon, South Korea's financial market would completely collapse because of his actions. As predicted, the financial market collapsed the following morning. The digital branch of Hanshin Bank was a reflection of the widespread panic. The doors opened with a slight delay, which was enough to infuriate the crowd outside. The employees apologized, explaining that the opening was controlled by an AI, but the people demanded their money back. Amid the desperation, arguments and fights for a place in line began to break out, with with one man even arguing that he should be served first because he had been a VIP client for 20 years. The massive rush for withdrawals paralyzed the branch, marking the first major storm to hit the country since the crisis began. Chaos spread through the Korean Stock Exchange, where the boards displayed a dizzying drop, all in red. As soon as the market opened, more than 1,800 stocks hit their lower price limits, leaving the nation in a state of shock. From his office, the protagonist watched the city and understood that the real game had just begun. He and his partner had decided to turn this global crisis into an opportunity for themselves. Shortly after, his partner entered the room, visibly exhausted. Nervous about what they had done, he began to clean his glasses as he reported to the protagonist that the market had been a total disaster. The drop was so severe that trading had to be suspended several times. He believed the market would turn into complete chaos, with people going crazy in the streets, and mentioned that the government had already declared a state of emergency to try to contain the panic. He confirmed that he had used the 10 billion provided by the protagonist to buy everything he could. He admitted it was terrifying to try to acquire free-falling stocks without knowing what would happen, because even with his friend's prediction, the risk remained extremely high. Finally, he asked the hero if they could really profit from such a scenario. Without answering directly, the protagonist simply said that he had done a good job and should get some rest. The partner confessed that dealing with billions was extremely stressful, stating that his heart was in his throat and his hands wouldn't stop shaking. The protagonist then asked if he no longer wanted to be part of the plan. The man with the glasses replied that, for him, playing the stock market was the most fun thing in the world. Thanks to the protagonist, he had gained a lot of confidence and was already starting to relax. With the task completed, Moo-yuk instructed him to go back to the computer, as they needed to act fast before the market shifted, and that he would take care of the rest. Moo-yuk announced his plans to found an unusual investment firm, funded entirely with his own money. He was already registering a corporation to handle everything and manage the investments, which was the top priority at the moment. His companion asked what the purpose of all this would be, and Moo-yuk explained that the firm would be the vehicle for the hard work that lay ahead of them. The man with the glasses found the idea of an investment firm to be ordinary, since most of them operated in a similar way. The protagonist agreed, but told him not to worry about conventional work. He intended to create the equivalent of a private jet that would take them to the top of the world. For a moment, his partner imagined himself aboard a luxurious and exclusive plane, drinking wine to celebrate their success. Excited, he came back to reality and swore his loyalty to Moo-yuk, promising to follow him to the end and asking never to be abandoned. He added that the only conditions for them to part ways would be if Moo-yuk himself left him for finding things too difficult, or if he betrayed him. Then he asked if he could choose the company's name, and the protagonist agreed. He suggested the company be called Dream High Investments, and that they should dream even higher. Meanwhile, the money collected from the Myeongdong cryptocurrency market had vanished without a trace. The closing of the stock exchange sent new shockwaves, and public anxiety caused the Myeongdong loan market to freeze. The loan sharks who lost billions of won got a taste of hell. The situation was no different for the district chiefs. In a meeting, one of them was yelling at an employee, questioning how he had failed to recover the money even with the help of criminals. Another chairman warned the others that if they couldn't move the account in 4 days, they would have no way to pay the interest rate. The situation was critical not only for the company's accounts, but also for personal ones, as withdrawals were impossible from both. The district chiefs concluded they needed to contact the IT team again to find a way to regain access. One of them reported that the system wasn't responding, and while they searched for a solution, they decided to keep their composure in front of the people present. Amid the tension, one of the men asked who was on their way, and another chairman chided him for forgetting. After all, it was Chairman Wu's grandson who wished to meet with all the Myeongdong chiefs that day. The general suspicion was that he was coming to try and inherit the position and place them under his command. The financial crisis was personal for many, like one of the Myeongdong men who saw the money he had painstakingly saved for 10 years disappear just when he needed to give it to his family. Shortly after, Chairman Wu's grandson called, saying he was in a hurry and needed to change the meeting location. Upon arriving, he greeted the chairman, saying it had been a long time since he'd seen them. He then questioned why everyone was standing and told them they could sit, adding that his neck hurt from having to look down on them. The protagonist knew they must be anxious about the lost money, and, because of that, couldn't help but fear his actions. He was aware there was a problem with the loan market settlement system. Trying to hide their vulnerability, one of the chairmen claimed claimed that thanks to a certain Chairman Mu, they hadn't suffered major losses. Wu's grandson realized they were just feigning strength for fear he would look down on them, noticing how everyone who tried to seize power feigned ignorance to avoid having their pride wounded. Getting straight to the point, Chairman Mu's grandson clarified that he hadn't come to inherit the business, but to discuss something important with them, as they were key figures in Myeongdong. He then directly asked which of them would join him. One of the chairmen asked him to explain further, and the young man detailed that he wanted to know who would support him when he took over his grandfather's position, wishing to hear their opinion before the matter of succession became public. He made a clear proposal. For the chairman who allied with him, he would compensate for the lost money. However, for those who refused the deal that day, there would be no other chance. Chairman Seong-Dai challenged him, asking what they would gain if they followed him. The protagonist addressed Ma In-bok, saying he seemed to have misunderstood something. He explained that he wasn't making a deal, but offering an opportunity, and that he would simply follow the person the chairman chose as his successor. However, he implied there would be consequences if Vice Chairman Xiong was not the one chosen. The young man noted that Ma In-bok was clever, as expected of someone his grandfather valued, and noticed he had features similar to his older brothers. One of the chairmen decided to leave, thanking the host. The protagonist then asked Ma In-bok for his opinion. Ma suggested it would be a good idea to keep their eyes and ears open and observe the situation for now. He argued that, even under the chairman's command, they held considerable power in Myeongdong, making it impossible for anyone to lead the region without their support. For someone like Chairman Wu's grandson, things wouldn't be so easy. They knew that if he made such a proposal, it was because he knew their current situation, and if he found out about the frozen accounts, the group's weakness would be exposed. The protagonist, however, told Ma In-bok to come back, stating that he wasn't going to stop there, and that his plan was to use the power and money left by the old CEO to take control. He then directly asked Ma what he thought of the proposal to compensate for the losses. Shocked, In-bok vehemently denied it, asking if he considered him the type of person to easily accept bribes. The young man agreed that Chiang Seong-dae was not a foolish man who would accept bribes, but he pointed out that he knew Wu's methods as those of a selfish and greedy man. He then revealed his true plan. He promised to rip the chairman's businesses out of the underworld and create a new order, placing them at the center of it all. He stated he would change the shady financial system to a model with legitimate interest rates, allowing the government to control it and register it as a legal credit company, operating without risk in Myeongdong. Chairman No In-seok was surprised by the idea of no longer being loan sharks. The protagonist confirmed they would be free from the prosecution's investigation and the tax service's tracking, delegating these risky parts to his subordinates. He confronted them, asking how long No In-seok and Kim Ho-shik intended to carry the label of Myeongdong loan sharks, revealing he had been planning this since he took over the Myeongdong finance company. Those present realized he intended to use this chance to legalize his grandfather's businesses. Wu's grandson asked them to wait 5 years. He guaranteed that in that time, they could conduct their business with confidence and pride. He concluded by saying that if they followed him, they would be remembered as the pioneers of Myeongdong. Kim Ho-shik decided to follow the young master. No In-seok, in turn, explained to Kim that his daughter would soon start school, and he wanted her to be able to understand her father's profession with pride in the future. Therefore, he considered it better to be known as a company president than as a mere moneylender. The young leader questioned No In-seok's true intentions, who replied that things in the real world didn't work that way. The young leader then stated that he was free to do as he pleased, leaving the decision in his hands. Faced with this, In-seok admitted he no longer had the same energy as before, and declared that, as one of the elders, he would simply go with the flow. Despite this apparent acceptance, the young leader warned No that if he tried to oppose him, a comfortable old age would not be guaranteed. He had already decided that if they had no intention of following him, he would deal with them according to his own plan. He then informed Yoo Ji-gang, Kim Ho-shik, and No In-seok that he would remove them from Cheon Suman's group, planning to break one of their legs and expel them from the company. Elsewhere, 2 men in suits, one of them named Sun Nam, were talking while they drank. The topic was a reserve fund, which Sun Nam's companion confirmed was real and secret. Sun Nam reflected that they had been receiving orders from the CEO's grandson, whom he referred to as a brat, for some time now. He expressed his distrust, questioning how long the investment fund's money had been transferred abroad and who the real owner in charge of everything was. It bothered him that his older brother was in the hands of a 20-year-old, and he wanted to understand what the young man was plotting. Sun Nam doubted that the business world would accept such a young successor, even if it was his brother's investor's wish. The other investor agreed, noting that they were no longer young, and having taken care of all aspects of the company, they were not willing to risk everything for the boy. They believed the older brother was mentally incapacitated due to an illness, and felt they needed to make him wake up before it was too late. A third man intervened, reminding Sun Nam that they were born of the same mother. As the eldest son, he intended to keep the situation as it was. Sun Nam replied by asking what more he could possibly need, stating that the two of them shared the same path and therefore should not hide anything from each other. They sealed a pact of mutual trust, promising to protect each other's businesses. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Special Prosecutor Kang Min-woo from the Supreme Prosecutor's office. He announced to Sun Nam that he was being arrested on the spot for bribery and currency evasion. As he was being led away, Sun Nam protested, telling them to let him go and claiming they were making a mistake, while also declaring his right to remain silent. Desperate, he shouted for his brother, Hyung Min, asking for help. Hyung Min stood paralyzed, shocked by the prosecution's actions, and wondering who would have dared to call the authorities to arrest his brother. The operation was so swift and secretive that neither the local police chief nor their contacts in the prosecutor's office were informed, as the plan was orchestrated directly by the top brass of the Supreme Prosecutor's office. They felt deceived by the prosecutors. One of those present, named Min, questioned who would have the audacity to mess with a family member without the chairman's permission. It was clarified that the prosecution had acted on a pre-trial detention warrant issued by the court, which led to the suggestion of contacting the Prosecutor General's office. However, Sun Nam's brother dismissed the idea, explaining that the prosecutor in charge of the case was known for being incorruptible and would not yield to political or financial pressure. At the Supreme Prosecutor's office, the confirmation came. The defendant had been arrested for currency evasion related to illegal overseas operations, specifically the slot machine case. Sun Nam's brother was stunned to learn they had used that specific case, an old joint investigation by the prosecutor's office and the police into corruption that had revealed connections to organized crime and embezzlement of funds. At the time, Sun Nam had been identified as the mastermind behind the money laundering scheme. The prosecution announced its intention to expand the investigation to identify who was providing protection for the scheme. The group was perplexed, as they believed the slot machine case had already been closed. They concluded that the prosecution was leveraging public opinion to show results, using Sun Nam's arrest to generate headlines and put pressure on the moneylender's organization. Someone named Yoon was informed that a direct intervention would be reckless, as any attempt to use influence or money would only give the prosecution more ammunition and worsen Sun Nam's situation. Indignant, his brother refused to stand idly by. At that moment, a man named Yoon Chun-ho was called, and it was reported that Chairman Yoon had already contacted the legal team, who were on their way to the prosecutor's office. The CEO's grandson confirmed his grandfather's orders, assuming the prosecution wouldn't be able to hold Sun Nam for long. The accusation was based on rumors about an investment fund's involvement with gambling machines, but without concrete evidence, the case was bound to fail. However, there was a risk that a deeper investigation could reveal other connections, which could drag the entire company into the scandal. To prevent this, the strategy was to create a smokescreen by leaking information about an even bigger government scandal to divert the prosecution's attention. The grandson was aware that the goal was to bring down his family and resented the prosecutors, whom he accused of forgetting who had put them in power. With the plan set, Yoon Chun-ho was instructed to immediately prepare the contingency funds. The money would be used to bribe the media, ensuring the publication of stories about the current government's corruption. The CEO didn't care about the cost, demanding only that the fabricated scandal be far more damaging to his adversaries. Confident that the prosecution couldn't compete financially, he eagerly awaited the prosecutor general's reaction when the problem landed on his own doorstep. The grandson reinforced the idea that no one who messes with their family gets away unscathed. In an official statement, the Supreme Prosecutor's Office announced that the investigation into corporate corruption would continue rigorously, without hesitation, regardless of the accused's position or social status. The institution pledged to reveal the whole truth behind the case and asked for the citizens' continued support in its work to clean up society. Meanwhile, in the interrogation room, an officer was trying to convince Sun Nam to confess, stating that the truth would make things easier for him, as he was already facing charges of bribing public officials. Sun Nam, however, held firm, repeating that he would only speak in the presence of his lawyer, who arrived shortly after. The lawyer entered the room, apologizing for the delay. Oh Sun-nam showed relief upon seeing him, and the lawyer reassured him, saying that he had been through a difficult time, but from that moment on, he would take care of everything. Sun-nam asked if he could leave yet. The lawyer asked the prosecutor for 5 minutes alone with his client, but the officer refused, saying there was no need to complicate things. Ignoring him, the lawyer offered him a coffee and, as soon as the prosecutor left, assured Sun-nam that with his record, he would get out of there quickly and go to a 5-star hotel, promising to be back in 10 minutes. However, upon returning, the lawyer brought a direct message from the chairman, Sun-nam's father. He informed him that minimizing the damage would be difficult, and that the order was for Sun-nam to take full responsibility for the case, without involving anyone else or mentioning the impact of the company's actions. Shocked, Sun-nam accused the lawyer of lying, as he couldn't believe his father would say such a thing. The lawyer insisted he was just relaying the message exactly as he had received it, adding that a political deal was already being arranged to protect him. Sun-nam doubted that Assemblyman Kim could help him this time, worried about his own political future. The lawyer revealed that the chairman was furious and had ordered everyone involved to be silenced, and that he was likely already making moves to deal with the prosecutor. Sun-nam asked if the investigation was just a show for the media. The lawyer confirmed, explaining that he would receive a light sentence, at most 2 years of house arrest. The case would be reported in the press as the Chun Soo-hyun slot machine scandal. Sun-nam protested, not wanting his name to be exposed like that. The lawyer then clarified that a deal had been struck between the prosecution and his father. They needed a high-profile public figure to appease public opinion, and Sun-nam's own father had chosen him to be that person. He was reminded that, because of him, the organization's entire financial structure had almost been exposed, and that he shouldn't forget it. A short time later, the newspapers published the news about the slot machine case, naming Chun Soo-hyun as the main culprit and announcing his arrest. Reading the article, Sun-nam was furious at the trick his father had pulled behind his back, questioning how he could dare to betray him like that. At the detention center, Oh Sun-nam was visited by Hyung. Upon seeing him enter the room, Sun-nam called out his name enthusiastically, relieved to have his brother's company in that place. He commented on how good it was to see him, as the isolation cell was affecting his sanity. Even there, however, he explained that it was always possible to get something, like cigarettes, in exchange for enduring the constant noise. Chang-wook got straight to the point, questioning Sun-nam about his involvement in the secret slot machine operation in Yeongdeungpo and Gangnam. He mentioned that Kwon Sun-nam's name was circulating throughout the prosecutor's office, along with the rumor that he would be used as a scapegoat to protect the organization's bosses. He was annoyed with his friend, who was now visiting him and treating him like a traitor, saying that the snakes still haunted him. Chang-wook told him to stop complaining, reminding him that he was a grown man. He promised that together they would show the world the other side of the story and prove they couldn't be underestimated, as snakes never take their eyes off each other. In a moment of weakness, Sun-nam agreed and asked if Chang-wook could get him out of prison. Chang-wook replied that he would do whatever it took, even if he had to snatch the food from their mouths. Sun-nam then thanked him for the visit. The operation that led to Sun-nam's arrest was the result of a 3-month joint investigation between the police and the Seoul prosecutor's office. The action resulted in the seizure of 381 illegal slot machines, which were operated under the leadership of Choi Myung-hun. Choi, however, managed to escape during the authorities' raid, and his whereabouts remained unknown. Meanwhile, the protagonist was parking in front of the prison. His mind went back to a month earlier, when he had met with Yoon Chang-ho. On that occasion, he had congratulated him on his promotion to chief prosecutor of the Seoul district. Chang-ho acknowledged that the promotion was thanks to the protagonist and the president. The promotion had been a reward for Yoon Chang-ho, covering up the deaths of gang bosses in Busan, treating them as accidents. During the visit, the chief prosecutor asked the reason for the meeting. The protagonist wanted to know if he was aware of the slot machine case. The prosecutor confirmed that he knew it was a high-level corruption scandal, and the protagonist revealed that the investigation was focused on Assemblyman Kim Ki-ho, a prominent figure in the ruling party. The prosecutor was shocked because, despite being from the previous administration, Kim was still very influential. The protagonist warned that the prosecutor in charge of this case would face constant pressure and bribery attempts, and for that reason, he wanted Yoon Chang-ho himself to handle it. He explained that if the case gained notoriety, the Supreme Prosecutor's Office's Central Investigation Department would try to take it over. The protagonist instructed the chief prosecutor not to let that happen, because if it did, both Assemblyman Kim and Suhan would get away scot-free. The prosecutor asked if Cheon Suhan was his younger uncle, and the protagonist confirmed it. He predicted that as soon as the president found out, a wave of investigations would begin, and the chief of staff, one of his grandfather's men would try to remove Suhan from the investigation. The plan was clear. The prosecutor was to block all pressure from above, while the protagonist would deal with the pressure from his grandfather. The prosecutor understood that the protagonist was asking him to risk his career to arrest his own uncle. The protagonist assured him that he would take full responsibility for any failure. In return, if they succeeded, he promised that Chang Ho would become the next prosecutor general, a name that would go down in history. Chang Ho asked what would happen if he risked everything by ignoring orders from the Blue House. The protagonist's answer was a bold plan: leak the case to the media. He instructed the prosecutor to give an interview declaring himself on the front lines of the president's war on corruption, which would please the president and eliminate the need to transfer the case. Faced with that strategy, Yoon Chang-ho decided to take the risk. He was bound to lose his position anyway, so the chance to become prosecutor general was too good to refuse. He asked if this was the favor the protagonist wanted to call in from the promise they had made. Interestingly, upon agreeing, he felt that he now owed an even bigger favor. They sealed the deal with a handshake, and the protagonist made one last request: that when announcing the results, the prosecutor officially named the scandal the Cheon-Suhan slot machine case. He needed this to work. In his previous life, Suman and Suhan had formed an unshakable alliance that had tormented him. Now, a seed of distrust had been planted between them. Thanks to this case, his grandfather would eventually abandon any effort to rescue Suhan. After losing the Myeongdong bosses, another one of Suman's men was about to fall, and everything was going exactly according to the protagonist's plan. The Lone Shark King asked for news of his son, Suhan, to which Suman replied that he was well, despite facing hardships. The patriarch was harsh, stating that Suhan would be out of prison in a year and should use that time to work hard, concluding that it was no time to worry about his younger brother. Suman then questioned how his father expected him to run the loan business without political support and asked him to hand over control of all the businesses, taking responsibility for the money and information. His father, however, refused, claiming it was still too soon. Suman retorted, reminding his father that he was getting old and questioning him about the future of both himself and the businesses. Irritated, the patriarch shouted, demanding to know what his son was implying. Suman insisted that his father should think about what would happen after his death, as it was his responsibility to protect the family's assets. The old man accused him of wishing for his death to inherit everything, but Suman denied it and changed the subject, stating that Myeongdong was being underestimated. He mentioned the rumors that his father had chosen Muyuk as his successor instead of him, the eldest son, who was alive and free. He pointed out that Muyuk didn't even carry the family name and therefore should not be the heir. The Lone Shark King's response was sharp. He stated that he had never promised the succession to Suman. The confirmation that the rumors were true and that the inheritance could go to Muyuk left his son devastated. It was at that moment, from outside the room, that the protagonist began to hear the shouts from the argument. Suman argued that the Blue Wind Society had always protected the Cheong family, and that if the succession plan were changed, they would see him as an obstacle. The protagonist, still listening, heard the organization's name without understanding its meaning. Suman added that the same applied to Mizuki, which made the old man stand up abruptly. The mention of his mother's name in the conversation intrigued the protagonist. With fury etched on his face, the grandfather ordered Suman never to touch that subject again and threw him out of the room. After his son left, the old man turned to Director Ha, instructing him to finalize the stock transfer and resolve the tax issues by the following month. The patriarch expressed the opinion that Myung-hun should not act alone and asked the director if he had already found the right person to introduce to him. Director Ha confirmed, stating that the person would be coming to Korea next month. The grandfather reflected bitterly that, although they say you can't buy family with money, he was witnessing the opposite. His concern was not with Myung-hun himself, but with the possibility that he might devour his own uncles, and he feared how he would deal with the Blue Wind Society. When Suman left the room, he walked past his nephew with a dark expression. He stopped only to make a veiled threat, warning the boy not to bother him if he didn't want to meet the same end as his parents. Those words left the protagonist perplexed. For the first time, he considered the possibility that his parents' death had not been an accident. In his previous life, he had never investigated the incident, as mentioning his mother from the Cheon family had always been a sensitive subject. However, the conversation he had just overheard, coupled with his uncle's threat, led him to suspect that the fatal accident was connected to the Blue Wind Society. He had heard of the organization in his past life, a secret society that supposedly manipulated important political figures from behind the scenes since the country's liberation, always associated with major historical events. Until then, he had believed they were just rumors. However, hearing both his grandfather and his uncle mention the name made the organization frighteningly real. The suspicion that they were behind his mother's death grew stronger. Determined to uncover the truth, he traveled to Busan, where he met with a man who had information about his parents' car accident. He had asked Ryun-sung to have his police officer father investigate his parents' death. The man returned with the news that, since it had happened 19 years ago, little information remained. The detectives in charge of the case were already retired, and the official record described the incident as a hit and run, with the driver turning himself in only a few days later. However, a gruesome detail contradicted the official version. His parents had multiple stab wounds. His mother, in particular, had been stabbed more than 10 times in the back. Despite this, the autopsy results were completely ignored, and the case was closed as a hit and run. The culprit was a gangster with a long criminal record who served only 1 year in prison before disappearing without a trace. Even though he was very young at the time, he had some disturbing flashbacks. The image of his mother's death left him in a state of shock, leading him to the conclusion that the man had been hired for the murder. He had caused the car accident and then eliminated them both with a weapon. It became clear that the incident had been quickly covered up with the use of money and power. He concluded that the biggest beneficiaries of his mother's death would be his uncles, who, despite being family, would do anything for money. The worst part was the realization that his grandfather, despite knowing everything, had done nothing to stop it, even though it was his own daughter. With this certainty, he called a man named Park Dong-soo and introduced himself. Using a code, he said that the sun must be rising from all directions, and then he got straight to the point. He wanted him to find someone. He emphasized that even if it took time, it was crucial that this man be found. The protagonist met his friends at a restaurant, arriving late because of traffic. It was the first time the group had gone out to eat together, since their studies consumed all their time, making gatherings like this quite rare. Starving, they didn't take long to place their orders. During the conversation, Min Kyung commented that Myung-soo should fix his accent, and that Muyuki, on the other hand, sounded like he was from Seoul. Their friends teased, claiming that Muyuki was just pretending to be a native of the capital, as his accent was still quite noticeable. The topic then turned to their studies, with Muyuki and the protagonist mentioning they planned to take the first round of the exam. The protagonist, however, clarified that he would only be taking the exam as practice, unlike his friends who were preparing seriously. Min Kyung announced she wouldn't be participating, as she couldn't focus on her studies at the moment, making her the only one in the group not taking the exam. One of the friends pointed out that Muyuki had gotten the highest grades on the exams, ranking first in the semester's subjects. Everyone wondered how he managed to study so much while being so busy, and they recalled his famous line that studying was the easiest part. In contrast, another friend mentioned that he'd had private tutors since childhood and even so, had barely managed to get into Korea University, while a third added that his family had spent the equivalent of a department head's salary on his education. The protagonist agreed with Muyuki, stating that, for him, studying was also the simplest task. Myung-soo then said that he had always considered him a good student, but took the opportunity to reveal that he also had a past as a delinquent. Taking advantage of the relaxed atmosphere, the protagonist suggested they form a club to meet and eat together after work. However, his interest wasn't just in the company. He aimed to build strategic relationships for future conflicts with his uncles. He knew that Hyun-woo's grandfather was the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, and that, in a past life, Hyun-woo himself had been nominated for Attorney General. Jae-ha, in turn, was the son of the president of one of the country's top 3 law firms, which he was set to inherit. Min Kyung would also have a brilliant future. She would pass the bar exam, become a judge and a lawyer, and at 40 she would enter politics, eventually becoming the ruling party's leader in parliament. His college friends would become very successful, and he needed those connections. The friends liked the idea of the club and the regular meetings. When they asked Min Kyung if she would join, she hesitated, saying she didn't fit in with the group because she didn't come from a wealthy family and didn't think she would be useful to them. The others disagreed, arguing that they were all law students in the same boat. The protagonist recalled that Min Kyung's family had faced financial difficulties since her youth. Her father had died young in an accident, and her mother was always sick, forcing her to take care of her siblings, which prevented her from fully concentrating on her studies. Suddenly, Min Kyung stood up to leave, explaining that she had a class scheduled in Pyeongchang-dong. The protagonist promptly offered her a ride. On the way, he explained that the expensive car was because his grandfather was rich. She told him she had to give 5 private lessons to make some money, and that she could only study for 2 hours at night, which made her schedule extremely hectic. He was impressed by her ability to balance her work as a tutor, her college classes, and her preparation for the bar exam. She explained that she had kept this study routine since high school, as she needed the money to support her family. Despite the financial difficulties, she had always been the top student throughout her school years, although he was currently the best student at the law school. He drove her to the tutoring session, which helped her a lot, but before she got out of the car, he asked to talk. Shyly, she quickly spoke up, saying she would listen to what he had to say. okay, as long as it wasn't a declaration of love. He then suggested that she stop tutoring to focus exclusively on her studies. She replied that with her mother sick and her father deceased, she needed the money so her family wouldn't go hungry. Faced with this, he offered financial help, proposing that she dedicate herself to her studies without worrying about the bills and pay him back in the future. Suspicious, she asked if he was taking pity on her, but he denied it, asking her not to get things wrong. He argued that she was wasting her talent with so much work. The remark deeply offended her. She stated that she was perfectly capable of taking care of her family and studying at the same time. He insisted it would be good if they studied together for the bar exam, so she wouldn't fall behind. The suggestion sounded arrogant to her, and she accused him of thinking he was superior because he had money. Realizing he had been hasty, he saw her start to get out of the car, even considering leaving the study group. He stopped her, holding her hand and asking her to wait and listen to his story. He revealed that his parents had also passed away early, and that his grandmother had faced great financial hardship to raise him. It was his paternal grandfather who helped him get into college and dedicate himself to his studies. He confessed that, without that help, he would be in the same situation as her, and that he only wished to offer her the same opportunity he had received. Realizing she had misjudged him, she agreed to think about the offer. He asked how much her family would need per month, and offered 2 million won. Shocked, she listened as he promised to give her that amount monthly until her graduation. She commented that the amount was more than triple the starting salary of an employee at a large company, which was 600,000 won. Happy with her friend's generosity, she accepted and promised to dedicate herself fully to her studies. He, in turn, decided that from then on he would use his resources, whether money or contacts, to support anyone in need. In return, he hoped to one day rise to the position of leader of the ruling party, achieving a position of extreme power. Elsewhere, a group of friends was gathered in a circle, drinking. One of them asked Hyun-sung if his training was difficult, to which he replied that it was part of his routine and everything was fine. The friend commented that he figured he was also busy helping his grandfather with work. Another person in the circle remarked aloud that Muyak was the one who was always busy, traveling to the United States almost constantly. The story's hero explained that the trips were due to the financial matters his grandfather had entrusted to him. The friends, envious, expressed their desire to go to the United States with him. Hyun-sung, however, stated he had no reason to go, but mentioned he would get his chance if he secured a spot in the 1996 Atlanta Olympics, as he would be representing the national judo team. He was training intensely to try and win a gold medal, explaining that he needed to do it so he could help Muyok in the future. Muyok was surprised to see that his friend hadn't forgotten the promise they had made, recognizing Hyun-sung as a solid and reliable friend. At that moment, the food they had ordered arrived, and Hyun-sung stood up with a limp, attributing the difficulty to his training. Although the protagonist found it strange, he chose not to comment. Muyok's grandfather's right-hand man introduced him to a new individual, described as someone who would follow his orders without hesitation. This introduction fulfilled a promise made earlier in a car conversation, in which the bodyguard had said he would introduce such a person, but that it would be up to the young master to win his loyalty. The man was introduced as Ma Seok-dae. Muyok asked about his profession, and he replied that he worked as a bodyguard in Africa. The protagonist was surprised to understand that he was a private military contractor, essentially a mercenary. Muyok stated that he needed someone who would carry out his instructions precisely. Seok-dae, in turn, stated that he didn't know him yet, and therefore hadn't decided if he would do so. Faced with this, the young man proposed that he stay by his side for a while to make a decision. Muyok was impressed to discover that Director Ha had also been a mercenary, and curious wanted to know more about him, since they had known each other since childhood. Later, Director Ha and Seok-dae talked. Ha commented that the years had aged Seok-dae, who laughed and replied that the director was much older than him. However, Ha noted that his sharp gaze remained the same, recalling that they had been partners on battlefields. The director advised Seok-dae to give up the mercenary life and rest, but he refused, telling his friend not to meddle in his life. Seok-dae then asked for Ha's opinion on the young master, as he wanted to assess whether the young man was worthy of his protection. He assured him that, once convinced, his loyalty would be unwavering. Director Ha offered Seok-dae a room he had prepared for him. Seok-dae questioned if Chairman Cheon intended to name the young master as his successor, finding the young man too young for such a responsibility. The bodyguard replied that his job was simply to obey the chairman's decisions, and instructed Seok-dae to take care of the young master, describing him as someone surprising. The comment intrigued Seok-dae, as the only other person Ha had ever called extraordinary was Cheon Tae-san, the protagonist's grandfather. The scene shifts to their arrival at New York's International Airport. Someone called out Kang Muyok's name, and a man in a car enthusiastically welcomed them to the city, commenting that things were good and that Muyok's face looked fuller. The man in glasses, who was greeting them, introduced himself as Han Kyung-yong after Muyok introduced his personal secretary, manager Ma Seok-dae. Kyung-yong joked, telling Seok-dae that working for Muyok would be awful, as he was strict and had a difficult personality. The bodyguard took the joke in stride and asked where they were going. Next, they were taken to the World Trade Center, stopping in front of the Twin Towers before sitting down to do business. As he gazed at the imposing Twin Towers, the protagonist was struck that they were still standing, aware they would be destroyed in just 8 years. He decided to use this foreknowledge as an opportunity in the conversation that followed, asking his associate about the people he had requested him to investigate. The man confirmed he had found and invested in the indicated company, an internet browser startup called Netscape. Following the instructions, he assured that he would not interfere with the management, having invested 5 million won for a 40% stake. The associate, however, confessed he didn't understand why Kim Muyok wanted to invest in such a small startup, which seemed more like a research lab. Muyok explained that those 5 million would turn into billions within a few years, as Netscape would dominate 60% of the browser market. He predicted that in 1995, the company's initial public offering would debut at $18 per share, with a market cap of over 8 million. However, his plan was to sell the stake immediately after the IPO, as Netscape would go into decline under pressure from its competitor, Microsoft. Changing the subject, his assistant asked why they wanted to find the second person on the list, arguing that the man was finished, as he had been kicked out of his own company and was now leading a new startup. Muyok replied that the man would become a legend precisely because he had been kicked out, describing him as a 21st century pioneer, Steve Jobs. Later, upon arriving at Jobs' office, the protagonist approached the secretary and asked if the president was in. She asked if he had an appointment and, while typing, informed him that he would need to schedule one to come back. He, however, insisted that she simply tell her boss that the savior has come after crossing the ocean, assuring her that upon hearing this, the man would see him immediately. The secretary made the call and repeated the message. Once in the room, a man with glasses wanted to know why Muyok wanted to meet with him, mentioning that although he had been successful in the past, rumors on Wall Street said there was nothing special about him anymore. Muyok, on the other hand, believed the opposite, seeing the man as someone who would save the world. He formally introduced himself as Kim Muyok from Korea. The tech pioneer asked if they knew each other. Muyok knew that in the future, there wouldn't be a single person in the world who didn't know him, as he would change everyone's lives. However, in the present, Jobs had been ousted from the company he founded due to his authoritarian management style, founding a workstation company called Next and acquiring a then unknown 3D animation studio, Pixar. Muyok was aware that, at the moment, he had no major accomplishments and was only accumulating losses, but he also knew this was the only chance to invest in him. When Muyok mentioned he was from South Korea, Steve Jobs asked if he was from Samsung Electronics, recalling that he had visited the company to develop a product when he was still at Apple. Angrily, he commented that everything fell apart after he was kicked out, and demanded to know why Muyok considered himself his savior, warning that he could leave if he was just there to bother him. Showing he knew the situation, Muyok stated that he knew Jobs was trying to sell both Pixar and Next. Jobs denied it, saying he was mistaken. The Korean retorted, stating that he had already spent almost all the money he got from leaving Apple. Surprised, Jobs asked who he was and who had sent him. Muyok declared that Apple's decision to oust him was the biggest mistake in the company's history. Jobs shouted indignantly, saying that Apple was his company and that it made no sense to be kicked out of the house he himself had built. Kim Muyok predicted that Apple would soon ask for his return, but stated that he would solve his immediate problem. He proposed investing the same amount Jobs had put into his two companies, $50 million, in exchange for half of the future earnings of both. Jobs refused, declaring he had no intention of selling them. The protagonist, however, noticed that his body language said otherwise and continued with his offer. He clarified that he had no interest in management and that it would be a waste to sell the companies to someone else with such a large investment at stake. Therefore, he offered to buy half of Jobs' shares for $50 million, leaving all voting rights with him and without interfering in the administration at all. He then asked if that was a good enough deal to qualify him as his savior. Suspicious, Jobs questioned if this was a trick to take his companies later, stating he wasn't one of the idiots who kicked him out of Apple. Muyok praised him, calling him the best CEO in the world and explaining that without him, neither Pixar nor Next would be worth the investment. He made it clear that he wasn't investing in the companies, but in Steve Jobs the person. The sincerity seemed to please the inventor, who admitted to liking the Korean. He then asked the reason for such a generous offer, since many wanted to invest in him, but always with unfavorable conditions, like offering more than $50 million, but without giving him control. Muya concluded by explaining that although many on Wall Street wanted to buy the entire companies, no one was willing to invest 50 million in companies that had been in the red for years, and on top of that, leave the founder in total control. At that time, although many Wall Street giants were keeping a close eye on Steve Jobs' companies, he refused to sell them. If he had chosen to sell and step away from the business, he might have avoided greater financial losses. However, his persistence would prove to be the right choice, as 2 years later, Pixar would achieve global success with its 3D animations, a triumph that would become the foundation for Next's merger with Apple and Jobs' subsequent return as CEO. During the negotiation, the tech pioneer admitted that despite the interest, no one had made an offer like that. He questioned what the Korean would do if the investment in a money-losing company went to waste. Kim, in turn, saw it as an opportunity to build a good relationship. Internally, he knew the invested money would return hundreds of times over, as he had knowledge of the future. Jobs, pondering, suggested that 50 million for half of the shares was not enough. Kim was concise, stating that he would not increase the amount and would waive all management and voting rights if the company went public or sold its shares. He pointed out that he was the first to make such a proposal and that no other investor would offer such favorable terms. The protagonist also mentioned that he could invest more if necessary, although he knew that the exact amount Jobs needed was 50 million. When Jobs tried to raise another objection, Kim stood firm on his offer, repeating it, which made the American burst out laughing. They finally closed the deal for $50 million for half of the shares and sealed it with a handshake. After the deal, Kim introduced James Han, his partner from Korea, explaining that he would remain in the United States to maintain closer contact with Jobs. The American, curious, asked if the sole purpose of Kim's trip to the United States was to invest in his companies. Kim replied that he had also invested in Netscape, even though it was a small startup. Impressed, Steve Jobs commented that the two of them seemed to be on the same wavelength, as he also believed that the internet, especially the World Wide Web, would completely change the world. The conversation about the future deepened. Jobs picked up an old telephone and declared that this type of device represented the future of humanity. He described his vision of adding audio features, allowing people to make calls and listen to music on the same device. This would eliminate the need to go to stores to buy music, which could be accessed online anytime, anywhere. Kim found the idea incredible and suggested that the same concept could be applied to books, movies, and games, turning cell phones into small pocket computers. Jobs laughed, agreeing that it wasn't impossible, as he himself envisioned a future where every person in the world would have a computer in their pocket. Both shared the belief that this revolution was coming. Later, Kim instructed James Han to ensure that the $5 million for Netscape had already been sent, and that the first task the next morning would be to deposit the $50 million for Jobs. Han expressed his concern, fearing they were throwing money away, but the protagonist reassured him, promising that in 2 years the result would be shocking. At that moment, Ma Seok-dae knocked on the door with an urgent message from Seoul. Kim's friend, Park Hee-sung, had been in a car accident and was in a coma. The scene changes to the College of Physical Education at Korea University. During a judo class, Park Hyun-sung was being questioned about his stubbornness. His master and other classmates insisted that he give up this time, but the boy replied that he didn't think it was right. The coach confronted him, asking if he considered himself different from the others and explaining that it wasn't too much to ask for him to let the senior win, since he was about to graduate. They argued that Hyun-sung, being a talented freshman, would have many other chances. His opponent, Chan-yeol, was a fourth-year student, and if he didn't make the national team, he would be drafted into the army the following year. They asked him to lose the match so that the senior could advance. However, Park apologized, stating that it would be difficult for him to do that. Realizing that Park Hyun-sung wouldn't yield just for his teammates' sake, the coach ordered the gym doors to be locked. He then began to beat the young man with a piece of wood, claiming he was no better than his seniors, and couldn't ignore the coach's orders. Intending to ensure the boy would never step on a judo mat again, he broke the stick on his back. One of the students asked the coach to stop, as he was severely injuring the boy, but the man just complained that young people today had no respect, unlike in his day, when the coach's word was law. He asked Park Hyun-sung if his answer was still the same. The judoka's silence confirmed his refusal to give up. The coach then threatened him, saying that if he kept this up, he would disappear, and asked him if he knew who Chan-yeol's father was. He insisted that he stop being stubborn, as giving up this one time would be good for both him and the school. After the incident, one of the judokas suggested to Mr. Kim that he cancel practice for the day, while a friend of Park's advised him to go to the hospital immediately due to the severity of the assault he had suffered. Outside, Chan-yeol approached Park and asked him not to take the coach's words seriously, explaining that the man was just trying to help him and apologizing for the situation. They agreed to settle the matter fairly in the selection match, with Chan-yeol warning him not to let his guard down, as he had also been training hard and wouldn't go easy on him. Park shook his hand in gratitude, and before they parted ways, Chan-yeol reinforced his advice that he should go to a hospital. While riding his bike home, Park noticed a truck speeding toward him. He tried to pedal faster but was inevitably hit. With his bike destroyed, he was thrown to the side of the road. In an act of deliberate cruelty, the truck reversed and crushed his leg. Then, the vehicle moved forward again, running over the boy, who was agonizing on the ground, in a terrible accident. As soon as he returned to the United States, Moo-yok rushed to the hospital. There, he found his uncle and asked what had happened to Hyun-sung. His uncle explained that he had been found unconscious on the street and had only survived because someone saw him and called for help. His bones were all broken, and he had suffered a severe head injury. The tire marks indicated that the vehicle had run over him several times, clearly marking it as an attempted murder. Unfortunately, there were no witnesses, and the driver had fled the scene. His uncle, being a police officer, felt helpless for not being able to get justice for his nephew. The doctors informed them that after 3 days in a coma, the best they could do was wait. If he were to wake up, he would never be able to play sports again, and simply walking would be considered a miracle. Moo-yok then remembered a call from Hyun-sung on a weekday, in which he had invited him to hang out. At the time, his cousin mentioned he would stop by the hospital first. When Moo-yok asked why, Hyun-sung asked him not to tell his uncle, explaining that getting beaten on the team was common, and that he was only going to the hospital because that day's beating had been particularly bad. The memory of seeing Park limping in his apartment surfaced. He realized that corporal punishment, considered normal in sports at the time, wasn't something Hyun-sung would take seriously enough to bother a friend about, which meant that the beating before the accident must have been exceptionally brutal. Driven by suspicion, Moo-yok asked a contact named Ma for a favor. The next day, he received a photo of Jo Chan-yeol, who had been selected for the national team after the controversy involving Hyun-sung. The investigation revealed that the coach had shamelessly demanded a fixed match, and that the only person who refused to comply was Park Hyun-sung, which resulted in the violent punishment. Moo-yok asked if the accident was connected to this, but nothing had been confirmed. He instructed Ma to find out everything about Jo Chan-yeol as soon as possible. Reflecting on how fixed matches were common in those years, he wondered if someone would be capable of running a person over for a spot on the national team. An immense fury consumed him. He promised himself that if the person behind the punishment was the same one behind the hit and run, they would pay dearly for what they did. At that moment, the national team lost all importance. His only concern was whether his friend would ever walk again, feeling a deep frustration for all the training they had done together for a promise that was now destroyed. The hero didn't remember the promise they had made in college. The original idea came from Myung-soo and Hyun-sung, who dreamed of achieving something great in Seoul at any cost. However, Hyun-sung felt he couldn't do it alone and wanted his friend's support, planning for them to work hard so they could go to the capital together. The hero's cousin never understood why they needed his help, but Hyun-sung insisted that to be useful, he first had to become worthy. It was with this mindset that he trained exhaustively, claiming he needed to at least win an Olympic medal to feel up to the task. In truth, the hero just wanted Hyun-sung by his side as a completely trustworthy partner. Someone like Manager Ma, who was quiet and always efficient. He never wanted his friend to achieve a grand title like becoming a national team athlete. It was this misunderstanding that, in his view, had ultimately led to the current situation. The revelation that connected the dots came from Manager Ma. He explained that Jo Chan-yeol was the son of Jo Hyung-gu, the vice president of the National Judo Association. Jo Hyung-gu was also the president of Polar Constructions, one of the association's biggest sponsors, and a renowned construction company in the Chungcheong province. Rumor had it that he had been a famous gangster in the region. Upon hearing this, the hero finally understood the complexity of the situation. He asked Ma about the vehicle involved in the accident, and the manager reported that the police were investigating but had made no progress yet. Faced with uncertainty about the police's ability to find the culprit, the hero gave Ma a direct order. He explained that Hyun-sung was his childhood friend, someone as precious as his own life, and demanded that Ma find those responsible and make them pay dearly, no matter the cost. Manager Ma promptly obeyed his young master's orders. Meanwhile, in the president's office at Polar Constructions, a violent fight was taking place. President Jo Hyung-gu threw a plaque at an employee's forehead who tried to apologize, claiming he had only followed orders to do the job right. Without even hearing the rest of the explanation, the president furiously punched him in the face. He He clarified that his order had been to stop the young man from competing, not to run Hun Sung over. Angry at being involved in something so serious, he assaulted the employee, Bae Won-chung, calling him incompetent and reminding him that they were no longer thugs from Chungcheong. Jo Hyung-gu asked if any evidence had been left behind that could link them to the crime. He ordered Won-chung to clean up the whole mess by himself and, if caught, to never mention his name. Under pressure, the man in the red suit agreed. He reported that the men who carried out the job had been sent to Gangneung and that they knew nothing, assuring him that if they were captured, they would take all the blame. The president lamented how long it had taken to get rid of his gangster reputation, recalling that it took them 10 years to leave the life of crime and establish themselves with respect. He then handed a large sum of money to Won-chung, telling him to go to the sauna and take care of the boys. Won-chung thanked him, calling him Hyung-nim, which only increased the president's irritation with the mess the employee had created. At night, Manager Ma met with an informant in a dark place. After handing over an envelope, he asked him to find the hit-and-run vehicle. The informant revealed that the tire marks indicated a 1-ton truck and that the victim had been run over several times before the driver fled. He commented that he heard Ma was working for Chairman Cheon's family and acting like a detective, a job that didn't seem to suit him. Ma simply replied that it was an important matter for his boss, and the man promised to get in touch with more information by the next day. A short time later, the hero went to a warehouse in Chungcheong, where he found Manager Ma with 3 men. He asked who they were, and Ma explained they were the thugs they had captured. They confessed that the attack was disguised as a traffic accident, and that the target was indeed Park Hyun-sung. The hero realized his bad premonitions never failed him. The 3 thugs, too young to have planned something like this, were badly beaten. Terrified, they begged for their lives to be spared, promising to tell him everything. The hero warned them not to make him repeat the question. Immediately, they confessed that Bae Won-chung had given them the order, specifying that they should completely crush the victim's legs. The hero, however, had no idea who Bae Won-chung was. The thugs explained that the mastermind was a businessman named Bae Won-chung, the managing director of Polar Constructions. They confessed that the man had paid them to commit the hit and run and then disappear from Gangneung. The hero questioned them about the amount they received, but faced with their reluctance, Manager Ma threateningly raised a crowbar, which made them talk. Even after confessing, the manager hit them a few more times with the metal object. The protagonist, stating he wouldn't like to repeat himself, asked again how much they had been paid. They admitted that they each got 500,000 won, a total investment of 1.5 million to ruin Hyun-sung's life. The hero lamented that his friend's life had been destroyed for such an insignificant amount. He then called Myung-soo to report the situation, but was surprised by the news that Hyun-sung had woken up. The hero went immediately to the hospital, where he found Hyun-sung's uncle and cousin very excited. Moo-yuk was able to talk to his friend, who was conscious and could hear him. They all thanked God that he was out of the coma and held his hand. However, the conversation with the doctor brought a devastating prognosis. His condition was complicated, and it would be difficult for Hyun-sung to walk again. Even if he managed to, he would have to give up judo, which was the young man's life, leaving his uncle completely devastated. Determined, Moo-yuk called Manager Ma and ordered him to bring in Bae Won-chung. That very night, the man was already tied to a chair in the warehouse. As soon as the tape was removed from his mouth, he started spewing curses, questioning if they knew who they were dealing with, and claiming to be from the Polar gang of Cheongju. The hero, however, already knew he was from Polar Constructions, and realized he was an experienced gangster, different from the previous day's thugs, with a determined look in his eyes. Bae Won-chung continued to insult him, but the protagonist warned him to use his head and have some shame, as his identity didn't matter at that moment. Faced with another curse, Manager Ma kicked him, and Hyung grabbed him by the shirt, forcing him back into the chair. The hero then directly asked who had ordered Park Hyun-sung's hit and run. Upon hearing the victim's name, Bae Won-chung was visibly shocked. The protagonist commented that he had guts, but no common sense, and suggested he put his loyalty aside. To make it easier, he laid out his theory. Jo Hyung-uk had given the order because Park Hyun-sung refused to throw a match, and then Bae Won-chung had hired the attackers. The hero asked him to just nod if the assumption was correct, and the theory was confirmed. With the truth revealed, he ordered the thugs to be crippled and sent to a salt mine on an island. He then left the place, leaving Manager Ma in charge of finishing the job. A while later, Manager Ma reported that he had followed the instructions. Moo-yuk then gave him a new task, to find out everything about Polar Constructions, including its projects, financial situation, and shareholders, an order that was promptly carried out. Next, the hero met with Park Dong-soo and Kim Moo-moo. Park Dong-soo thanked them for coming and asked if the job in Busan was finished. The man confirmed, saying he didn't want to look bad in front of the protagonist. With that settled, he wanted to know what the next step would be, as the expansion plan for Seoul was being moved up. Muyuk asked Park Dong-soo if he knew Jo Hyung-gu, the director of Polar Constructions. His friend said he did, describing him as a thug from Cheongju who used to run nightclubs and bars and was now playing CEO. The hero then revealed his plan. He intended to crush him and wanted Park Dong-soo to take control of Polar Constructions. The proposal left his partner in shock. He expressed uncertainty, explaining that the man had strong connections not only in Cheongju, but also with public officials and politicians in Seoul. Muyuk assured him he would take care of the connections and asked again if his friend could win a direct confrontation. He replied that he would only be sure once he was face to face with the gangster. The protagonist insisted, asking him to take over Polar Constructions to establish a base in Cheongju, from where they would make their big push into the capital. His partner realized Muyuk was starting a war and, liking the audacity of the plan, asked if they would start immediately. The hero said not yet and gave him another task first. Jo Hyung-woo had a son named Jo Chan-yeol, and he wanted the young man to be left unable to walk for the rest of his life, as revenge for his friend. His colleague protested, stating that wasn't how they did things. However, Muyuk was adamant. Muyuk, faced with his insistence, the friend asked why, knowing he wouldn't make such a request without a good reason. After hearing the whole story of what had happened to Hyun-sung, he finally understood. The friend assured Muyuk he would handle the request by the next day, as he considered Muyuk's brothers his own. In his world, anyone who messed with family didn't walk away unscathed. Meanwhile, the investigation into the target, Jo Hyung-gu, revealed details about his company, Polar Constructions. As it was a privately held company, most of the shares belonged to Jo Hyung-gu, his family, and a few mid-level executives. An associate reported that Assemblyman Kim Se-young, a childhood friend of the company's president and a member of the ruling party, had been financing his political activities. The company's influence was notable, as it was responsible for nearly all public construction projects in Cheongju. Muyuk explained that if they could secure the transfer of shares, they would take control of Polar Constructions. His bodyguards confirmed that the target was riddled with corruption, with a simple search revealing all his dirty secrets. The situation was so serious that if the public prosecutor's office took the case seriously, his arrest would be inevitable. Muyuk's friend asked if he would need help from people like him, offering to find the right men for the job. Muyuk, however, replied that in a war, you use weapons suited to the enemy, and that the more resources they had, the better. A manager, overhearing the conversation, asked if he was preparing for a war, and Muyuk confirmed it was a conflict that couldn't be avoided. In a meeting with the chief prosecutor, one of the attendees found it strange that Chairman Chiang was targeting a relatively small company like Polar Constructions. Muyuk clarified that the order hadn't come from the chairman, as this was a personal matter, and that he intended to take down Jo Hyung-gu on his own. The chief prosecutor hesitated, aware of the difficulty of the request. He explained that to dismantle Jo Hyung-gu's operation, he would need help from the central prosecutor's office, as Assemblyman Kim Se-young likely had the support of public officials in Seoul. The case had the potential to become a major political scandal. Muyuk pointed out that if the operation were handled well, the chief prosecutor himself would benefit. At the prospect of exposing a high-level corruption scheme, the prosecutor agreed to issue an arrest warrant and promised to put those involved behind bars within a week. Before the warrant was issued, Muyuk asked the prosecutor to leak information about the investigation to Assemblyman Kim. When asked why, he simply insisted, saying he didn't want it all to end with a simple arrest. That same night, Jo Hyung-gu's son, Jo Chan-yeol, was drinking at a nightclub with an escort. She reminded him that he had an important match for the national team the next day, but he arrogantly replied that with his talent, he'd make the team with his eyes closed. He boasted that the outcome was already decided, since the man who had rebelled against them was completely finished, and concluded that those who don't know their place in the world are the ones who suffer. As Jo Chan-yeol was heading to his car, he was approached by three gangster-like men in suits, who ordered him to follow them quietly. He tried to react with a judo throw when one of them touched him, but the man held his ground and remarked that for a national team candidate, he was pretty weak. The assailant warned that his initial intention was to do this the easy way, but that was no longer an option. Then they took out a sledgehammer and began to beat him. Shortly after, a call was made to Muyuk to confirm that the job was done. With the first part of his revenge complete, Muyuk would now focus on taking down Jo Hyung-gu and seizing control of Seoul. Jo Hyung-gu found his son crying and desperately asked what had happened to his leg and who was responsible. The young man, however, had no answers. His father pressed him, asking if he remembered any of the attackers' faces, but the young man said he had never seen them before. The head of Polar Constructions then realized that one of his men, Won Chung, had also disappeared. He began to connect the dots, realizing the attack was revenge for what had happened to the other young man. Jo Hyung-gu's corruption network was so vast, including connections to several disappearance cases, that it was surprising he hadn't been caught yet. One of his subordinates advised him to forget about Assemblyman Kim Se-young, as not even the chairman could save him. His arrest was inevitable once he was caught. Moo-yuk then called a man known as Chairman Park, informing him that prosecutors would be raiding Polar Constructions the next day, and that Jo Hyung-gu would likely try to flee that night. He asked for help to locate the businessman's hideout before he escaped. When a colleague learned that Moo-yuk was going to the capture himself, he asked if it was due to a lack of trust in the team. Moo-yuk replied that he actually wanted to witness the man's downfall with his own eyes. A short time later, Jo Hyung-gu's phone rang. On the other end of the line, a voice warned him that all was lost. The prosecutors had raided his office, and an arrest warrant had been issued in his name. On the way, Moo-yuk ordered the driver to change course, and the scene shifted to a mansion in Taeyeon, Cheongnam. Upon arriving, he noticed about 10 people inside and instructed his companion to deal with all of them. The man put out his cigarette and told Moo-yuk to enter only after 10 minutes, then headed into the mansion with his henchmen. Meanwhile, inside the residence, the chairman of Polar Constructions, Jo Hyung-gu, was furious. On a call, he confronted Prosecutor Park, reminding him of all the money he had paid him over the years. Feeling betrayed, he threw his phone against the wall. Desperate, he asked his men if they had managed to contact Assemblyman Kim, but was informed that there had been no response from either the Assemblyman or his regional office. Hyung-gu's frustration grew, as he remembered how the politician used to accept his money without hesitation in the past. The conversation was interrupted by loud bangs on the door. When it opened, Park Dong-soo appeared with a sledgehammer, a figure Jo Hyung-gu hadn't seen in a long time. Dong-soo ironically remarked that it had been a while since their meeting in Incheon, and that he had heard the chairman was thriving in Cheongju and Seoul. Hyung-gu immediately asked him if he was responsible for this whole situation. In response, Dong-soo ordered his men to attack. Dong-soo's team quickly neutralized Hyung-gu's henchmen, and with the area secured, they sent a signal for Moo-yuk to enter. Moo-yuk entered and found the chairman on the floor. Park Dong-soo approached Jo Hyung-gu and demanded the transfer of all shares of Polar Constructions. In return, he offered him the chance to turn himself into the prosecutors, pressuring him to seal the deal with his thumbprint on a file folder. Outraged, Hyung-gu asked if Dong-soo was crazy, accusing him of having broken his son's leg and now demanding his shares. Dong-soo coldly replied that he had left the other leg intact, but that he could break it too, revealing that his men were positioned in front of the hospital, ready to harm his son again. Desperate, the chairman begged him not to do it, Dong-soo insisted, saying he was still treating him with respect and that he should sign while he had the chance, asking how he would live with the humiliation of being beaten by younger men. With no other option to protect his son, Jo Hyung-gu finally gave in and pressed his thumb onto the document. After the transfer, Dong-soo took a phone from his assistant, Sang-jung, and gave Hyung-gu one last warning. He shouldn't make the stupid mistake of saying anything to the prosecutors, because if he did, his home would no longer be safe. Dong-soo stated that he would go after the remaining shares next, which were in the names of his wife and relatives. With his objective completed, he left, noticing Moo-yuk watching the scene from a distance. As soon as Dong-soo left, Moo-yuk approached the fallen chairman, delivered a vicious kick to his face, and declared that this was payback for what he had done to his friend. As his bodyguard lifted him from the ground, the president of Polar Constructions asked how Moo-yuk dared to do such a thing and called him Dong-soo's puppy. The bodyguard remarked that the young man was very brave. In response, Moo-yuk warned the president to give up on Kim Se-young, as he would only find him in prison now. He described how Jo felt like he was in heaven, believing that the police, prosecutors, and congressmen were protecting him, but stated that everything around him would disappear and he would be the only one to blame. When the president asked who he was, Moo-yuk replied that he was the friend of the man whose life he had destroyed, and then delivered a powerful punch to his face, continuing to attack him with fury. The man begged to be spared, apologizing and pleading for his life, but the memory of what that wretch had done to Hyun-sung only fueled Moo-yuk's anger. At that moment, the police stormed the place. The president tried to claim he had been assaulted assaulted, but was interrupted by the arrival of prosecutor Choi Pil-soo from the Central District Prosecutor's office. The prosecutor said he had received a call from the chief prosecutor and expressed that it was a pleasure to meet Moo-yuk. Shortly after, the police officers began to arrest the president of Polar Constructions, who was dragged away in handcuffs while he tried in vain to explain the situation. In the following days, the newspapers relentlessly reported on the case of Jo Hyung-woo and Kim Seong. The scandal sparked a heated political debate, with the opposition party accusing the presidential office of involvement, while the ruling party insisted it was an isolated case of corruption. The chief prosecutor gained a reputation as someone who wouldn't bow to pressure, although the most powerful people knew that no congressman would be arrested without the president's authorization. After that, Moo-yuk went to visit his friend in the hospital. He asked if his friend had heard about Jo Chan-yeol and told him that someone had destroyed his Achilles tendon, completely ruining his career. His friend wanted to know if Moo-yuk was responsible and what the reason was. Moo-yuk explained that his friend had been injured because of Chan-yeol and that anyone who hurt him would suffer 100 times more. The young man said he had received a call from the judo team and that everything was in chaos. Chan-yeol was incapacitated for life. The coach had been arrested for bribery and rigging the national team selection, and the assistants were resigning. His friend expressed that he thought Moo-yuk had gone too far, but he retorted that a gentle conversation wouldn't erase what they had done. Faced with this, his friend confessed that he was afraid of him. Moo-yuk asked if he was afraid he would do the same to him if they ever fought, but his friend denied it, explaining that he just felt that Moo-yuk had changed a lot. Moo-yuk stated that they lived in a world where you were either the hunter or the prey. His friend couldn't understand why he had started to think that way. Realizing the young man was still too young, Moo-yuk concluded that he might need more time before he could stand by his side. He stood up, told his friend to rest until he was discharged, and left the room, while the young man kept calling his name. Meanwhile, the old chairman was commenting that Moo-yuk had used the opportunity given by Yoon Chang-go to take down a small construction company and arrest dangerous men. Even so, his grandfather considered him too soft, thinking he should have finished them off. An assistant reported that he had kept everyone involved locked in a room, ensuring no one could escape. The old man replied that they deserved a fate worse than death, as taking their company and destroying their son wasn't enough revenge. The assistant suggested that times had changed, but the old man insisted that one thing never changes: an enemy will always remain a threat. Therefore, it was necessary to instill true fear, a lesson Moo-yuk had not yet fully understood. In prison, the president of Polar Constructions was talking to his lawyer, who explained that the political climate was terrible and it would be difficult to resolve the situation quickly, perhaps only managing to get a pardon next year. He also reported that Chan-yeol had been discharged but would never walk again. The president swore he would never forgive Park Dong-soo and his gang. It was then that the lawyer revealed the result of his investigation into Kim Moo-yuk. He was the grandson of the king of loan sharks. The man was in complete shock to discover that Moo-yuk was the grandson of Chairman Cheol Tai-san of Myeongdong. He finally realized he had messed with the wrong person. It all started because he attacked a simple judo kid, never imagining it would connect him to such a powerful figure. It was this mistake that destroyed his life and put him behind bars. Even so, he vowed that when he got out of prison, he would eliminate all of them. The promise of revenge extended to everyone, including the king of loan sharks. Suddenly, a police officer stopped in front of the cell, and right after, an inmate approached the president. Without any warning, the inmate began to beat him brutally, causing him to lose a lot of blood until he collapsed on the floor. It became clear that the attack had been orchestrated by the grandson. Satisfied, Cheon Tai-san laughed and commented that his grandson had acted very well. His assistant, however, expressed concern, questioning if the young master wasn't getting too deeply involved. The grandfather replied that Moo-yuk needed to become even more ruthless, to the point of spreading terror to everyone around him, as that was the only way to survive in the Azure Wind Society. The king of loan sharks observed that Cheon's grandson was now indebted to someone, and admitted that he was learning a lot from watching Moo-yuk, as the boy made him imagine possibilities he had never considered. He then asked if Cheon had come just to brag about his grandson, or if there was another reason. Cheon admitted that he did, in fact, want to brag a little. His old friend found it strange that a heartless man like him would act that way in his old age, and recalled the first time they met. At the time, he didn't know if Cheon was the CEO of a construction company or just a street thug. Desperate to finish the construction of a factory, Cheon had grabbed him by the collar and threatened him to get a loan, since he was the only loan shark available. available. With no choice, he had accepted, and the borrowed money was what allowed Dae-young to grow from that factory. Asked what such a brilliant man was doing cooped up in a room these days, he explained that he ended up getting too involved in politics. Every election demanded money and favors, and politicians hunted companies like predators. That's why he decided to use his own money to gain political power directly. Moo-yuk observed that President Song had gotten 16% of the votes in the last presidential election, which made President Kim Man-sa feel threatened. As a result, Kim blocked Song's funding, pressured banks to refuse loans, and initiated tax audits to drive him out of politics. Cheon Tae-san asked if he intended to stay hidden forever, but President Song replied that it was now up to the children to resolve these matters, as the two of them were old enough to retire. Years after the death of President Song Yong-gyu of Daejeon, his company would become #1 in the country, but it would end up divided among his children. Later, the Song Seong Group, led by his son-in-law Jeon Soo-man, would rise to the absolute top, driven by a reliable ally and the enormous financial power he inherited. The shares that Moo-yuk's grandfather owned, added to those he was still accumulating, had the potential to completely change the future of Daejeon and Korea's most powerful families. At that moment, Song Hyun-soo, President Song's eldest grandson and the future third president of Daejeon, entered the room. He greeted President Jeon, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, and was introduced to Moo-yuk. After the formal introductions, Hyun-soo commented that he finally wanted to meet the man who was causing so many visits. His grandfather suggested that Hyun-soo show Moo-yuk the garden, and as the two young men left to talk, the elders remained in the room, reminiscing about the past. They commented on how reckless and fearless they were in their youth, and how they had survived long enough to see their grandchildren grow up, noting that time had passed quickly. Song then pressed Cheon, asking why he was hesitating, since he had always been direct. Cheon admitted he couldn't hide anything from him and revealed his plan to hand over all his shares to his grandson soon, including those in almost all of Daejeon's affiliates. Song realized that the rumors from Myeongdong were true and that Cheon was really preparing Moo-yuk to be his heir. However, he questioned whether Suman and Suum, Cheon's sons, would accept it easily, warning that going over their heads could cause a bloody war in the family, especially since Moo-yuk was his daughter's son, not a direct grandson through the male line. Cheon explained that as long as he was alive, he just wanted the boy to have a life similar to his own, leaving the dirty business of loan sharking to his sons and teaching Moo-yuk to live an upright life. Despite the explanation, Song thought it was too soon to hand everything over to someone who was only 20 years old. Cheon, however, stated that Moo-yuk was no ordinary child. He described his grandson as someone capable of seeing things no one else saw, who absorbed his teachings quickly and made decisions with absolute confidence. He pointed out that, in all these years, Moo-yuk had never broken a promise and had always exceeded expectations, questioning how his own sons could possibly compare to him. Song commented that he never imagined seeing President Cheon like this, asking for help to protect someone. It was then that Cheon finally revealed the main topic, the Azure Wind Society. Meanwhile, in the garden, Song Hyun-soo was talking with Moo-yuk. He mentioned having seen the interview video and said that reporters had started hounding him because of it, causing him to spend the whole year being the butt of jokes for saying that studying was the easiest part. He noted they were only 3 years apart, and knowing that Moo-yuk was studying law at Korea University, asked if he planned to become a prosecutor or a judge. Moo-yuk replied that he first wanted to pass the bar exam and would then decide which path to take. Hyun-soo, in turn, said he was studying management, but his grades would never be good enough to get into the same university. Since he was about to graduate, he planned to study abroad to embellish his resume, following the typical path of Chaebol children and doing as much as he could for his grandfather. In his previous life, Moo-yuk had only seen Hyun-soo briefly at Song's funeral, and now he found it hard to imagine that this charismatic young man would become the powerful man of the future. Hyun-soo asked what Moo-yuk thought of President Song, since many people considered him too intense. Moo-yuk replied that he lived with the most authoritarian grandfather in the world, and that, if he could, he would love to have President Song as his second grandfather. The two laughed together, having a light-hearted conversation for the first time. Back in the room, Cheon continued his plea, stating that Soo-hang and Suman were no match for Moo-yuk, and that when he died, the entire city and the Azure Wind would make their move. Therefore, he asked that if anything happened to him, President Song protect Moo-yuk, promising that in return he would protect Daejeon. The promise extended to mutual protection, with Cheon guaranteeing he would defend Daejeon from Ion. Decades earlier, President Song had regretted not allying with the Azure Wind Society during a crisis, as he realized he couldn't get his business off the ground without their support. All his attempts to expand overseas were thwarted without the organization's intervention. However, the Azure Wind Society used this influence to make countless demands. Song always tried to resist or break free from their control, but he faced ruthless retaliation. Taizan argued that the Azure Wind Society was a problem for everyone, not just him, which was why he had sought out President Song, asking him to protect Muyuk. In the car on the ride back, Taizan asked Muyuk if he and Song's grandson had spoken informally. Muyuk replied that the young man was a surprisingly humble and pure Hyung, without any arrogance. His grandfather advised him to stay in frequent contact with Song's grandson, stating that this connection would be a great help in the future, and Muyuk agreed. Reflecting on it, they concluded that the Azure Wind Society ended up passing its sins down to the next generations, and the moneylenders lamented their failure to erase this stain in their own time. At college, a friend expressed concern for Muyuk, asking if he was studying for the bar exam, since his absence from class had been noticed by everyone, who all seemed confident in their own preparation. Muyuk assured him that he was always ready for anything. Shortly after, a woman in a suit approached him, identifying herself as his sister. She commented that she'd heard he'd been busy with trips to the United States and meetings with President Song, and remarked that their grandfather seemed to adore him, to the point that he hadn't reached out to her or Ji-won. Worried, she asked if everything was going according to plan and reminded him not to forget they were allies before she left. Later, Muyuk answered a call from Dong-soo, who told him he'd found the person they were looking for, the man linked to his parents' murder. When he arrived at the location, an employee tried to kick him out, saying the place wasn't open yet and that a kid like him shouldn't be there. However, the employee was reprimanded and told to let Muyuk in, as Dong-soo was expecting him. When asked about the visitor's identity, they explained that he was Dong-soo's protege, and the employee finally understood. Inside, Dong-soo showed a photo of a man named Choi Sung-man and introduced an ex-convict who had spent about 3 years in prison with him. The man said that Sung-man had a good sense of humor and had looked out for him a bit. One day when he asked why Sung-man was in prison, Sung-man confessed his involvement in the death of a young couple who were found with multiple stab wounds after a car crash. The ex-convict explained that, according to Sung-man himself, he hadn't committed the murders. He had just driven the car. He took the job without a second thought when strangers offered him 500,000 won, a sum that in 1974 was equivalent to 2 months' salary. Later, the same people offered him 10 million won to take the fall, assuring him he would only get 3 years in prison and receive another 10 million when he got out. Sung-man bragged about this in prison as if it were a great achievement. Muyuk wanted to know Choi Sung-man's current location, but was informed that he had died in a car accident shortly after getting out of prison. The strangeness of the situation was evident. A sentence of only 3 years for a case that resulted in 2 deaths was already suspicious, and his death in another accident right after his release confirmed that something was wrong. Muyuk felt his only hope vanish. Dong-soo, however, insisted that if the men who offered the money were the real culprits, they had to go after them. The ex-convict then revealed that Sung-man was smart and remembered overhearing the 2 men's conversation in the back seat. Pressured by Muyuk and Dong-soo, who offered him 500 won for the truth, the man, named Hyung-nin, finally revealed that the passengers had told Sung-man not to worry, because if anything happened, the Azure Wind Society would take care of it. Hearing the organization's name, Muyuk was surprised, though he had already suspected a connection after the conversation between his grandfather and Cheon-suman. His parents' death was, in fact, linked to the Azure Wind Society. He asked if any specific names had been mentioned. After hesitating, and with Dong-soo threatening he would only help if he told him everything, Hyung-nin added one last crucial detail that Sung-man hadn't been sure he'd heard correctly. He mentioned that the targeted woman had supposedly gotten involved with the wrong family and that, because of the old man, they were trying to eliminate their own younger sister, whose surname was Tion. The revelation made Muyuk immediately connect the dots between his 2 uncles and the Azure Wind Society. Muyuk figured his uncles had eliminated his parents. He believed that if Cheon-suman was truly behind his mother's death, the motive could only be money. For him, there was no other explanation. The 2 Tion brothers must have tried to get rid of their sister to keep all of their grandfather's fortune, using the Azure Wind Society to carry out the plan. However, something didn't add up. He knew his grandfather wouldn't let a conspiracy like that go unnoticed. From the conversation they had, Muyuk suspected that his grandfather might have known about the Azure Wind Society's involvement. This led him to question what his grandfather's connection to the organization was, and whether he knew about Cheon-suman's participation in the crime. The doubt consumed him. Had his grandfather abandoned his own daughter, doing nothing after her death? Or did he know everything and decide to cover it up? There were so many questions that his head started to hurt. Tormented by his thoughts, he asked manager Ma to take him to his home in Busan. Upon arriving, his grandmother welcomed him happily, relieved to see he was okay, and asked about college and his grandfather. Without answering, Mu-yuk just said he was hungry, and she promptly began to set the table with a wide variety of dishes for her grandson. He devoured the food, commenting that he didn't like the food in Seoul, which made his grandmother happy to be able to offer him a real home-cooked meal. In his mind, he imagined telling her that he had discovered his parents' killers. He thought about declaring that he would hunt down those responsible and end their lives for revenge, eliminating everyone involved with his own hands. In his fantasy, his grandmother would change the subject, asking if he was being delirious from not liking the food, to which he would respond by asking for more, praising the taste. However, none of this was said. It all remained in his thoughts, as perhaps he was finally finding some peace and saw no point in reliving the pain of grief. His own thirst for revenge no longer seemed so certain or absolute. The next day, already in the car, Mu-yuk asked manager Ma to take him back to Seoul. His destination was the prison, where he needed to meet his uncle, Cheon-suhan. When they met, Suhan, finding his nephew's visit strange, asked what he was doing there and where his older brother was. Mu-yuk offered sushi, but his uncle refused, claiming he had no appetite. With authority, Mu-yuk ordered him to sit down, threatening the loss of his prison privileges. Annoyed by his nephew's air-like attitude, Suhan again questioned the reason for the visit. Mu-yuk asked why he was being so hostile, and his uncle exploded, stating that his coming to Seoul had been a mistake, and that he should have stayed in Busan instead of causing trouble for the family. Mu-yuk taunted his uncle, asking if he intended to spend his whole life cleaning up his older brother's messes. The mention of Suman enraged Suhan, who demanded to know what his nephew wanted. Before the situation could escalate, manager Ma intervened, telling Suhan to sit down and be quiet. Obeying, the uncle asked if Mu-yuk had come all this way just to annoy him. Mu-yuk replied that, actually, he had a few questions to ask. He explained that he had heard something strange about his parents' death, and because he found the circumstances suspicious, he had done his own investigation. Mu-yuk argued that it was inconceivable that someone of his grandfather's status wouldn't have tried to catch the real killer. Suhan retorted, stating that his grandfather knew the culprit had already been arrested. Mu-yuk, however, countered that the man arrested wasn't the real one responsible, revealing that his mother's body had stab wounds. He added that he easily found out through the police that the supposed culprit had been released after only 3 years. Given this, it was certain that his grandfather would also know everything, unless someone had prevented him from hearing the truth or lied to him. Realizing his uncle knew something, Mu-yuk pressed him, asking if he didn't think that Chairman Cheon-taesun would find all of that suspicious. Suhan deflected, saying it had been many years, and asked what his nephew intended to do about it. Mu-yuk admitted it would be hard to find clues after so much time, but revealed that he had met someone who knew who the culprit was. The revelation left Suhan visibly anxious, and he demanded to know who this person was. Mu-yuk noticed that his uncle's reaction wasn't that of a brother concerned about who killed his sister. He then laid out what he knew. His mother had been the target, and 2 men had killed her. His source had revealed that the order came from someone with the surname Tian to eliminate the younger sister, and that the Azure Wind Society was responsible for the cleanup. Mu-yuk stated that if his grandfather knew about this, he would never let it slide, which was why he intended to tell him everything. He concluded that if his grandfather indeed didn't know, the person who hid the information could only be someone very close to him. Desperate, the uncle began to deny it, but Mu-yuk demanded that he tell him what he knew to prove he wasn't involved. Suhan then stood up and confessed. He swore he didn't know about the plan, and that when he found out, his sister was already dead. He claimed that if he had known beforehand, he would have done anything to stop it, confirming that his older brother and the Azure Wind Society had killed her. He insisted he only found out about everything after it happened, and had even fought with his brother over it. Mu-yuk, however, condemned him, saying that he should have, at the very least, told their grandfather the truth. As her brother, it was his duty to have spoken to their father. He finished by saying that not even animals kill their own family, and that his uncles were worse than beasts. Shaken by the words, Suhan sat down again in silence. Mu-yuk was beginning to be certain that his uncles were responsible for his mother's death, likely for his own death in his past life. After all, if they were capable of eliminating their own sister, they wouldn't have hesitated to do the same to their nephew. He hoped his uncle was telling the truth, as he would find out what really happened sooner or later. And if Suhan had lied to him again, Mu-yuk swore to himself that he would kill him. As he left the prison, he wondered if his grandfather knew everything. Perhaps the old loan shark hadn't been able to abandon his own sons even after discovering the crime they had committed. Or perhaps, knowing everything, he would ask Muyuk to forgive them in the future. Amidst these thoughts, Muyuk wondered what he would do if he chose revenge against his grandfather's will, and in that moment of uncertainty, he asked manager Ma what he should do. The bodyguard replied that he should do whatever he wanted without fear, even if it meant going against the chairman. Ma asked if the young master's fear was of his grandfather or of losing everything by confronting him. He suggested that perhaps the real fear was of being abandoned again, and Muyuk knew that was it. However, he had already died once and returned to life, so there should be nothing left to fear. Ma assured him that, regardless of his choice, he would follow the young master, even if it meant parting ways with the chairman. Apologizing for meddling, the manager stated that the boy needed to follow his own path. In response, Muyuk asked the bodyguard to stop him whenever he made a wrong choice. With that settled, they left, and Muyuk decided he would go see his grandfather. When he arrived home, his grandfather commented that he thought he would have arrived sooner, as it was already very late. Muyuk replied that he had been busy visiting his uncle, Cheon Suman. Chairman Cheon wanted to know the reason for the visit, and his grandson explained that he needed to confirm something. He then asked his grandfather directly if he knew that his parents had been killed in a staged accident, and that his uncles, Cheon Suman and Suhan, were involved. He asked if his grandfather had known all along, and had said nothing to him. Consumed by fury, Muyuk exploded, asking why his grandfather had made him call his mother's murderer's uncle for so long. The discovery of the truth left him deeply resentful. He finally understood why, in his past life, he had never distanced himself from his grandfather, despite being disapproved of. It was out of guilt toward his mother, and the fear of handing everything over to the brothers who had killed her. However, his grandfather died before he could resolve the situation, and he himself ended up being killed at the hands of his uncles. The king of loan sharks asked how much his grandson knew about the case. Muyuk replied that he heard his uncle had joined a group called the Blue Wind Society to eliminate his mother, and that his father had ended up dying in the process. He demanded to know what this society was, why they wanted his mother dead, and what had happened to Mizuki. His grandfather confessed that it was all his fault. He explained that the Blue Wind Society was a powerful organization that secretly controlled politics and business. Even in the loan shark business, he had no choice but to rely on their power to expand his connections and grow his business. At a certain point, however, the group's demands went too far, and he refused to keep giving them money. They warned him that this would make things difficult, reminding him of his promise to help them whenever they asked. Cheon stated that they had already taken too much from him, and that he wanted no more connection with the society, telling them never to return. That day they left, stating that the chairman would regret his choice. A short time later, Mizuki was murdered as a warning. Muyuk couldn't imagine that the Blue Wind Society was powerful enough to threaten his grandfather. The chairman continued, saying that after his daughter's death, he agreed to cooperate with them again, on the condition that they would never harm his family again. He also revealed that, under pressure from the society, Suman had revealed Mizuki's whereabouts after she cut ties with the family, concluding that his son was merely a pawn in their plan. Muyuk, however, disagreed, stating that his uncle was not just a pawn, but was behind everything, as he knew his grandfather was aware of his son's greed. He confronted the chairman, saying that while his grandfather might believe that version, he did not. Even if the Blue Wind Society was behind the plan, the ones who gained the most from his mother's death were his uncles. Therefore, he declared that he would never forgive them. The statement enraged his grandfather, but Muyuk was firm, saying that in his revenge, he would leave nothing behind. The chairman protested, reminding him that they were his sons and shared the same blood, and asked if his grandson really wanted to go that far. Muyuk then demanded that his grandfather deal with them, asking him to do it in his place and warning that if he didn't act now, they would one day come after his life. At that moment, his grandfather was no longer an imposing figure, but just an old, frail, and lonely man like his grandmother. Cheon admitted that he was not capable of killing his own sons. Faced with this, Muyuk asked that he at least get them out of his sight by sending them somewhere far away. He demanded that his grandfather strip them of everything, so they would realize the mistake they had made. If he did that, Muyuk promised not to kill them. He made it clear that he could eliminate both of them right then if he wanted to, but he was only holding back to spare his grandfather the pain of losing another family member. After giving his ultimatum, he stood up. Before leaving, he declared that he would only return when he had amassed enough power to destroy his uncles. Then, he bowed in gratitude to his grandfather grandfather and left. Shortly after his departure, Cheon Taezan changed his mind and decided to accept his grandson's proposal, stating that he would do exactly what he had asked. Meanwhile, Muyok knocked on a friend's door and asked if he had anything to drink. Sitting down, the young man began to drink straight soju and soon broke down in tears. Worried, his friend asked what had happened in Busan, and Muyok confessed the overwhelming pain he felt in his heart over his parents' death. Far away, old Cheon Taezan regretted having done nothing about his own daughter's death, even though he knew Suman and the Azure Wind Society were behind it. He figured his grandson also resented him, as he had treated Mizuki like a true sister. Recalling his granddaughter's sadness, the chairman asked for Myung-hun's opinion, questioning if they stood a chance of defeating the Azure Wind Society if they started a war right then, as it was clear one of the two sides would have to be eliminated. Myung-hun reasoned that, as the chairman already knew, the Azure Wind was not a single organization. If they eliminated one faction, others would rise to take its place. The old man considered using the ledgers with records of all the favors and money he had distributed to politicians, officials, and soldiers connected to the society. Myung-hun warned that even with this weapon, their chances of victory would be only 50%. Furthermore, the moment he used the ledgers, he would lose all the power he had built over the years. Even if he won, he would be risking his family, his money, and possibly his own life. Myung-hun further revealed that the Azure Wind Society was just waiting for the chairman to die, as it would be much easier to control Cheon Su-man and Cheon Su-han. As soon as he died, his sons would inherit everything and fully cooperate with the secret organization. Faced with this, Taezan told Myung-hun they needed to take back everything his sons had taken from him. Then he called the chairman of the Samsung Group and got straight to the point about the divorce. Taesan stated there was no major issue, that it was just a family matter, and that he had nothing against his son's father-in-law. He said he didn't want to complicate things and would ensure a fair division of assets. Caught by surprise, the man from Samsung asked what would happen to the children. Taesan explained that Suman would go abroad, while he himself would look after the grandchildren and their assets, assuring him that he didn't need to worry. He informed him that Myung-hun would pay a visit and ordered him to call Hui-kyung to stamp the paperwork. The commanding tone was the same one Taesan had always used, and the Samsung chairman's life had always revolved around obeying him. Desperate, the man questioned why he was being forced to comply with orders without any explanation. Taesan asked him not to misunderstand, as he wasn't looking down on his position, but insisted it was a family matter and that he hoped for his understanding. He advised him not to ignore his opinion, subtly reminding him that he could now ally with his older brother, Seo Maeng-gi-yeon, who had always coveted the chairman's position. Taesan claimed it wasn't a threat, but an appeal, and asked that his daughter sign the divorce papers quickly. After the call, the Samsung chairman threw the phone, furious with Cheon Taesan. He wondered how much longer he would have to accept everything without question, and understood that the divorce meant the breaking of the alliance between their families, suspecting that Taesan was plotting something with his brother. At that moment, his daughter Hui-kyung arrived, saying she had been shopping. Her father confronted her, demanding to know what she had done to make Cheon Taesan demand a divorce. Confused, she didn't understand why her father was talking about that. He explained that her father-in-law wanted the division of assets and the divorce papers signed, and that director Ha Myung-hun was already on his way with the documents. He asked if she had noticed anything strange with Suman, and she admitted that although they had met recently, he barely spoke to her, and the atmosphere between them had been tense. Shortly after, Director Myung-hun arrived at the building. He bowed before the chairman and Hui-kyung, handing them the papers. Her father asked the reason for this decision, but Myung-hun replied that he could not disclose it. Hui-kyung hesitated, saying she didn't want to get divorced at her age because of the children, and asked them to try to convince her father-in-law. Her father, however, stated that it was impossible and pressured her to sign. With her father overflowing with anger at Cheon Taesan, she stamped the documents and handed them over. Elsewhere, finally, the divorce paperwork reached Suhan's hands, who also reacted with irritation. Upon receiving the papers, Suman furiously questioned why his father had filed for divorce, throwing the documents aside. Director Myung-ho picked them up and explained that it was a direct order from the chairman, adding that even if he refused to sign, Cheon Taesan would handle the matter personally. Suman's anger grew, as the divorce meant the end of a 20-year relationship with the Samsung Group, a bond his father had meticulously planned. The marriage had been arranged so that his children, Juwon and Jisoo, would work at Samsung, and through their inheritance, the Cheon family would take control of the group. The director instructed him to wrap up his tasks and prepare to leave the country. At that moment, Suman understood that the decision was connected to his nephew, Mu Yak. The thought of being sent abroad enraged him, feeling betrayed as the eldest son who had given up everything for his younger nephew. He accused his father of going senile, but the director warned him to watch his words. Suman couldn't accept that his own father was making him disappear like that. Myung-ho revealed that the chairman already knew about his connection to the Jeonwin Society and that he should drop the matter. Suman then confronted the director, asking why he had done that to his own sister, Mizuki, just because she had turned her back on their father, refusing to inherit his dirty money. He argued that it didn't give the director the right to track her down and eliminate her. Myung-ho denied the accusations, claiming it was a misunderstanding and that he would never harm his younger sister. When Suman decided to go speak with his father to resolve the situation, the director stopped him, warning that the chairman did not want to see him and that a visit to his house would result in losing whatever affection was left. The orders were clear. He was to stamp the divorce papers, handle the liquidation of his assets, say goodbye to his family, and once everything was settled, leave for Australia. Suman rebelled, reminding the director that he was nothing more than an employee, but Myung-ho remained firm and insisted that he stamp the documents. Faced with Suman's refusal, the director relayed the chairman's final order. If necessary, they were to cut off his fingers and use his hand to stamp the papers. Trembling at the threat, he finally gave in and affixed his seal to the divorce documents. Myung-ho informed him that he would book the flight to Australia and that he was not to be late. Suman then realized that, as the eldest son of the Loan Shark King, he was being completely cast out. Immediately, he picked up the phone and, claiming an emergency, arranged a meeting with the president of the Blue Wind Society. At the meeting, Suman explained that he was being kicked out empty-handed, with no chance to succeed his father or gain control of the Samsung Group. The leader of the secret society realized that Suman's real request was for them to get rid of Muyuk. Suman confirmed it, and the president commented on his cruelty, first for eliminating his own sister, and now for wanting to do the same to her son, concluding that Suman was more dangerous than he appeared. The leader pondered that, as things stood, Muyuk would inherit everything and could completely rid himself of the society's influence. He explained that Cheon Taesan had chosen his grandson as his sole heir, and that if they eliminated him, the old man wouldn't just stand by. With his temper, he would come after the society with all his resources, causing damage to both sides. Comparing the situation to pruning a bonsai tree, the president stated that they needed to wait for the right moment, when the branches were strong enough. He described Muyuk as a sprout they could prune at any time, and ordered Suman to leave and stay out of his father's sight, warning him not to fail again when the time came. Suman knelt, thanked him, and swore he would get his revenge on Kim Muyuk no matter the cost. The president reflected that the boy must be special for Taesan to abandon his own son for him, and he was curious to see if the old loan shark would try to stop them. If he did, he would rip his grandson's head off himself. Meanwhile, Muyuk woke up with a hangover at his friend's apartment. Feeling like he was getting in the way of his studies, he said he would be leaving soon. His friend, however, made some noodles to help settle his stomach and encouraged him to do what he thought was right, assuring him he would help in any way he could and telling him to cheer up. Muyuk thanked him for the support and tried to lift his spirits. At the same time, director Myung-ho was informing Taesan that his son, Suman, had left for Australia without much resistance. However, he recommended they keep an eye on him, as knowing his personality, he wasn't the type to accept the situation easily. He also reported that the other son, Suhan, would be transferred to Yeongdungpo prison, losing his privileges. The chairman asked the director to ensure that Suman's family was provided for. Just then, Muyuk arrived to speak with his grandfather. He announced that, after some time to think, he had decided to accept the offer to represent him. He explained that the fear of losing the rest of his family had motivated him to accept the responsibility. Kim Muyuk stated that he would do his best, and that his grandfather shouldn't feel the absence of his uncles. Taesan thanked him for his concern and said he would take care of him. Muyuk declared that he would start working properly at once, asking to review all the loan documents in his grandfather's name. He needed to understand the exact state of the business to decide what to shut down and what to continue. He mentioned that with the new financial system, the world was changing, and they would ride that wave. His ultimate goal was, upon inheriting everything, to have built a golden, unshakable empire that no one could challenge. The grandfather called for Mayong-hun and asked him to bring the loan documents for Muyuk to analyze. After confirming there was nothing else, the grandson finally got what he wanted, leaving his grandfather curious to see the changes in the world he had mentioned. Muyuk in turn promised he would not disappoint him, but took the opportunity to make another request. He wanted to know everything about the Blue Wind Society. He questioned who the members of the organization were and how he could make them pay, expressing his disbelief that someone as powerful as his grandfather had never acted against them. After all, the society had murdered his daughter, and revenge would be a natural reaction. Muyuk recalled that Jung Sumong and his brother had allied with the Blue Wind Society to eliminate his mother and take her assets. This realization led him to a grim conclusion. It was highly likely they had also been responsible for his death in his past life, which only strengthened his determination not to leave them in peace, as he knew they would one day come after him again. The grandfather, however, pleaded with him not to try to find out who they were or confront them, stating that it was a karma that should end with his own generation. Muyuk argued that, by taking over the business and inheriting the position, a confrontation with these men would be inevitable. Besides, his motivation was personal, as they had killed his parents, a crime for which he would forgive no one. Faced with his grandson's insistence, the grandfather signaled to Director Rafa, who moved to open a secret compartment in the wall, revealing a safe. Muyuk recognized the hidden safe in the office. He remembered Tian Taeson telling him, after his grandfather's death in the other timeline, that they had found it completely empty. This time, however, the director took out folders from inside and placed them on the table. The grandfather explained that those files contained spreadsheets with the names of all the Blue Wind Society members to whom he had lent money. The list was a true dossier of power in the country, including opposition politicians, military officers, judges, and even university professors. According to him, it was a group spread everywhere, capable of moving the country according to their will. Muyuk asked who the head of the organization was, but his grandfather admitted he didn't know, as he had never met him personally. He described the Blue Wind Society not as a cohesive group, but as a countless network of individuals and units. His strategy had been to feign cooperation when they asked for money, while secretly tracking who received the funds and how they were used. The record book was, therefore, a complete dossier of its members and activities. Muyuk thanked him, recognizing that he held a powerful weapon to destroy his enemies. His initial plan was to expose them for accepting dirty money from a loan shark, but his grandfather warned him that it was not yet time. Even with that information, he estimated the chances of victory at only 50%. At that moment, the grandson realized that his grandfather had never given up on revenge for his daughter. He was just waiting for the right moment. Respectfully, Muyuk asked his grandfather to lend him the book, but the request was denied. The grandfather explained that this power was immense, and once his grandson possessed it, he would never escape the underworld. It was a burden he would rather take to his grave, as he feared his grandson would lose his life in a fight he could not win. Understanding the concern, Muyuk thanked him and changed his tactics. He promised he would become strong enough to guarantee a 100% chance of victory. When that day came, he would return to borrow the book. The grandfather agreed to the condition, promising to hand over the record book as soon as his grandson had enough power to use it. Muyuk was confident that this day would not be long in coming, and then he would make every member of the Blue Wind Society pay for their crimes. Later, in a private conversation with the director, Chairman Tian Taeson questioned if he had made a mistake by telling his grandson everything, wondering if it wouldn't have been better to take that secret to his grave. The director reassured him, arguing that the young master Muyuk would have discovered the truth anyway, and would have planned his revenge alone. Aware of his grandson's determination, the grandfather asked the director to keep an eye on Muyuk to protect him, especially from the society's chairman, Lee Young-yun, whom he would not allow to devour his grandson. Alone with his bodyguard, manager Ma, Muyuk wondered why his grandfather had kept the leader's name a secret. He then instructed Ma to find out everything he could about the Blue Wind Society, its leader, and its key members. The bodyguard promised to report everything as soon as he had the information. To Muyuk, it became clear that his enemies were more powerful than he had imagined, which motivated him to become even stronger to avenge his parents and himself. Next, he contacted Kim Moo to ask about the company's management. Moo informed him that Sang was taking care of everything, and thanked him for the opportunity to preside over the construction company, stating that the transition was going smoothly. He did, however, raise a concern. With the end of Ju Hyung's project in Cheongju, it would be difficult to get new contracts in the region, as most were obtained through corruption. Muyuk reassured him, telling him not to worry, as he would secure subcontracts through Daehan. The strategy would be to focus first on polar construction, and then on Daehan, which was not illegal. He gave new orders to start taking over the territory of Yeongdongpo, an area with no major gangs, and instructed them not to worry about money, just taking what they could. Finally, he asked if they had already captured any of Jo Hyun-gu's men. Moo replied that he had retired the older members and recruited the younger ones, resolving the situation through conversation. He stated that if they needed money, they could call him, as he would give them as much as necessary. One of his men asked if it wasn't too soon, reminding him that they had just expanded into Seoul. Ignoring the concern, he instructed a subordinate to speed up the process as a war was approaching. In another part of the city, a group of friends was toasting in a bar. The results of the first phase of the bar exam had come out, and the list of those who passed contained the names of all 5 of them. Everyone was overjoyed, as they all felt their hard work and dedication had been rewarded. One of the friends commented, amazed, that Muyuk seemed to have done everything he wanted and barely studied, yet still managed to pass. Seizing the moment, Muyuk encouraged them for the next stage, warning that the second phase would be even harder. Then, to everyone's shock, he announced that he wouldn't be studying anymore, as he didn't intend to take the second exam. He explained that he had never wanted to be a lawyer and wouldn't pursue that career, as he'd rather not even try than do something half-heartedly. His friends were disappointed by the news, as they had imagined they would all pursue a career in law together. Muyuk reassured them, guaranteeing that even with each of them going their own way, their friendship would continue and they could still help each other. The conversation changed course when his friend with glasses, Oh-ryu Hyun-woo, revealed that his grandfather wanted to meet Muyuk. The grandfather in question was Oh Jung-seok, the former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. Muyuk was surprised that such an important man knew his name, but Hyun-woo didn't know the reason for his grandfather's interest. Soon after, another friend, Yoon Jae-hak, added that his father, the head of a major law firm, also wished to meet him. Jae-hak's father was curious about his son's only friend, whom he hadn't met yet, and despite knowing that Muyuk had abandoned a legal career, insisted on the meeting. Muyuk knew that rumors about him had spread in legal circles, which wasn't good news, but it was also one of the reasons he had formed that group of friends. Hyunwoo's and Jae-hak's families dominated the legal world, and his own grandfather had already tried to get close to them using money, without success. That's why he planned to meet with Hyunwoo's grandfather first, and then schedule a meeting with Jae-hak's father. His friends found it all very strange, as their families had never shown interest in their social circles before, and they wondered who Kim Muyuk really was. To change the subject, Muyuk asked if they intended to pursue careers as prosecutors. Hyunwoo explained that although his family wanted him to become a judge to follow in his grandfather's footsteps, he wanted to be a prosecutor and reach the top on his own merit. He didn't want people to say that he only achieved things because of his family's name. Seeing that his father and brothers were already judges, he felt less and less inclined to follow the same path. Muyuk supported him, saying that he would do well either way, whether as a judge or a prosecutor. At that moment, one of his friends, Han Ming-young, asked Muyuk to get some fresh air, complaining of a headache. Outside, she congratulated him on passing and said she was in his debt, promising to repay him in the future. He reassured her, stating that she would easily pass the second phase and should just focus on the exam. She thanked him for the advice. When he suggested they go back inside, she held him back and asked if they were just friends, wanting to know what he thought of her as a woman. He replied that he considered her beautiful both as a friend and as a woman, and that any man would be lucky to have her by his side. However, he was direct in stating that he wasn't in a place for relationships and had never thought about getting involved with her. In his thoughts, he knew that getting involved now would be a mistake. It could nullify the favor she owed him, and besides, he had already had enough women in his past life. Embarrassed, she blamed her words on the alcohol and asked him to forget what she had said. Right after, another friend showed up calling them back to drink, since this would be the group's last get-together before the second phase. That night, Muyuk seemed to get very drunk. The next morning, he went to his grandfather's mansion. He informed his grandfather that Oh Jun-seok, the former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, and his friend's grandfather wanted to meet him. Muyuk supposed that the man already knew he was the grandson of the king of loan sharks, since whoever had found out about Sumang being sent abroad probably knew this as well. His plan was to win Jun-seok's goodwill. His grandfather warned him it would be difficult, as the former Chief Justice was at the pinnacle of the justice system, and not someone who was easily swayed. Even so, Muyuk was determined to face the challenge. After all, Jun-seok himself had suggested the meeting. His grandfather advised him not to try using money, and he understood. A week later, the meeting took place. Muyuk introduced himself at Oh Jun-seok's house as Hyun-woo's friend. The host, a man respected for having maintained his firmness and sense of justice even during the coup regime that had appointed him, welcomed the young man. After introducing himself, he asked his grandson to go find his grandmother, leaving them alone in the living room. Without beating around the bush, Jun-seok revealed that he knew he was the grandson of Chairman Jung from Pyeongchang-dong. The young man explained that Cheon Taeson was his grandfather on his mother's side and informed him that he was doing well, news that seemed to pique the host's curiosity. He realized the former judge was beating around the bush, testing him and making him a little tense. Finally, the older man asked what his intentions were with his grandson, Hyun-woo. At that moment, it became clear that the invitation hadn't been motivated by mere curiosity. Jun-seok suspected he had approached his grandson with ulterior motives. He replied that his friendship with Ryu Hyun-woo had started by chance, as they were taking the same course. Junseok pressed him, questioning if there wasn't some hidden interest. The young man defended himself, stating that his intentions were purely friendly and that while many sought connections for personal gain after college, he preferred to keep the genuine bonds that formed spontaneously. Still skeptical, Junseok asked if their meeting hadn't been calculated. The young man retorted, arguing that Hyunwoo's future, and that of anyone else in the study club, was not guaranteed, and he was too busy to invest his time in someone's uncertain future. Oh Junseok then revealed that he was aware of his recent activities, mentioning how he had pushed his own uncles out of the business without hesitation. He commented that he found it interesting how a 20-year-old grandson of Chairman Cheon, the head of the country's loan sharking business, had suddenly appeared and taken control. The young man noted, surprised, that the former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court was well informed about the financial underworld, concluding that he was no ordinary judge, and that this integrity likely explained why he had never yielded to his grandfather's financial influence in the past. Junseok changed the subject, mentioning that Hyunwoo didn't intend to pass the bar exam. The young man agreed internally, thinking that the judge's grandson indeed wouldn't make it past the second round, as taking the exam without any intention of practicing law was disrespectful to those who took it seriously. Seizing the opportunity, the host asked about his plans and if he intended to become the new king of the underground economy, like his grandfather. The young man found the title pompous, but imagined his grandfather would love it, briefly wondering if the family's businesses would have survived without him. The former judge clarified that he wasn't disparaging Chairman Cheon. As someone from that era, he understood the hardships he had faced, but he stressed that his methods had been excessively violent. The young man challenged him, asking if he knew anyone who hadn't been violent in those times, arguing that aggression was the norm in both politics and business. He stated that everything that existed today was what had survived that brutal era, and that everyone chose their own position in society. He expressed his belief that the new era would be different, to which Junseok observed that he seemed to be following in his grandfather's footsteps. The young man confirmed that was his goal, but with a fundamental difference. He didn't intend to remain in the underground. He explained that times had changed, and his goal was to evolve and bring the businesses into the light, without, however, completely abandoning the shadows, as even the legitimate world could become unstable without them. The judge stated that all he wanted was a safe friendship for his kind-hearted grandson, but admitted he found the young man more interesting than he had expected. The young man promised to visit him more often to hear his ideas, but Junseok deflected, claiming to be just a powerless old man. However, the young man realized that although Junseok wasn't greedy for money, he valued honor above all else, and his pride was immense. He understood that honor brought legitimacy, and that in turn generated power. He concluded that the judge was hungry for power, and with the support of many who shared his ideals, would be a powerful ally when the IMF crisis hit in 3 years and the world came crashing down. The next day, his grandfather asked about the meeting with former Chief Justice Jun-suk, wanting to know if the man had spoken ill of him. The grandson replied that, under different circumstances, they might have even been friends, a thought that sent a shiver down his grandfather's spine. The conversation shifted to business when the loan audit was ready, and the young man, Moo-yuk, tossed the folder onto the table. His grandfather, impressed by his speed, asked about the results. Moo-yuk reported that most of the loans were high risk, with a high chance of becoming bad debts. He declared his intention to recover every last penny, as those who turned to loan sharks were already in unstable financial situations. His motivation came from the knowledge that, during the IMF crisis, his grandfather's bonds had become worthless paper. Therefore, he intended to collect everything he could. The grandfather, the king of loan sharks, understood that the plan was to collect all the debts at once, an idea he found absurd right after having expanded the company based on those very loans. Moo-yuk justified his strategy, explaining that loan shark debts were difficult to recover, and it was better to clean up the situation before the crisis hit. He pointed out that the currency crisis wouldn't be a sudden disaster, but the result of years of accumulated problems. The grandfather asked for Director Mario's opinion, who agreed that the young master had a point, but cautioned that their business didn't operate on documents alone, and that they should proceed with the caution the loan sharking world required. The grandfather then gave his approval, offering Director Rafa's support if they needed it. After his grandson thanked him, the grandfather asked what he would do with the recovered capital. Without hesitation, Moo-yuk replied that he would lend it to reliable, well-known companies, abandoning the high-risk investments. Moo-yuk explained that after the IMF intervention, bondholders began to control the companies, and that was why he wanted to be in a position of power. He understood that the 1997 Asian crisis, which also affected Korea, didn't arise spontaneously, but had its fuse lit in Mexico in 1994. The scene unfolded in New York, in Han Kyung-yong's office at Dream High Invest, when he took a call from Moo-yuk. Kyung-yong asked how things were going, and Moo-yuk informed him that he had already hired the team and was settling in, attending parties on Wall Street to expand his network. Then, the conversation took a more serious turn. Moo-yuk questioned what would happen if Mexico decided to devalue the peso against the dollar. He knew that, at the end of 1994, the country had taken this measure to boost exports and strengthen its reserves. His friend, on the other end of the line, asked why anyone would do something so crazy. Moo-yuk insisted that the possibility was real, and that they needed to consider a backup plan. Kyung-yong replied that if that happened, confidence in the Mexican currency would plummet, causing a flight of foreign investors. The economy would panic, creating turmoil in emerging markets and a massive rush to the dollar. Moo-yuk remembered his past life, in which Mexico ended up needing a bailout from the IMF and the United States. This memory gave him an unshakable certainty. Han Kyung-yong began to understand the genius of the idea and realized he had been right to bring him into the business. Moo-yuk then stated that there would be 2 devaluations of the peso before Christmas that year and proposed that they leverage $300 million to the maximum to bet on this event. Kyung-yong questioned if anyone in the company would accept such a risky bet, but Moo-yuk was focused on building ties with major corporations. Incredulous, the man on the other end of the line declared that he was crazy and that no one would agree to the plan. However, Moo-yuk was concise and adamant, stating that the peso's fall would happen between December 20th and 22nd and that Kyung-yong should mobilize everyone. He made the risks clear. They could lose $300 million, but if they succeeded, they would make trillions. For them, losing was not an option, as their goal was to amass a colossal fortune. Han Kyung-yong was shocked to learn the amount was $300 million, as it represented practically all his money, except for what he had invested in other companies with Steve Jobs. He realized that if they lost everything, all his businesses would be finished. Despite the risks, Moo-yuk insisted the operation had to be done as soon as possible, as the account needed to be settled by August. He explained that after the Mexican election that month, public perception would change. Kyung-yong agreed to proceed and look into the finances on the condition that he would notify Moo-yuk before any signing. However, Moo-yuk delegated the responsibility of signing to him, stating that Kyung-yong was the expert and that he had only provided the information. He declared that he trusted Kyung-yong and only needed that trust to be mutual. That operation would be a decisive test to evaluate Han Kyung-yong's abilities. If he couldn't profit from that information, he wouldn't deserve his position. With that sentence in mind, Kyung-yong grabbed a briefcase and headed to the Mangold Sack Company building, feeling he had no choice but to trust Moo-yuk. Upon arriving, he contacted Kim Moo-yuk, calling him a scoundrel and informing him in the middle of the night that the contract had been signed that day. He reported how the men at the company had reacted. The CEO of Mangold Sack, Tom House, had presented the contract, which consisted of a bet that the Mexican peso would appreciate from 3 to 5 per dollar by January, a deal that, in his view, only a fool would refuse. At that time, Mexico had joined NAFTA in 1994, and the market believed the country was on its way to becoming a developed nation. Foreign investment was abundant, and the economy was seen as stable and growing. Therefore, the proposal that the currency would plummet 60% in 6 months seemed absurd. Tom House even commented that it would be crazy to invest $300 million in that bet. Faced with this, Kyung-yong demanded maximum leverage, threatening to take the business to another bank. Tom House gave in, assuring him he would handle everything and that it would be a good deal for them, sealing the agreement with a handshake. The Mangold Sack team mocked them, considering them crazy. Later, Moo-yuk reassured Kyung-yong, telling him he had done a good job and shouldn't be shaken by the insults. He explained that the bankers were just salivating over the bonus they would get from what they considered an Asian sucker. The contract's expiration was set for the end of January. Moo-yuk asked if he had secured the leverage, and Kyung-yong confirmed he had obtained a 30-to-1 ratio. Moo-yuk praised the achievement, calling it monstrous. Han Kyung-yong had surpassed his expectations, turning $300 million into a $9 billion bet. It finally dawned on Kyung-yong that he had risked, in one go, a sum of money he might never see again in his life. He asked if he could return to Korea, but Moo-yuk stated that business was just beginning and he couldn't back down. He promised that when he returned, he would be treated like a god for the money they would earn. Time passed quickly. During this period, Kim Il passed away while preparing for a summit. Chairman Song Yong-ju of Da-young stepped down from management, and Myong-soo and his group passed stages 2 and 3 of the bar exam, an unprecedented feat for 4 second-year students in the history of Korea's law school. Meanwhile, Moo-yuk's tension grew as December 20th approached. The peso had been slowly falling since June, and he reflected on how his bet could change the future. Kyung-yong, so anxious he could barely eat or sleep, called to ask if the December 20th date was certain. Muyuk simply told him to be calm and trust him. The situation in Mexico was chaotic, marked by the assassination of a presidential candidate and armed resistance from indigenous groups against NAFTA. These were tragic events for the country, but Muyuk was counting on them happening exactly that way. Despite the fear, there was no turning back. All he could do was trust his memory. The big day arrived on December 21st, 1994. Muyuk kept an eye on his phone all day, until it finally rang. It was Kyung Yang reporting that the Mexican government had just widened the peso's trading band against the dollar to 13%. Muyuk was right. The devaluation caused foreign investors to start fleeing Mexico, and on that single day, $6 billion left the country's central bank, and that was just the beginning. On the 22nd, the government devalued the currency again, widening the exchange rate band even further. No one on Wall Street expected the new government, elected in August, to devalue the currency so soon. Kyung Yang could hardly believe that Muyuk had been right all along. Muyuk, in turn, told him to wait until the following month, when the peso would hit rock bottom. Kyung Yang's trust became absolute. He stated that if Muyuk told him to go to Alaska, he would go without hesitation, and asked him to just let him know when it was time to pull the trigger. The year 1995 began, and as predicted, the peso continued to fall. In January, Muyuk gave the order for Kyung Yang to sell and liquidate the entire position. Everything was settled at the bank. Kyung Yang thanked Tom House for his work, expressing his happiness that their first deal with Mangold Sack had ended well. Tom House was in shock, unable to comprehend how he had predicted all of this 6 months earlier. Kyung Yang, following the script, replied that he was not a god and hadn't predicted anything. He just stated that everyone knew the peso was overvalued, and he had simply bet everything on it and won. Meanwhile, the other employees in the office were stunned when the company's chairman called and fired the entire team that same day. Kyung Yang then called Muyuk to report that everything had been settled. The total return was $25 billion. At the exchange rate of the time, that was equivalent to 20 trillion won. At the post-IMF crisis exchange rate, it would be 50 trillion won entering his account. Muyuk wondered if he now had more money than his grandfather, but concluded that this was just the beginning. For him, it was impossible to lose to an opponent who was merely speculating about the future when he already knew what was going to happen. He couldn't be defeated if he already knew all the cards in the deck. That was just one of the many opportunities that would arise, and the next one was already scheduled for 2 years from then. The protagonist reflected that the same disaster that had struck Mexico would soon reach Korea. Later, during a celebration for Myung-soo's second time passing the bar exam, a friend attributed the success to the protagonist, saying he was the one who had put him on the right path for his studies. The hero, in turn, announced he would be taking a leave of absence from college, as he couldn't be away. He recognized the importance of legal research, but couldn't ignore the prestige a degree from Korea University would add to his resume. He knew that for a prosecutor, class ranking was crucial. There was a tradition where, if someone from a junior class became prosecutor general, all the prosecutors from senior classes would request retirement. With this in mind, he had only formed a small group and given them some incentives to enter the class earlier. In his past life, they had all pursued legal careers, and he had no idea how this small change could create a butterfly effect in the future. During the celebration, Hyun-sung called to congratulate him. The protagonist replied that he would call him back as soon as he had gathered his thoughts. Hyun-sung had quit sports and moved to Busan after taking a leave of absence from college. They hadn't reached out to each other since the incident. A friend at the party mentioned he was going to Busan soon and asked if he wanted to come along. The protagonist declined, but asked his friend to visit his grandmother, imagining she must be lonely. It was then that the friend revealed that Hyun-sung stopped by her house every day to talk and have dinner, a piece of information that left him completely surprised. Meanwhile, a director was informing the chairman about the family's situation. Suhan remained secluded in his house in Australia, barely went out and drank excessively. The second brother had been quiet since being transferred to a regular prison and losing all his privileges. The chairman, known as the King of Loan Sharks, was informed that his granddaughters, Ji-won and Ji-soo, were angry with him for what had happened to their parents and, holding a grudge, hadn't called even once. The director also reported hearing that Ji-young, the other granddaughter, had returned to Korea with her employer the previous week. The grandfather expressed that he didn't want them to seek him out, as he imagined they were hurt by their husband's fate. At that moment, the protagonist presented himself to his grandfather, who dismissed him abruptly, stating that nothing had happened. Watching the scene, the grandson wondered if the old man regretted cutting ties with his own son, concluding that, in the end, the iron giant of Taesan was just a lonely old man. His cell phone rang, and he wondered who it could be at that hour. On the other end of the line, a young woman introduced herself as Cheol Ji-young. She was the only daughter of Suhan and had gone to study abroad at a very young age, so the protagonist barely knew her. In his past life, they had only met at their grandfather's funeral, and unlike Ji-woo and Ji-soo, she had never shown any interest in the family business. Being 4 years younger, she was just starting high school. Ji-young asked if she could meet him the next day. The protagonist considered that if everything went as it had in his previous life, she wouldn't interfere with his plans. Still, he knew he couldn't let his guard down, as the Cheon family was not to be trusted. When they met, Ji-young started crying non-stop. Embarrassed, he asked her to calm down. She explained that she felt terrible for having discovered what her father and uncle had done to his mother.